The first thing I do as a clinician, if someone comes to me and says they're depressed, is ask myself a question. Well, what does the person mean by that? So I have to find out, like, because maybe they're not depressed, maybe they're hyper anxious, or maybe they're obsessional. Like, there's various forms of powerful negative emotion, so they need to be differentiated. But then the next question you have to ask is, well, are you depressed, or do you have a terrible life? Or is it some combination of the two? So if you're depressed, as far as I can tell, you don't have a terrible life. You have friends, you have family, you have an intimate relationship, you have a job or a career. You're about as educated as you should be given your intelligence. Use your time outside of work wisely. You're not beholden to alcohol or other temptations. You're engaged in the community in some fundamental sense, and all that's working. Now, if you have all that and you're feeling really awful, you're either ill or you're depressed. And so then sometimes there's a biochemical route to that, treatment of that. My experience has been as a clinician is if you're depressed, but you have a life and you take an antidepressant, it will probably help you a lot. Now, maybe you're not depressed, exactly. You just have a terrible life. What does that look like? You have no relationship. Your family's a mess. You've got no friends. You've got no plan. You've got no job. You use your time outside of work not only badly, but destructively. You have a drug or alcohol habit or some other vice, pornography addiction. You are completely unengaged in the surrounding community. You have no scaffolding whatsoever to support you in your current mode of being or you move forward. And then as a therapist, well, you do two things. Well, if it's depression per se, well, like I said, there's sometimes a biochemical route, a nutritional route. There's ways that can be addressed. It's probably physiological if you're, at least in part, if you're depressed but you have an okay life. Sometimes it's conceptual. You can turn to dreams, sometimes to help people, because dreams contain the seeds of the potential future. And if your person is a real good dreamer and you can analyze dreams, that can be really helpful. But that seems to be only true for more creative people. And for the people who just have a terrible life, it's like, okay, you have a terrible life. Well, let's pick a front. How about you need a friend, like one sort of friend. Do you know how to shake hands and introduce yourself? I'll have the person show me. So let's do it for a sec. So it's like this. Hi, I'm Jordan. And people don't know how to do that. And then they can't even get the ball rolling. And there's these elementary social skills that hypothetically, if you were well cared for, you learned when you were like 3. And sometimes people I had lots of clients to whom no one ever paid any attention. And they needed like 10,000 hours of attention. And some of that was just listening, because they had 10,000 hours of conversations they never had with anyone. And they were all tangled up in their head. And they had to just, one client in particular, I worked with this person for 15 years. And what she wanted from me was for me just to shut the hell up for 50 minutes, which was very hard for me. And to just tell me what had happened to her. And then what happened at the end of the conversation, then I could discuss a bit with her. And then as we progressed through the years, the amount of time that we spent in discussion increased in proportion in the sessions, until by the time we stopped seeing each other, when my clinical practice collapsed, we were talking about 80% of the time. But she'd never been attended to properly, ever. And so she was an uncarved block in the Taoist sense, right? She hadn't been subjected to those flaming swords that separated the wheat from the chaff. And so you can do that in therapy. If you're listening and you're depressed, I would say, if you can't find a therapist, and that's getting harder and harder, because it's actually become illegal to be a therapist now, because you have to agree with your clients, which is a terrible thing to do with them. Just like it's terrible just to arbitrarily oppose them. You could do the self-authoring program online, because it helps you write an autobiography. And so if you have memories that are more than 18 months old that bother you when you think them up, part of you is locked inside that. an undeveloped part of you is still trapped in that. That's a metaphorical way of thinking about it. That's why it still has emotional significance. So you can write about your past experiences, but I would say wait for at least 18 months if something bad has happened to you, because otherwise you just hurt yourself again by encountering it. You can bring yourself up to date with an autobiography. There's an analysis of faults and virtues, that's the present authoring, and then there's a guided writing exercise that helps you make a future plan. That's young men who do that, could go to college. Young men who do that, 90 minutes, just the future authoring, 90 minutes. They're 50% less likely to drop out. That's all it takes. Like I had clients who were so depressed they literally couldn't get out of bed. So what's their first step? It's like, can you sit up once today? No. Can you prop yourself up on your elbows once today? Like you scale back the dragon till you find one that's conquerable, that moves you forward. There's a rubric for life. Scale back the dragons till you find one conquerable, and it'll give you a little bit of gold, commensurate with the struggle. But the plus side of that, because you think that, God, that's depressing. You mean I have to start by sitting up? Well, you do if you can't sit up. But the plus side of that is it's the Pareto distribution issue, is that aggregates exponentially increase. And failures do too, by the way, but aggregates exponentially increase. So once you start the ball rolling, it can get zipping along pretty good. This person that I talked about was incapable of sitting with me in a cafe when we first met, just talking, even though I was her therapist. But by the end, she was doing stand-up comedy. So, it took years, but still, most people won't do stand-up comedy. That's quite the bloody achievement. She would read her poetry on stage too. So for someone who was petrified into paralysis by social anxiety and who had to start very small, it was a hell of an accomplishment. Take your preoccupation with suffering seriously. It's a serious business. Right? And that's part of that, to circle back to the beginning, let's say, that's that willingness to gaze into the abyss, which is obviously what you were doing when you went to Ukraine. It's like, it's gazing into the abyss that makes you better. The thing is, and this is maybe where Nietzsche's idea is not as differentiated as it became. Sometimes your gaze can be forcefully directed towards the abyss, and then you're traumatized. If it's involuntary and accidental, it can kill you. The more it's voluntary, the more transformative it is. And that's part of that idea about facing death and hell. It's like, can you tolerate death and hell? And the answer is, this terrible answer is, yes, to the degree that you're willing to do it voluntarily. And then you might ask, well, why should I have to subject myself to death and hell? I'm innocent. And then the answer to that is, even the innocent must be voluntarily sacrificed to the highest good.
That's such an interesting distinction. Voluntary suffering.
Voluntary, yeah. Well, that's why the central Christian doctrine is pick up your cross and follow me. And I'm speaking not in religious terms saying that. I'm just speaking as a psychologist. It's like one of the things we've learned in the last 100 years is voluntary exposure to that which freezes and terrifies you in measured proportions is curative. I would say, the first decision you have to make is whether you want things to be better or worse. And it seems to me that better is a better aim. And if that's what you want, then you can orient yourself to becoming fully on board with that. That's your motif. And I would say that's love in the religious sense, is that love is the desire that all things flourish. And you might think that's evident. It's like, it's not evident. This is hard because things are difficult. It's easy to become spiteful and bitter and resentful, and to be self-denigrating and not to work for your own furtherance because you're ashamed of who you are, like deeply ashamed, maybe even ashamed to be human. The destructive species that we are, constantly raping the planet, that self-loathing can go very, very deep. So this is hard. But that's the first thing. Do you want things to be better or worse for you and for the people around you? It's like, well, so that's your goal, to make them better. Perhaps that's your goal. When I was a clinician, that's what I was always working on with my clients. It was like, I'm on the side of you that's aimed at making things better. No unconditional positive regard, because there's going to be parts of you that are working at counter purposes to that, and we're not on their side. They're to be judged and dispensed with, not in a contemptuous or dismissive manner, but with the knowledge that those elements of your personality are not serving the goal. And that doesn't mean that might be bringing them on board. So if you're aggressive, that can serve the good. That can make you persistent and committed and immovable, all those things. And then the next thing I would say is, watch for resentment, arrogance, and deceit. They're your enemies. And see if you can reduce the influence they have over your life. And then that's where you have to watch and feel, am I lying? Is this self-serving? Is what I'm saying making me weak? Can I feel that? Am I insisting that I'm right because I'd rather believe that I was right than learn? Am I taking revenge in a resentful way? Those are good questions of conscience. It's highly probable that you're doing that in many places. Maybe you can dispense with that carefully over time and see what happens. So it's worth running the experiment.
Yeah. And putting our everything into it, because that's where we'll really learn, by giving that endeavor.
Well, that's a
towards
good
our
aim. It's a good aim, but you can start with even a little couple of % of you aim towards that. You can start badly, and that's a useful thing to know too, is like, you can improve your life a little bit at a time. It's very difficult to be all in. We talked about that earlier. Who knows who you could be if you were everything you could be? That is a limitless case. What would it be like if you stopped doing all the stupid things that you're doing and took advantage of all the opportunities that came your way and aimed at the highest good? Who knows what you could be? You could certainly be more than you are. Everyone knows that, I think, and everyone suffers that knowledge. It's from that their feelings of inadequacy spring. That can be pathologized too. I know people can be way harder on themselves than is actually good for them. That's not what I mean. It's hard to distinguish between those even, but it can be done, I think.
What can you be? And that's inspiring. That's a story that's going to be told and lived out in this life. And everybody who watches you live that story will be inspired by that, because they'll be inspired to live their own story. And that's, I think, the most important message is, live as the hero, and allow that to be, the fable that has grandchildren saying, I'm going to be whoever your name is, I'm going to be this person because you lived in such an inspiring way. And that's what draws me forward, and I think draws all the heroes forward of our time. And that's what we need right now.
And that isn't done at someone's expense.
Yeah.
Not if it's done right. It's done with the benefit of everyone else in mind. And that's a case I try to make in the book too. Like if you're acting in your own self-interest, because you're a community that stretches across time, you have to take your own future self into account constantly. And so impulsive selfishness is not useful, even selfishly. And so you can make the most out of yourself, I believe, without taking anything away from anyone else. It's only beneficial. Now, you know, people might be annoyed at you because you're more successful on some dimension than they are, and perhaps that hurts, but well, if to deal with that, we'd have to eradicate the possibility of ever being better at anyone, of anyone ever being better than anyone else at anything. And it doesn't seem to me that we want to push equality that far. Yes, and I think at the darkest edges of the demand for equality have that horror at their root. It's like, well, you're going to take away from everyone what they have to offer by insisting that everything is equal. It's like, no, you want people to be able to trade the best they have with other people. That's a good deal for everyone. Every ideal is a judge. And that makes perfect sense, because an ideal is something to which you aspire. And the gap between you and that ideal, if it's your ideal, is felt as judgment. And so that's one of the reasons people are very afraid to have an ideal, to make it. That's why I wrote, do not hide things in the fog. It's like, well, you should lay out an ideal. You should pursue an ideal. Why wouldn't you? Well, when you make your ideal explicit, it turns into your judge. Well, then you can listen to that judge and move forward and transform. But, you know, it's pretty damn harsh. Because especially to begin with, you posit an ideal, especially if you're in a mess. God, every bit of you is being judged as unworthy. Yeah. There's endless reasons not to want that.
Mercy comes from saying, this is the ideal, but the expectation of judgment that I'm going to be at that right away is false. So let me appreciate myself right here where I am in this journey with all of my faults, however many they are, open up my entire closet of internal monsters, pet them on the head and say, okay, here we go, eliminating more of those and becoming more like the ideal, surrendering to the journey rather than that expectation. And there, the judge no longer carries the sting and the bite and the harshness, because you're judging yourself according to a timeline where you're hoping to get closer to this.
Yes, well, and the hallmark starts to become improvement.
Right.
Right. It's like, and that's great. That's a really sustaining, that's a really sustaining process too. Because technically speaking, again, seeing yourself move towards a desired goal is the essence of the positive emotion that nourishes us. And I mean that technically. That's dopaminergically mediated incentive reward. And so you don't have to get to the goal. You have to aspire to the goal and move towards it. And that doesn't even matter if the goal recedes, which it will as you approach it, because your ability to conjure up what constitutes the ideal is going to become more sophisticated as you move towards it. And you might think, well, that's terrible, but it isn't, because it means the game doesn't have to end. Right? Because if you hit the ideal,
yes.
It's like, oh, well, game over, reset, But no, that isn't going to be how it works. It's just, it's going to get better and better and better. And
it's why life is the perfect game. I mean, if you have a really good, for those of us who played video games, you have a really good video game, or even a really good book, or even a really good movie series or a show, and it comes to the end and you're like, oh, there's a huge letdown at the termination of this thing that's been incredibly engaging, especially
even if you win.
Yeah, exactly. You win, and you get this moment's satisfaction, but it's replaced almost immediately by the disappointment of the cessation of the game and the recognition that you're in a finite game when you really want to be playing the infinite game, and that's what life is. The infinite game of renewal of life. And that's why it's so good. We'll never replace it. It can't get better. And it's hard as hell. And it's hard as hell at the same time. And that's the way we want it.
Well, it seems like that's the way we want it. I mean, that's the other thing about it a little bit in the new book. It's like, well, when you look back on your past, it's generally having done something difficult that you remember positively, I would say. almost all of the time. And I do mean terrible. If in my previous life, when I was healthy, I had ever felt like I always feel now, I would have immediately gone to the emergency room. But it's not helpful, as far as I can tell, as far as I've been informed for that matter. There isn't anything that can be done about the condition that I'm in. And that's rough. I have to remind myself all the time of what I should be doing, even to continue living for that matter. And I'm constantly reminding myself to be grateful as an act of courage. And I do explain that a little bit. Something I really realized about gratitude is that gratitude at one level is an act, it's a voluntary act of courage. And I'm not trying to make out a case for myself being particularly courageous. That isn't what I mean. I mean that it's a risk to be grateful. It's a decision that opens you up in some ways. And you're sort of grateful despite it all. It's a great gratitude, I suppose, as a marker of faith. And that faith is even, in some sense, belief in the impossible. Despite all this, it's good. And I have to remind myself of that all the time. And I do that with prayer. I mean, I say grace with my wife. And we only share one meal together. But we always say grace. And I actually think, in some sense, that's a really good part of my day, the time we do that. And that comes as somewhat of a surprise. And it's a relatively recent practice for the two of us. Not that we weren't trying to be grateful before, but we've both gone through our respective hells in the last 2 years. Because my wife had a very terrible cancer. It was terrible, and terrible surgical complications. And she was on death's doorstep for months and months and months. In any case, we remind ourselves constantly to be grateful. And I'm always trying to watch what I say and to feel it out so that I use my words carefully. Well, in my new book, I have a chapter, which is Rule 11. Do not allow yourself to become resentful, deceitful, or arrogant. It's kind of the evil triad as far as I've been able to determine. Resentment in particular. It's bad. It's a bad emotion. It's useful. You can learn a lot by noticing that it occurs. Resentment tells you one of two things. One is that that someone's treading on your territory and something needs to be done about it, or that you need to grow the hell up and stop complaining. And it's hard. It isn't necessarily obvious when you feel resentful which of those it is, but you need to figure it out, because you can harbor resentment for unlived life for a very, very long period of time, and all it does is corrupt you. It hurts you physically because it's a stressful emotion. Anger is a stressful emotion, because your body hyper prepares for action if you're angry, because you might get into conflict. And that's a dangerous situation, and so you burn off a lot of psychophysiological resources in anger. If you're resentful, there's probably something you need to say. There's certainly something you need to figure out. And so you can use it as a guide to further development. It's very much useful to aim at a resentment-free existence. And that means, I suppose, that you're taking up enough space. There's always a struggle between your domain and the domain of other people. Everyone competes for everyone else's attention. Everyone competes for everyone else's time. You compete for your own time. And if you're resentful, it's highly probable that, well, as I said, either you're not standing up for yourself sufficiently, or someone is legitimately on your case, in which case you need to do something about that. Or, live with the consequences, which is very unpleasant. It's not optimal. Sometimes I suppose it's unavoidable. But, generally there's something that can be done. Some things, if you don't address them, they just get worse. And I've been able to see where things are going to go. It's kind of like what I mentioned to you earlier, that if I watch someone, I can generally figure out what they're up to. I also can see where things are going. And so, you know, if I walk into someone's house and there are things out of order in a particular way, if I pay attention to that, that's often indicative of something not right in the relationship. You know, maybe the kitchen's a mess. There's food that isn't fresh in the fridge, or there's packages up on shelves that haven't been opened for like 2 years, or since the wedding, let's say. That's too much chaos in the kitchen. Something's wrong. Well, what's wrong? Well, there's something wrong in the domestic relationship. The bargaining about who does what in the kitchen hasn't been fought through. And so you have to have those fights to put things in order. And if you don't, then you end up with a worse fight in the future. And so the reason that I call things out, as far as I can tell, the positive reason, who knows what the negative reasons are, is because I don't want more conflict. I'd rather have genuine peace, which is very, very, very hard to obtain. People generally obtain peace by sweeping things under the carpet. I have another chapter in this new book called Don't Hide Things in the Fog. And that's what it concentrates on, is pay attention to your negative emotions. Resentment particularly, it's so informative. You find out where you're immature. Well, do you want to? Probably not. Who wants to find out that? Or you'll find out who's oppressing you. And maybe then you can learn to stand up for yourself.
Dostoevsky, I think, said something like, every man is responsible for everything that happens to him and everything that happens to everyone else. And that's, you know, it's a crazy statement, right? It's a crazy statement. He's a pretty extreme person in many, many ways. But there's a level at which that's metaphysically true, you know, because what happens is that it's failure to act often is the most catastrophic, you know. I mean, it's to not do the right thing when the situation presents itself. And it's very specific. You know, you're constantly in situations where you could do the right thing if you were willing to take a risk that's actually of relatively moderate size. And you know that you could take the risk, and you know that you should take the risk, and you don't. And that happens to people all the time. And then what happens is the thing that they didn't oppose grows a little bit, and they shrink a little bit. And that starts a loop, eh? And so, and you say, well, how do you take responsibility for the world? And the answer is, well, you also have to do it with a certain degree of humility, because what do you know? You know, and this is part of the reason that I'm so opposed to the activist culture on college campuses. You don't teach 18-year-olds to go and demonstrate about capitalism, you know, because they don't know anything, and they have problems in their own life that need to be solved that are local. And the local problems aren't trivial, you know. They're not disciplined. They're not looking at the world in a straight way. They're not taking responsibility for themselves or for their actions, their sexual actions, among others. They're not taking responsibility for their family. They're not looking at how they could contribute to the community. They don't understand the fact that they don't know anything. And so they should be taught to start locally and to put things together that they could put together, you know, to make their bed and to clean up their room and to attend their classes with regularity if they're going to university, because that's part of the implicit contract, and to straighten up the things around them that are actually within their power to straighten up. And then what happens is that if you do that, let's say religiously, which I suppose would be the same as in a disciplined manner, that your realm of influence starts to grow, but it grows in a positive way. Just like you can end up in hell one step at a time, and that's extraordinarily well documented. You can end up at the opposite place of that one step at a time, but it's also that same gradual process. You don't get to leap from being a 17-year-old knothead who doesn't know anything and who isn't disciplined to the critic of Judeo-Christian society. You just don't know enough to do that. especially when you can look at your own life and think about how many things that you're doing that you know are wrong, that you could fix, that you aren't fixing. And that's the crucial thing. This mode of thinking isn't asking people to stretch themselves beyond what they're capable of. It's just asking them to stretch themselves to the point that they are capable of and seeing what happens. And that works. It works. I've had many people write me over the last year, and this is a great thing, really, it's a great thing, who said that they started to tell the truth, or at least not to lie, because who can tell the truth, right? But at least you can not lie. And that they started to put things in order around them that they could put in order, and that, you know, the positive things just started to happen like mad. And they're not nihilistic, and they've got a purpose in their life. So, you know, thank God for that, and it does work. You are the center of the world, as center of the world. It has many centers. And you do partake in this process of casting the potential of the future into the reality of the present and the past. That's what your consciousness does. And the quality of what you produce is dependent on the ethics of your choice. Your choice between good and evil in every moment is what determines the course of the world, and that's on you. Well, that's meaningful. It's unbelievable. It's ultimate responsibility in the literal sense. And I think that in order for us to set things right, we have to understand that we have to take on that burden of ultimate responsibility, as if it's not only as if it's ours, which it is, but as if there isn't anything better that we could do. And one of the things that I found so gratifying about the lecture tour that I've been doing is that, and why I keep doing it, the live events in particular, because we've done about 100 of them now so far, is that when I explain to the audiences, and this is especially true, it seems to be especially true of men, young men, but not so young even, to say, look, you have an ethical obligation to lift the heaviest load you can possibly conceive of, and that's the primary call to adventure in life. And that call to adventure is so worthwhile that it justifies the particularity. Everybody, it's like lights go on. They think, oh, I see. So you need a meaning to set against the suffering and to protect you against that temptation to malevolence. You need that. Well, where's the meaning to be found? Oh, it's not happiness. It's not short-term pleasure. It's not self-development. It's not self-esteem. It's none of those things that are so focused on the individual psyche even. It's literally the stumbling uphill towards the city of God with your burden. People go, well, that's where the meaning is, and they know that because they know responsible people. They know they admire responsible people. They already got that. Say, well, that's what you should become. And not only that, but that's what you could become because that's what you are in the deepest sense. All right, what does my average daily schedule consist of? Well, that's fairly straightforward. I get up around somewhere between 6 and 8, and then I work till 10, as hard as I can, flat out, every single day. So, and I've been doing that with very little variation, although much more extreme in the last year since 1985. Like I work I would say 14 hours a day. At least 14 hours a day, and so that's about 100 hours a week. And the time that I don't do that, I spend with friends but mostly with my family. And so, and I work as efficiently as I possibly can. I'm always trying to do everything I can as fast as I possibly can, and I'm accustomed to that because I've been doing it for 30 years. So that's my daily schedule, and I don't know even what I would do if I didn't do that. I have this cottage that I go to, and I generally spend time writing up there. And I go swimming with my wife, and we go canoeing, and I can take a break in that way. But most of the time, if I take a break even up at the cottage, generally what I do is like carpentry and fix the place up. I don't like to be unoccupied. I have to be occupied doing something productive all the time, because otherwise I'm not pleased with myself. And so, and you know, I decided a long time ago that I was going to life. And so it's been a challenge. it's an enjoyable thing for me to some degree, because I'm very interested in trying to figure out how much I can possibly do in the shortest period of time all the time. And that keeps you alert and awake, and it's a great challenge, and it lends my life a substantial amount of meaning, and it's been very successful. So. And that efficiency thing is really fun. If you guys who are listening are out for a challenge, like, one of the things that you can, I think this heightens the meaning in your life, is to try to do difficult things, right? Aim high. Don't aim so damn high you can't manage it, and make sure you break down your aims into reasonably attainable sub-goals, but you want to aim high, and then you want to see how hyper efficient you can get. That's a great thing to do in your early 20s, is to see, okay, like, discipline yourself, think, okay, how much work can I do if I load myself right to the maximum? How far can I work? How hard can I work until I exhaust myself? And then you back off, obviously, because the optimal amount of work, productive engagement, let's say, is that which is sustainable across decades. So you have to learn that, but you don't learn that without stretching yourself to your limits to begin with. And if your life isn't everything it could be, and if you're suffering from an excess of meaninglessness, well, it means you're not oriented in the world of chaos and order properly. It's like you could learn to discipline yourself. Figure out what it is that you need to do and that you want to do, and then see how efficient you can get. Because one of the things that's quite fun is to figure out, if you have a task, I always tell my graduate students this, if they're doing an experiment too, if you have a task that you have to do, it's really interesting to spend a few minutes, sometimes hours, depending on how long the task is. See if you can figure out how to do it from 5 to 10 times faster. It means you'll have to rearrange the way you think about it, but you can often do it. And that's how extremely productive people get so hyper efficient. Sometimes it means you have to delegate. Sometimes it means you have to bring other people aboard. That's delegation as well, I suppose. But there's a lot of preconceptions that you hold about who you are and who the world is that you could dispense with, that would make you a way more efficient actor in the world. It's unbelievable the degree to which our sanity depends on a functioning sociological structure. And here's why. Well, first of all, you kind of need to know what to do every day. You have to have a routine, because you're an animal, and if you have a dog or a cat, dogs are a really good example of this. Dogs like routine. They like to be walked the number of times a day that they're supposed to be walked, and they get quite sick very rapidly if you don't routinize their days. Children are exactly the same way. Now, you can overdo it, right? But still, you need to know approximately when you should get up. It should be approximately the same every day. You need to know approximately when you're going to eat. You need to know what you're going to eat. You need to know who you're going to eat with. You need to know where to buy your food. It's like 80% of your life, 70% of your life, something like that, consists of those things that you do every single day, that you repeat. Well, so you need structure, you need predictability, and you need more of it than you think, just to keep you sane. Now, if you're lucky, and maybe a bit odd, you can deviate 5% from the norm, or 10% from the norm, or something like that, carefully and cautiously, as long as the rest of you is all well ordered in a normative manner. You might be able to get away with that, and you might be able to sustain it across time, and people might be able to tolerate you if you do it, or maybe you'll get really lucky and you happen to be creative but reasonably well put together, and people will actually be happy that there's something idiosyncratic and unique about you. But even under those circumstances, mostly what you want is to have a routine, it's disciplined, it's predictable, and bloody well stick to it. You're going to be way healthier and happier and saner if you do that. And then the other thing that you need, because this is one of the things the psychoanalysts got wrong, I think, is that they overestimated the degree to which sanity was a consequence of being properly structured internally, Because from the psychoanalytic point of view, you're sort of an ego, and that ego is inside you. And of course, it rests on an unconscious structure, but the purpose of psychoanalysis is to sort out that unconscious structure and the ego on top of it, and to make you a fully functioning and autonomous individual. But there's a problem with that, because the reason that you're sane as a fully functional and autonomous human being isn't because you've organized your psyche, even though that's important. The reason that you're sane if you have a well-organized unconscious and ego is because other people can tolerate having you around for reasonably extensive periods of time, and will cuff you across the back of the head every time you do something so stupid that people will dislike you permanently if you continue. And so what people are doing to each other all the time, just non-stop, is broadcasting sanity signals back and forth, right? It's like you smile at people if they're not only behaving properly, but behaving in a way that you would like to see them continue to behave. You frown at them if they're not, you ignore them if they're not, you shun them, you roll your eyes at them, you manifest a disgust face, you don't listen to them, you interrupt them, you won't cooperate with them, you won't compete with them. It's like you're blasting signals at other people about how to regulate their behavior so frequently, well, it just makes up all of your social interaction. That's why we face each other and we have a no face displays on our face. We know as much as we can about what's going on with each other, given that we don't have immediate access to the contents of their consciousness. And so partly what you're doing with your routine is establishing yourself as a credible, reliable, trustworthy, potentially interesting human being who isn't going to do anything too erratic at any moment. And everyone else is around there tapping you into shape, making sure that that's exactly what you are. And that's how you stay sane. And so what happens to people too, if they don't have a routine and they get isolated, is they start to drift. And they drift badly because the world is too complicated for you to keep it organized all by yourself. You just cannot do it. So we outsource the problem of sanity. And it's very intelligent that we outsource the problem of sanity, because sanity is an impossibly complex problem. And so the way that we manage the incredibly complex problem is we have a very large number of brains working simultaneously on the problem all the way.
Do you plan your day much, or your time generally? Does this lead to higher productivity? Yes, I plan my day obsessively. My calendar is always absolutely full, and often weeks in advance. And I plan in the morning, especially when I'm on top of things. And I plan each hour, and I probably plan each minute. And yes, it leads to way higher productivity. You know, you decide what your goals are going to be, you place them in the calendar, use the calendar as your friend, because what you want to do with the calendar is design a day that you want to have, or a day that would be good for you. And a day that would be good for you is one that you're when you end the day, you feel that you've moved yourself ahead towards your valued goals, and that you've kept chaos under control, and that enables you to sleep soundly and with a good conscience, and to know that the next day is going to be at least not worse than that day. Planning is unbelievably useful. You need to figure out what it is that you're aiming at and why, and then you need to figure out how you're going to break that down over the months and the weeks and the days. But I would approach your calendar like it's your best friend. You think, okay, I'm going to design a week, man, that I really want to have, and that means you can schedule in leisure and all the things that you want to do, which you absolutely should do. And it's also quite fun to give yourself minimal time to do something complicated, because it's quite challenging to see if you can do far more than you thought in far less time. And so that's a fun game. And the other thing you can do is, like, if you're avoiding something, you could schedule in 5 minutes of it. Say, well, like, if you're avoiding looking at some bills because you're afraid of them, you know, your first step might be to schedule in 5 minutes where you just look at the bill. You don't do anything else. And, you know, you might be able to entice yourself into doing that. So, but I would say learning to plan is unbelievably useful to scheduling time, because that's your life, you know. But schedule the life you want. That means you have to schedule your responsibilities often, obviously, because responsibilities are those things that ruin your life if you don't fulfill them. You decide you want to clean your room, and it's a hell of a mess, and you're working with the therapist, and you know, he says, look, just open one of the drawers and look at it, because you've been avoiding it for 5 years. Just, that's all you have to do this week. Open it and look at it. And you know, on the one hand, that's so trivial and it's pathetic, but on the other hand, no, it's not. And so often the person will come back and say, well, that I did it, but it was just stupid. It's like, no, it wasn't. Your room isn't clean, but you opened the damn drawer, and now it's time to give yourself a pat on the back.
But to do that, you have to admit, in some sense, you have to admit how pathetic you actually are. You know, you have to admit how pathetic you are before you can reward yourself. And that's okay, because that patheticness, well, it's sort of built in to the fact that you're vulnerable. You know, and you need a small step and you need a reward. That's okay. It's okay that that's the case. You know, when you see people, what they'll do is they'll say, well, that, you know, that's just a good indication of how useless I am. You know, that's all I do. So they punish themselves. Well, then you have an opportunity. You say to them, look, there's two things going on. You can't clean up your room. That's a problem. But you also can't reward yourself properly. So we need to take that apart and fix that so that you can reward yourself properly. And that's also why, you know, when I suggested to people that they clean up the rooms, the reason I did that was because I actually knew how difficult that is. Because to get your room in order, there's no way you can get your surroundings in order without simultaneously getting yourself in order, at least to some degree. And it's for exactly the reasons I just discussed. What you'll find is the reason the mess is there is because of psychological mess. You know, assuming it's not, you didn't just move or something. You know what I mean? There might be obvious situational contributors, but generally speaking, is the mess, the external mess, is absolutely isomorphic with the individual mess. And so it's really powerful to order and beautify something in your immediate environment. It's unbelievably powerful to do that. You learn a tremendous amount. You also may find, for example, maybe your family's dysfunctional. And part of the reason that your room is such a bloody mess is because if you ever took any steps to address it, they would punish you. Because as soon as you start to clean up your room, then you cast a dim light on their mess. And so they see you taking a step forward, they're going to whack you because now you're an ideal that's judging them. So you deal with someone who is in a dysfunctional family and you ask them to do something positive to move forward, and then you watch the resistances that emerge, and you've got a picture of the pathology in the family, and that can help the person to start to sort that through. Because maybe they can say it. And you have to do a lot of negotiating and thinking before this is a possibility. But maybe you say, well, look, you have to have a talk with your mom. You have to say, look, Mom, I'm doing something good here. And your reaction is to punish me. What the hell is up with that? Now, that's a complicated conversation. And maybe you have to start with something even smaller than that. But you get the point. You know, these things aren't simple. They're not simple at all. And luckily, though, they're right in front of you. You can, in fact, do it, and you'll learn a lot from doing it.
If you feel like you're built for more, if you want to grow, if you want to improve, if you want to become a better human, but you don't have people around you that also want to, you're scared that you're going to lose friends. You're scared that you're going to be alone as you start to go out on a journey of self-improvement. How can people find the courage to do that?
Well, one thing they can do is contemplate the consequences of not doing it. You lose friends. Well, you're going to lose the friends who don't want the best for you. Those are the friends you want in 10 years? I mean, you lose friends. Well, maybe you gain new friends. Maybe you gain better friends. Or maybe, miracle of miracles, your friends pick up their mess too and move forward. Maybe not, and I'm not naively optimistic about such things, but you have to contemplate the price you pay for inaction. And this is something I did with my clients all the time. It's like, well, I don't want to change jobs. Well, no wonder. It's like, you have to go put yourself out to be interviewed. You have to send out 500 resumes. You have to be rejected 499 times. You have to polish your interview skills. You have to update your CV, which means you have to take a real look at the inadequacies in your preparation. And maybe you won't find a better job. It's like, no wonder you're afraid of that. Okay, you're in this job you hate, and it's 10 years from now. How does that look? Think about that. You already know you're in a little hell. You know perfectly well it's going to get worse. Which is more frightening? Action or inaction? Well, the thing about inaction is you're blind to it, right? So you can hide from it. Well, that's chapter 3 again. Do not hide things in the fog. Do not make the assumption that inaction has no price. And so then you think, I'm terrified of this, but I'm even more terrified of that. And you know, people have asked me, for example, I suppose why I was willing or am willing to engage in the troublesome process of objecting when I think something isn't going well. Because I'm more afraid of the consequences of inappropriate silence. It's not that I'm brave. It's that I'm more terrified of the alternative. So I don't engage in the alternative. And I don't know, maybe I have a knack for that to some degree. Maybe it's a consequence of clinical training, but you know, I can walk into people's houses and look around and I think, okay, there's something up here. And I mean, people have that ability. You know, I walked into a house once and the dishwasher was in the middle of the kitchen and it was undone and had obviously been there for a couple of weeks, and the fridge had food in it that was no longer food. And the cupboards had unopened wedding gifts in them, like 5 years after the marriage. I thought, there's a lot of things in this household that are being swept under the rug. And that was all laid out in the practical environs. It's like they hadn't negotiated who was responsible for cleaning the fridge. They hadn't even been able to open their wedding gifts. It's like something's rotten deeply. So I could see where that was headed without a tremendous amount of effort on the part of the people, and it didn't work. They were divorced, you know, a couple of years after that in a very ugly manner for very ugly reasons. Well, I knew where that was headed. You know, and under different circumstances, I would have said, what the hell is that box doing there? Oh, you know, it's nothing. Yeah, no, wrong. It's not nothing. That's a little portal to hell. I can see it, and so could you if you look, but you won't. And I mean that literally, because people won't look. They'll walk into a room like that, and they will not look at that thing. Absolutely. And that's because if they look, they'd see. And they don't want to see, and no wonder, but the consequence of blindness is worse. It's worse. I mean, I have this, you know, my family would like some peace, because I seem to be embroiled in one thing after another, and, you know, they have a point, but peace is very hard to obtain. And I can't be blind to what I see in the broader world around me, not if I see it. If I see it, it's like, there it is. I say something.
For better or worse, life is short. How can we add a sense of urgency to it?
Well, I would say by reminding yourself that life is short, that'll add a sense of urgency. By noticing, you know, I calculated, I don't know, when my parents were in their 70s, 60s perhaps, I usually saw them about once every 2 years. We communicate a lot more than that, but we live a long ways apart. So I calculated, you know, well, my dad's probably going to live till his mid-80s or late, you know, somewhere in there. And he's 70, let's say. I'm going to see him 40 more times. It's like, okay, 40 more times. That's urgent. So you better get it right, because you don't have that many opportunities. You know, it's the same when you're formulating relationships in your adolescence, late adolescence, and early adulthood. You don't have that many experiments to run. You know, and you get old a lot faster than you think. So attention is an underrated faculty. It's not the same as thinking. It's watching to see what's there in front of your eyes. and to guide yourself as a consequence of what you perceive. It's the faculty that transforms thought if you let it. So, and your conscience alerts you as well. Tick, tick, tick. You know, you're wasting time. And very few people are happy with that. Some are burdened by it more than others, but virtually no one escapes that voice of conscience. I suppose to some degree that's the willingness not to engage in self-deception. Chapter 3 in Beyond Order is about that. People don't really repress the things they don't want to face, they just fail to unpack them. You know, like maybe you're on YouTube regularly, and every time you shut the computer off, you feel somewhat disgusted. But you don't pay any attention to that for a while, for 2 years. But then you decide you're going to pay attention, and then you find out, well, the reason you're disgusted is because you're wasting your life and you know it. And that disgust is indicating that, but unless you attend to the disgust and unpack it, let it reveal itself as informative, you don't know what the message is. You just have a things I learned from Solzhenitsyn and Frankl was that systems go terribly out of control when people don't stop them when they're going mildly out of control. You know, and you might say, I should just keep my goddamn head down and shut up. It's like, maybe you should. Like, that's not bad advice. You know, you don't want to make unnecessary enemies, and you don't need any more trouble than you need. But you got to ask yourself on a day-to-day basis, what makes you think you're not selling your soul? You know, and there's so much foolishness going on in the mid-level bureaucratic world now. That's where all the tyranny seems to be focused. And the reason that it multiplies is because sensible people say nothing when they should say something. And what's so strange about that is that there are way more sensible people than people who aren't sensible. They're just not as noisy. So let's say something's bugging the hell out of you at work. Well, then you have to prepare to find another job. That's the first thing you have to do. I don't think that you should find another job, but you should prepare to find another job. And if possible, you should prepare to find a better job. Because if you can't tell someone to go to hell, then you can't negotiate with them. And if they've got you over a barrel, then you can't say anything. So you gotta set yourself up so you've got some mobility. And actually, that's a really good principle in your life, period. You should set yourself up so that you have a lateral move at hand. And then you should find out, well, are there things at work that are disturbing my soul? You know, and you find that out. First of all, you ask yourself, okay, I'm disturbed at work. Okay, I'm probably weak and deceitful and useless and lazy. You might as well start with that. And then you talk to some people, like your wife, your friends, your co-workers, and find out, are you stupid, deceitful, and lazy? Or is there something not so good going on at work? And so if you can then eliminate your own personal pathology as a cause of your dissatisfaction, then maybe there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. And maybe you should say something about it before the whole goddamn thing collapses, because that can happen. It can happen in companies a lot faster than people ever think. You know, and you may find that, well, first of all, you may find if you say something, well, first of all, that's an adventure, that's for sure. That's a bloody adventure. And you have to do it carefully. And you have to be prepared for it. But it might be the best thing that ever happened to you. And the other thing is, if you're careful about it, you get your words right. Like, and this is strategic battle, right? It's not something you wander into carelessly. Then you may find that there's lots of people who feel exactly the same way you do, and that you've actually cottoned on to something. You're a canary in a coal mine, and not just some like psychopathic mouthpiece. So you got to ask yourself when you go and do what you do, like, is this making you stronger? Is this making you weaker? And if it's making you weaker, then you got to ask yourself, do you really want to be weaker? Because the weaker you get, the more you're tyrannized. And then worse than that, like the weaker you get, the more bitter you get. And the more you'll work towards terrible things, the more you'll snap at your wife, the more you'll kick your kids, you know. Like, it's no joke to be tyrannized at work. And so I would say you have an ethical responsibility as a citizen to forthrightly confront creeping tyranny no matter where it occurs. And part of what we're learning, I would say, from these stories, if we're learning anything at all, is that if you're aimed at the good, which is a question you really got to ask yourself, you know, if you're genuinely aimed at the good, then take heart, because you're a lot stronger than you think. If you get your words right, you have something to say, there'll be an impact of those words. It might not be the impact that you would choose. But the other thing you got to tell people is, pick your poison. You may be in a situation where you don't have a cakewalk to the Garden of Paradise. You got tyranny or famine. Those are your choices. But you get to pick which one you have. And I would say if you're being oppressed, and I mean in your soul, by what you're required to swallow at work, well, you think you're not paying a price for that? You got no self-respect, and rightly so. But worse than that, you're an agent of your own destruction. You're destroying your own ideal, and you're letting people who are weak and corrupt win. And if you stood up and stood up properly, but you have to put yourself in order to do this, at least to some degree, right? You can't do it casually. You have to do it from some position of preparedness and strength. Then what makes you think you couldn't scare them back into the corners? And that would be a good thing. And, you know, the alternative, personally, is bad because there's a psychological degeneration that goes along with it. I've seen this with many, many of the people that I've worked with who have been tyrannized in the workplace to the absolute detriment of their psychological and physical health, right? To the point of collapse, confronting these crazy, crazy things when they were sensible people. That's a terrible price to pay, man. Like, it's a bad price. And then, if the foolishness isn't dealt with at the local level, when it's still relatively trivial, then it will multiply until it's dealt with at the social level. And we're seeing signs of that already. Problems that aren't solved multiply, and soon people fight. And you know, better to argue than to fight, unless you want to fight. And some people want to fight, and I can understand why, but I wouldn't recommend it, because that doesn't lead good places. It really doesn't lead good places. So I'd say you have a duty. Maybe that's why you stand up. It's because you have a goddamn duty to stand up and just say what you have to say. You don't even have to be trying to make a point exactly or trying to get something done. It's like, this is how it looks to me. That's what that guy at Google did. He wrote this memo, and he said, I talked to him today. He said, well, he went to a diversity training seminar, and he thought, no, I don't agree with that. And so then they asked for feedback. So he wrote this document a month ago. This was written a month ago. Got no real response to it. Well, it bounced around inside Google until a lot of people, got interested in it, and then it escaped into the outside world. But all he was doing was, he was told a bunch of things he didn't think were true. He wrote down a bunch of things he thought were probably true. He launched that out and said, well, I think these things are probably true. It's like, well, probably they're true. Well, so he paid a price for it, but maybe we'll see what sort of price he paid for it. Man, he's going to be a lot tougher in 2 years than he was 2 years ago. So back to the personal. Like, you need to say what you think, because that...
Oh yes, I mean alcohol. Alcohol is a very bad drug for violence. 50% of people who are murdered are drunk. And 50% of the people who murder them are drunk. And that's true for almost every violent crime. In fact, if you eliminated alcohol, you'd eliminate most interpersonal violence.
Look, I find that this is kind of an interesting topic because I think it's interesting that alcohol is legal.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, you know, you do terrible things sometimes.
You probably couldn't have made any a worse drug legal.
Right.
From an epidemiological perspective.
On the other hand, you have marijuana or psilocybin or LSD even, or some of these other drugs, and they make you thirsty, make you laugh, and you wake up feeling fine. I find it really fascinating that alcohol is the illegal one. How did that ever happen or is the legal one? Why does our system
I think
work?
it probably happened because it was so easy to make and it was just everywhere. Right? Because all you really have to do is put barley in water and you get beer. Right? So it was really easy to make, and at least in many societies it's been around for a very long time. And so it became legal just because, well, back in the Middle Ages, people drank alcohol, not water, because all the water was polluted.
Right.
So that's the reason, but it certainly wasn't a consequence of evaluating the drugs by their comparative risk and regulating them and making, you know, the least harmful legal. It wasn't that at all, because alcohol is unbelievably dangerous. I mean, about 10% of people become addicted to it one way or another.
Really?
And far more people than that abuse it. Yes, at least once in their life. Yes. Yeah. It's really bad. I studied alcohol for years. It was my subject of my PhD.
We were interested in what factors made alcoholism hereditary, because it does seem to have a strong hereditary component. And what we basically concluded after doing a tremendous amount of research was that people who are prone to alcoholism, at least one type of person who's prone to one type of alcoholism, got a very, very powerful stimulant effect from the alcohol during the time that their blood alcohol level was ascending in the 10 or 15 minutes after they took a drink, especially if they took a large drink fast or multiple large drinks fast. You can probably tell, by the way, if you're one of these people, if you want to go do this in the bar the next time you go out on an empty stomach, take your pulse, write it down, drink 3 or 4 shots fast, wait 10 minutes, take your pulse again. If it's gone up 10 or 15 beats a minute, look out, because that means alcohol is working as a psychomotor stimulant for you. And we found that for many of these people, that was an opiate effect. What seemed to happen was that when they drank alcohol fast, they produced probably beta endorphin. We're never sure. It can be blocked with naltrexone, which is an opiate antagonist. Anyways, the other characteristic of that pattern of alcohol consumption is that the real kick only occurs when you're on the ascending limb of blood alcohol. So, first of all, your blood alcohol goes up, and then it goes down. And generally, when it goes down, it's not pleasant. That's when you start to feel hungover. And hangover is actually alcohol withdrawal, by the way. So it's like heroin withdrawal, except it's alcohol withdrawal. And it's generally not pleasant for people, so they usually sleep through it, or it puts them to sleep. But if you're one of these people who get a real kick on the ascending limb of the blood alcohol curve, then you can just keep pounding back the alcohol, and it'll keep hitting you and keep you in that position where you're, on the ascending blood alcohol curve. And you can probably tell if you're one of these people if you can't stop once you get started. So if it's like you have 4 drinks quick, and it's like, man, you're gone until the alcohol runs out, until it's 4 in the morning, or until you've spent all your money, or you've been at the last bar in town, or that you're sitting on your friend's bed after everybody's gone home from the party and you're still drinking, you might suspect that you're one of those people. And if you are one of those people, well then, you should watch the hell out, because alcohol is a vicious drug. It gets people in its grasp hard, and it's hard for them to escape once they do.
They don't have a value heart. So Pleasure Island, it's a good example. Those kids that were brought there were lost. So they didn't have anywhere to go. They didn't have an identity. So they default to local pleasure. And that's better than none. Although the problem with local pleasure, well, as the Americans made clear, is that you better look out if you're impulsive, because it's going to kick back on you hard. And the reason is,
you're only considering the immediate time frame. And the problem is that things propagate across all the time frames. And so just because something works really well this second, like pain, for example, doesn't mean that it's a tenable solution to the class of all problems. So usually, often, people pursue local pleasure because that's the best they can imagine. It's the best they've been taught. They don't see another alternative. So it can be ignorance. It can be they don't want to adopt the responsibility, because part of the problem with working at every level of the hierarchy simultaneously is that it's like dancing to a very complex waltz, let's say. You have to be paying attention to a very large number of things simultaneously and doing things right. It requires responsibility. And so, you know, it's a pain. It's a weight. Part of the reason people drink alcohol is to get rid of their responsibility. I mean, that's, you know, you hear people drink because they have problems. It's like, yeah, no. Some people drink because they're anxious. And alcoholics drink because they're in withdrawal. But young people drink because they're sick and tired of being responsible, because it's annoying. It's like, so I'll drink enough, I won't care about the medium to long-term consequences, because alcohol, that's exactly what alcohol does. It doesn't make you ignorant of the medium to long-term consequences, but it makes you not care about them. And partly it's because it dampens anxiety. So it dampens anxiety, leaves your positive emotion circuits intact, so then you can go out there and do stupid, fun things. And that's a party, really. Let's go do stupid, fun things. That's a party. But the medium to long-term consequences are, it's risky. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but it's risky. So, yeah, they don't know better. That's the answer, I would say.
Like, make a plan. I would say do the future authoring program, you know, because it isn't that you're trying to avoid booze exactly. It's that you're trying to restructure your whole life, you know, because if you're a drinker, then all your friends are drinkers, and you're used to drinking in every social situation. The places that you go to socialize are places that you drink. Like, it's really built in as a whole set of habits. And so what you have to do is kind of redesign your life, and you have to think of things. You can't just stop drinking. You have to figure out what you're going to start doing instead of drinking. There's a hole that you have to fill in. And, you know, the future authoring program will also help you figure out what your life could look like in the absence of alcohol, and what kind of hell you could end up in if you keep drinking and it causes all the problems that it can cause. And I think you really need to, you need to think through the hell that can occur, and you have to think through how your life can be valuable without alcohol, so that you can be motivated enough to try to regulate it. And I would also say, if you fail and slip, don't berate yourself and beat yourself up. Just start quitting again, because, you know, if you can cut your alcohol and take down 75%, that's a hell of a lot better than zero. And often people go all or nothing, just like when they're quitting cigarettes. And, you know, they'll quit for one and then have a cigarette and say, oh my God, now I've broken the pack, and then they smoke all the pack. Smoking again, you don't have to do that. You can just decide that you slipped and that you're going to get back on the wagon again. And, you know, it can take a long time, but I do believe that you need a better vision of life, right? You have to find something to do that's better than alcohol. And that might take some real consideration, especially if alcohol is a very potent drug for you. I would also say don't hesitate to try the naltrexone. It's got a pretty decent clinical history, and it's basically harmless.
What's the best way to stop drinking alcohol and start doing my best in my psychology degree? It's affecting my study, but I can do very well if I stop. I'm 26. Well, Paul, what I would say is, I think you should do the future authoring program, and you should really concentrate. There's a section in it that helps you determine what your positive view of your future would be, but another section helps you determine what would happen in your life if your negative habits got out of control. And one of the things that can really help you control your alcohol intake is to really, really think through what you're giving up and where you could be in 5 years if you don't get it under control. And proclivity to alcoholism can be a really vicious thing. You know, lots of people get dragged down into the mud by alcohol, excessive alcohol intake, especially if they're sensitive to the opiate response that alcohol can produce. And you could tell that when you drink, you get alert and let's say more enthusiastic and energetic, and then you don't want to stop drinking. That's definitely a bad sign that you're developing alcoholism. So I would say you need to figure out something that's more important to you than drinking. Think through very hard the negative consequences of continuing it. You're at about the age, 26, where you should stop. I mean, guys who are going to stop generally start to slow down pretty intensely around that age. Also, treating your psychology studying as a full-time job can also be helpful. So, get up at 8 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning and start hitting the books by 9 and put in a 6 to 8 hour day. And then even if you do keep drinking, at least you're moving forward. So that's what I would say about that.
Drinking alcohol kills 3 million people every year, meaning alcohol is the #1 cause of preventable death on this thine earth. Roughly 29% of Americans have had alcohol use disorders at some point in their lives. And strange things happen when you try to stop drinking. So today we are going to explain exactly what happens to your brain and body when you try to quit alcohol. After 6 hours of quitting, you will start to feel unusual things, but this will always correlate with how much alcohol you've been drinking prior to trying to quit. Scientifically and academically, we no longer use the term alcoholic. Let's take it out of the vocab. Instead, what we now say is that people fall on the spectrum of alcohol use disorders, also known as AUDs. For example, you could have a mild alcohol use disorder or a severe one. A series of questions on life experience help academics and medical professionals decide where you fall. For example, trying to cut back and being unable to may infer a mild alcohol use disorder. Continuing to drink, even though it continually causes negative emotions, can infer a moderate alcohol use disorder, whereas consistently drinking and driving constitutes a severe one. There's a lot more detail to it, and we'll put a link in the description below so you can actually take the survey. It could be eye-opening. I think I might have a mild one. It can help you start to understand where you fall, but most of the research that we are going to be talking about today has to do with people who have moderate to severe alcohol use disorders. After 12 to 24 hours is when serious issues can happen. Extreme excitation in the brain from quitting alcohol can lead to delirium tremens, which results in seizures, hallucinations that can last up to 7 days or longer and potentially result in death if not recognized. The rate of mortality from delirium tremens is between 1 to 5%. This is why you or anyone with severe AUD needs to talk to a medical professional before quitting, because there are different drugs, medications, or ways that you might have to wean yourself off the alcohol in order to not die. The reason this can happen is because alcohol changes the way your brain and nervous system work. Alcohol is absorbed in the stomach and small intestine, where it enters the bloodstream and makes its way to your brain. Here, it suppresses excitatory neurons affected by the neurotransmitter glutamate and enhances inhibitory neurons affected by the neurotransmitter GABA. If I ever become a drag queen, I want my name to be Glutamate GABA. Neurologically, you get, in theory, less excitation and more inhibition, which is why you have likely heard that alcohol is a depressant. But the reason you may feel euphoric is because the increased GABA inhibition means information in the brain becomes slower and only the largest signals make it through. This clarifies your thoughts. It can make you feel amazed at your own simple ideas, which can lead to serotonin release. But when you stop drinking, the inhibition from the alcohol stops, and this can lead to the excitatory overload. This is why you might get shakes, seizures, hallucinations, and the tragic delirium tremens that can occur in some people with alcohol use disorders. After 24 to 48 hours of no alcohol, most people start to feel agitated. That surge of serotonin you get from the clear thoughts and the Uninhibited experiences of alcohol are no longer happening in your brain. You start to feel worse because there's actually lower baseline levels of serotonin in your brain when you quit. And some people at this point start to drink again because they want to feel better. But it's important to remember that drinking will never make you feel better in the long run. That's sort of the classic tale with this substance that we all seem to be consuming. 2 to 3 days after quitting, and your brain has increased corticotropin releasing hormone, which can cause an increase in cortisol release, which leads to a lack of appetite, increased anxiety, and focused but stressful energy. All this bad stuff is happening, again, because when you are drinking, you're actually physiologically changing the shape of your brain, and therefore when you stop, it has to cope with a lot of those changes. And to be honest, I don't need any more focused and stressful energy in my life. Animal studies, as well as post-mortem brain scans of people with AUD show that exposure to alcohol alters the expression of genes involved in diverse cellular functions. There are literal changes in mRNA coding in the prefrontal cortex, the NAC, the ventral tegmental area of the brain, and another study found that 163 genes in the superior frontal cortex of your brain were altered in people with AUD. So yes, drinking alcohol literally changes the structure of your brain. 3 days after quitting, and the striatal dopamine transporter binding site in your brain that was decreased while drinking will stay low, and in some cases go even lower than before. This will make it harder for you to feel good.
That hope sign in the background is going to be ironic for this video. I'm actually not sure about the wisdom of filming this or not. Really not sure if it's going to go up online or not. If you're watching this, you obviously know what decision I made. Hello, my beautiful internet friends. Welcome back to Sunday. We're going to talk about something pretty challenging today. A difficult subject for a lot of people. So let me start off by saying, first of all, definitely a trigger warning. If you have any issues with suicide or depression or anything along those lines, that today is not a day to hear about stuff like this or hear someone talk about it, please navigate away. I will put a link to an adorable video of puppies in the description down below that you can watch instead of this video. Secondly, I need you to know that I am okay, that I do have help, and that I'm going to make it. But I wanted to tell you honestly about where I am and about what being suicidal looks like for me. Why? I think it's kind of important to talk about for a couple different reasons. First of all, it helps me. Second of all, it might help you. But lastly, or thirdly, I don't think thirdly is a word. I don't think that being suicidal always looks like what it's portrayed as in the media. I don't personally feel like I fall into the box of what being suicidal looks like, right? And so from the outside, it would be very difficult to recognize. So I wanted to share my experience today, and that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing, and just talking from my perspective. Carrying on. You guys know things have not been super awesome lately. Struggling with staying alive is not a new thing for me. It's been on and off for the last 8 years. I've had significant issues with depression and anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder, and just feeling like there's absolutely no reason to stay on the planet anymore for extended periods of time, but I've always found a way to hold on. I've always found a way to make it through. That feeling has definitely become overwhelming again lately. I think it's probably triggered in part by a lot of setback, but also it seems to be how my brain works sometimes. I haven't yet figured out a way to fix it, if that's even possible. I don't know if it's possible. So the last few weeks have been really dark. It's so weird to sit here and smile at the camera and say that I spend a lot of many days actively trying to distract myself from wanting to quit life. But I do. I also have a really happy life, a very happy marriage, amazing friendships, a great family, and I spend chunks of many days thinking about how I just can't be here anymore. How I would like to slowly erase myself from everything and just disappear permanently. And when I'm around the vast majority of people, I know it doesn't appear that way. I'm engaging, I can carry on conversations, I smile, I laugh, I'm interested in other people's lives sincerely, like that's not a joke, that I'm not faking it. But then there's this like incredible emptiness, and the second that I am not, that the on button in me isn't pressed, I am just dead. inside often. We often hear about like the signs and symptoms of someone dealing with depression or suicide, and they're things like withdrawing from activities that you love and giving away possessions and things like that. Those have never been indications for me, ever. I would say almost the opposite have been indications. I try to get like more involved in things. I try to do more things I like. I try to like, you know, become more engaged. Maybe I pull away from people. But I think I'm a really good example. I didn't think I was gonna get emotional at all in this video. Why it's important to check on your friends who struggle and ask them how they're really doing. Because I think I could fake just about anybody out right now and like always. The other thing about being suicidal that I feel like is not well represented is that it's almost always talked about like feeling worthless. Like your life is so meaningless, or like people don't care about you, or you don't feel loved, or you don't feel like you matter, you feel, you know, worthless. I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way at all, and I'm incredibly lucky and grateful not to. I know that I have a lot of value. I like who I am. I work on becoming a better person every day, but I put a lot of work into myself, and I'm proud of the person that I am. And like I said, I love the people around me, and I know that so many of them genuinely love me. They really care. I have people in my life that would pick up the phone if I ever called and needed them. I don't presently struggle with a lack of feeling loved or like I'm worthy of life. I almost feel the opposite. I feel like I could go through life bringing a lot of value to other people, but always feeling broken, always feeling like this rock in my chest, always feeling like it wasn't enough, and always feeling so very sad at the bottom of all of it. My worry is that it will never change, and what happens in the moments that things get really, really dark. So I almost get tunnel vision. My therapist talks about it like a funnel. You know, if your brain is working well, you're looking through a funnel the right way, you know, where it's like small on one end and then you get to see the bigger picture. When things get dark, which is what I call depression or being suicidal, it's like that funnel is flipped around and you're just looking into like a darker and darker tunnel. In the minutes when things get crazy dark for me, I find it nearly impossible to believe that anything will ever get better, that I will ever feel differently than I feel in that moment, because I have so much experience feeling that way, that I think, you know what, at the end of the day, I'm always gonna be empty. I'm always gonna feel this brokenness, and I don't wanna deal with that forever. And a lot of people have these like visions or fantasies of what would fix the problems in their lives. Like Brian, for instance, really likes fancy cars, like supercars, and if he could have like one or two, and we were financially stable and didn't have to worry about money, and he could just like take care of his supercar and me and the puppies and the kitties, that would be his perfect life. He sees that and he's like, I would be perfectly happy. Now, would there be issues in that life? Of course there would be. But to him, in moments like when he's sad, he's like, I'm sad or upset because of this. This would fix it. I don't have that. I can envision literally the perfect life where I have everything that I've ever wanted, where I can impact people and achieve things and do literally like the biggest things that I could picture, and I could see that happening, and I can't picture it without that feeling. And so I began to question, like, what am I doing here? Do I really want any of this if I'm always going to carry around this darkness and this sense that, like, at the end of the day, everything is meaningless. At the end of the day, I will never feel okay. And that feeling itself is kind of hard to quantify, but it's almost like a physical emptiness in my chest. It's like I'm not really living my life, like I'm not really here. That emptiness, that darkness feels like it's whispering the truth to me that nothing is really worth anything, that nothing really matters, and that it's always gonna hurt. Here's where this video gets a little more uplifting, because it's been dark for a little while now, hasn't it? In those moments, it's not about convincing me that that feeling is wrong, because there's not a lot of great cognitive thinking going on. I have learned that the most important thing in those times is to distract myself. In the past week, for instance, I was kind of spiraling fast. I was at home working by myself, and I got to a weird, dark place mentally, and I was like, you know what? I need to get out of the house. Like, I have to go. I'm gonna go work at a coffee shop. And even though I didn't feel like doing that, even though I didn't want to do that, I literally, like, made myself go through the steps of, like, packing things into my backpack and, like, getting in the car and driving to the coffee shop and sitting there to work. Because I knew that, like, just a change of location might jar me out of that mindset just enough to get me to the end of that day, and things might be better the next day. Other times, it's calling someone just to have a conversation. Maybe not about anything serious. Sometimes it is to have a very serious conversation about what I'm feeling. Sometimes it's taking the dogs outside. Sometimes it's literally anything to, like, just get my mind doing something different to distract myself, because otherwise I will keep spiraling, and that's when things get really dangerous. Something else that I have found is really, really important is to find people who don't overreact when I express how I'm feeling. What I mean by that is it's really important to take people seriously when they say that they're suicidal or they're struggling to stay alive or they're super depressed and don't know what to do. Like, it's important to listen, to be there, and to take those words seriously. But for me, when I've expressed that to people and their reaction is to be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, like what can I do? Or like, we need to get you help, or like, should you go to the hospital? Or like, you know, when they get panicked, when they get emotional over it themselves, or like frantic or frazzled or anything like that, it immediately puts me into the mindset of like, I have to fix this, I have to fix you, I have to help you, so I no longer get the help that I need in that moment, if that makes sense. So I have people in my life now that I can text, like, hey, I really feel like cliff jumping today. That's a joke I have with a lot of my friends. And depending on the wording and the situation and the day, you have every right to feel that way. And instead of like calling the police or like calling me and being like, oh my God, whatever, they might, you know, give me a call to check in or send me a message back being like, hey, I really get it, I understand. Maybe I've been there myself, but don't go cliff jumping, you know? And the reason for that is because we've had conversations where I'm like, hey, I don't need you to panic when I talk about this. Sometimes I just need to talk about it. And so 2 things. If you struggle with these kinds of thoughts and feelings, I would say that it's important to talk to people in your life and then kind of set down guidelines of what you need in those moments. I mean, do you need someone to panic on your behalf? Honestly, does that help you? Because I think it does for some people. Or do you need someone to just be quiet and listen? What helps you? And then communicate that to them in advance so that when you get to those places, they can give you what you need. Because it can be really hard to hear someone say, like, I'm thinking about killing myself. If I heard that from someone who hadn't told me how they wanted me to respond, I would definitely feel lost. I'd try to do like whatever I could, but giving people around you context on what helps is really important. And if you are on the receiving end of that, if you've heard someone say that to you, I think it's important, at least in my personal opinion, this is just my experience, I'm not a professional, to not panic and to not make it about you. It can be extremely affecting to hear someone say that. It can feel like maybe you're not doing enough as a spouse, as a parent, as a friend, but that's not what it's about. I promise you that is not what it is about. It is not a personal failing of yours or of theirs. So listen, ask how you can help, but try your best not to make it about you. Try your best not to completely panic and try your best to be present in that moment, because I think that is really helpful to be on the receiving end of. Final thing, a recent development in my life. My counselor and I were talking about this because I talked to her honestly about what's going on, and she told me that it's important to know about actual resources in your area, like 24 hours. Because what I always had in my head is that like if I ever got to the point where I thought I was actually going to kill myself, that if I called 911, they would immediately like put me in a psych hold for 72 hours, and like that's not something that I want. And so I thought that was like the only option, like either call my counselor if it's work hours and she's gonna answer if the help that I need is beyond talking to a friend, or that I would like go to a hospital and call 911 and need to be like in a psych hospital, right? Like I thought those were the only 2 paths possible, and she was like, no, absolutely not. There are places you can go where there are 24-hour counselors available. So now I have a list of those places in my area. Find what resources there are for you. There's also these cool apps, I'll link one below that I've used, that help you in those moments, help you remember what to do, like what your personal safety plan is, like who you're gonna call when you feel that way, which are really helpful because again, you're not really thinking that straight when your mind gets to that dark place. So that's my experience. It feels very exposing to talk about that, but I also think it's something that needs to be talked about more often, because I have rarely run into someone who will have an honest conversation with me who's reached adulthood who hasn't struggled with thinking about suicide at least one day in their life. It's way more common than we think it is, and it's a serious thing, but you can absolutely find what works for you, find help for it, and find a way through it. I'm in that dark place right now. It's not just because I'm having lots of issues with my life. It's not just because I'm in physical pain. It's because my brain does this anyways, and those issues probably exacerbate it. I need you guys to know that I honestly will be okay. I'm not going anywhere. I know what to do in those dark moments, and I will continue to do that even if in the moment it feels completely futile and helpless and hopeless, because I know that there always is hope, as that sign and this tattoo say. I am not going to give up, and I will continue to put more pieces of help in place if things ever get more serious. And I would encourage you to do the same thing. And just a word of reminder, if you know people who struggle with this sort of thing, check on them. It doesn't always look like what you think it looks like when someone is struggling with suicidal thoughts or deep, dark depression. Sometimes they look incredibly functional. So thanks for listening, guys. I really appreciate it. Let me know your thoughts and your reactions in the comments section down below. I kind of feel like this is insane to say after I've just expressed all that, but please don't worry about me too much. I truly will be alright. You guys are really awesome, and you make such an incredible impact on my life. So thank you for really help me. A huge thank you, as always, goes out to all of my patrons. I appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you. I love you guys. I'm thinking of you, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Haven't heard from the sky or the valley, down the river, high tide flows around it. Through the whispers of pines, I hear them sing. The more you love, the more you live.
disorder was changed a number of times. There were different formulations, but it was all about behavior problems. Since 1980, which is when they first changed the name of the disorder to include the words attention deficit, we've realized that this is not so much a behavior problem, but far more a problem with the brain's its executive functions. And we've also learned that there are many people who have ADHD who have never had any significant behavior problems. And that even for those who have, that's usually the least of it. It's the attention problem that really makes more trouble for people, particularly as they get a little bit older and being able to manage themselves. One thing that's important to be clear about from the very beginning is that ADHD has nothing to do with how smart a person is. There's some people who have this who are like super smart. Others high average, middle average, low average, slow. I treat people for this who are like university professors, doctors, lawyers, and big shots in business. A lot of people who are regular folks. Some people have trouble doing the basics. You can be anything along the IQ spectrum and still have ADHD. It has nothing to do with how smart you are. The other thing to know is that this is a problem, a set of problems, that include a wide range of characteristics. And what I'd like to do today is to describe for you some of the characteristics of what we call ADHD. Give some examples of them. And then talk a little bit about what we know about what can happen in the course of ADHD. One thing that's important is that people, one of the main things that people with ADHD complain about is they have trouble staying tuned. That when they're listening or reading or working on something, they get part of it, but then it sort of drifts off, and it's similar in a way to the problem you have with a cell phone, where you're in an area where you don't have good reception, you can get part of it, and then the message keeps fading in and out. The other thing is that they often have a problem with being distracted. Like anybody else, they see and hear things that are going on around them. They have thoughts going through their head. But most people, if they have something they've got to focus on, can push that stuff out of the way and focus on what they've got to do. People with AD, it's real hard for them to do that. You know, they'll be sitting in a classroom trying to listen to what's going on, or perhaps they'll be in a meeting, or sitting down trying to read something or write something, and somebody drops a pencil and they have to sort of check and see where did the pencil go. And then they'll be back on task again for a couple of minutes. Then they're thinking about some TV show they saw the night before. And they're back on task again for a minute, and they're thinking about some conversation they had with somebody 2 hours ago. And then they're back on task again for a few minutes. And then they're looking out the window like anybody else will from time to time, but they're likely to sit and watch the squirrel go up the tree a little longer than somebody else, and check the traffic and the cloud formation and so on. Then they're back on task again for a few minutes. And they'll be thinking about what they're going to do when this is over. How soon is this thing going to be over anyhow? I've got things I've got to do. All these things are coming in all at one time. It's almost like you're trying to watch TV and you've got 4 different stations all coming in at the same time, on one channel, and it gets kind of hard to separate the signal from the waves. But the things that puzzle us, that really makes it very difficult for people to understand, is for people who have ADHD, it's like that almost all the time, but not always. Everybody has a few things they can do. No trouble. Let me give you an example. I saw he was the goaltender for his school's ice hockey team. And it just happened that the day his parents brought him in to see me was the day after his team had just won the state championship in ice hockey. So they're bragging a little bit at the beginning about how great he was in the tournament the day before. And apparently he was a very good goalie. They said when he was in the net playing hockey, nothing. He knew where the puck was every second of a fast game, totally on top of it. The kind of goalie every team wants. Smart kid. Tested way high up in the superior range, wanted to get good grades, hoping to go to medical school, but he was always in trouble with his teachers. And what they say to him is, you know, once in a while you'll say something that shows how smart you are. We'll be talking about something, you'll come in with some comment that's really very perceptive, and it's quite impressive. Most of the time, you're out to lunch, you're looking out the window, you're staring at the ceiling, you might be half asleep. Half the time, you don't even know what page we're on. And the question he kept asking him was, if you can pay attention so well when you're playing hockey, how come you can't pay attention when you're sitting in class? Or here's another example. lot of times parents will bring in kids for me to see, and they say, no, the teacher says this kid can't pay attention for more than 5 minutes. We know that's not true. We have watched her play video games. And she can sit and play those video games for 3 hours at a time and not move. That teacher said she's easily distracted. That's nonsense. When she's playing those games, she's locked on that screen like a laser, and the only way you're going to get her is to come at her face and turn off the TV. So games like, you can do it here, why can't you do it there? Now, it's not always sports games. There's some people with ADD, they're not good at that stuff. They might be into art. They're sketching and drawing and really getting it. Somebody else, when they're little, they're creating engineering marvels with Lego blocks. And when they're older, they're taking car engines or designing computer networks. But everybody I've ever seen with ADHD has a few things they can do where they have no trouble. Even though in almost every if you ask them about it, say, what's with this? How come you can do it here, and you can't do it here, here, and here? And what they'll say is, it's easy. If it's something I'm interested in, I can. If not, I can't. And most people hear that and they say, yeah, well, congratulations. That's true for anybody. Anybody's going to pay attention to that for something they're interested in, and for something they're not. But here's the difference. People who don't do that, they've got something they've got to do. They know they've got to do it. It's important. To make themselves pay attention, even if it's pretty boring, just because it's people with ADD to be able to make themselves pay attention. Unless the task is something that's really interesting, not because somebody told them it ought to be interesting, but just because it is interesting to them for whatever reasons. Or if they feel like they have a gun to their head and something very unpleasant is going to be very happening, they don't take care of this right here, right now. Under those two conditions, no problem. Very well. Anything else is really the problem is this is not something that's under control. It makes it look like it's a problem with willpower. You do it here. Why can't you do it here, here, and here? But it's not a problem with willpower. The brain is wired. All the characteristics of the are things everybody has trouble with sometimes. Just people with ADD have a lot more trouble with. So in that sense, ADHD is not an all or nothing deal like pregnancy. Either you are pregnant or you're not pregnant. There's nothing in between. It's more like depression, where everybody gets bummed out once in a while. Because somebody's unhappy for a couple of days doesn't mean we're diagnosed them as clinically depressed. It's only when those depressive symptoms are persistent and pervasive and making a lot of trouble for me, say, yeah, that's a depression. We ought to do something. So all the characteristics of ADHD are problems everybody has sometimes. It's just a lot more difficulty with it more of the time. The problem is it's not something you can do with willpower. Let me tell you about some of the other which we see with what is it? For many, it's difficulty organizing their stuff. Their backpacks, their desks, their notebooks, their filing system, their living space. Bigger mess than most other people most of the time, unless somebody else is helping to take care of it. Their stuff, they have a lot of trouble with their time and their work. And what they'll tell you is if I have a bunch of stuff to do at one time, it's really hard for me to look at it and say, okay, that should be first, that should be second. But even when they get their priorities straight, which often they tend to have a lot of difficulty getting started. Another piece of it, difficult in regulating their sleep, being able to keep up the effort to finish things. Many complain that they have trouble getting to sleep. What they'll tell you is, I often stay up a lot later than I really want to or should, because I've found that when I go to bed before I'm really, really exhausted, I just keep thinking of stuff. And so I stay up eating, watching TV, surfing, whatever, until I'm just exhausted, then I fall asleep. But the problem then is I tend to sleep like a dead person, and I have a hard time resurrecting myself in the morning. And if I don't have somebody around to help me get myself out of bed in the morning, I'm very likely to be late to whatever it is I'm supposed to do, or possibly sleep through the whole thing. Just keep hitting the snooze button or just turn the clock off altogether. During the day, they're usually all right, as long as they're on their feet moving around or talking a lot. If they have to sit still for very long, to listen or to read or do paperwork, that'll start thinking. Another thing that often happens as a problem with people with ADHD is they have trouble staying with a task that they may start it reasonably well, but they have a hard time then keeping up the effort to finish it in a reasonable time. I had a track star from the university, a runner who came into my office one day. My mind's a great sprinter. That's a lousy distance runner. He said, if the task I have to do is something in one quick chunk, you just go all out for it and then you're done with it, I'm fine. But if it's something where you can't do it in one quick chunk, it's a long-term project. Day after day, that I have a more trouble. And my approach is hurry up, slapdash, get the thing done. Just sentences. Everybody has trouble with deadlines sometimes. People with ADD, it's almost like they can't get started until it's becoming an emergency. Another thing that often persons with ADHD have trouble with is writing. I'm not talking about penmanship now. I'm talking about taking ideas and putting them into sentences and paragraphs. Because what people will say is often, I've got a lot of ideas for what I should write for this essay I'm supposed to write or for this term paper. But it just takes me half an hour to be able to get the sentences and paragraphs put together so they make sense. They're changing it or organizing. They have difficulty organizing their thoughts and being able to get the words out in a reasonable way. Another piece of this it's certainly something that a lot of people with ADHD are certainly that many times they have difficulty example because it's not the same thing. A salesman I saw one time came in and he said, you know, I was in the diner yesterday, late afternoon, having lunch. I'm in a pretty good mood, sitting there eating my sandwich. The guy in the booth behind me gets his sandwich. He's chewing to it to the ground. He's going chomp, chomp, chomp. He said there was something about that noise was driving me nuts. It was as though a computer virus had gotten into my head and just gobbled up all the space, and that's all I could think about was that noise. I'm sitting with my fist clenched, seriously thinking about getting up and smacking this guy in the mouth because he's chewing so obnoxiously loud. He said I didn't do it. I didn't want to get arrested. But if I'd been at home, I would have been yelling at somebody. I would have walked out the room. He said that was strange because after a few minutes, he's still making the same noise, but then it didn't bother me anymore. He said stuff like that happens to me a lot. Well, there'll be some little frustration. The kind of thing that most people on a scale of frustration would say, it goes from 0 to 10 and say, that's a 0 or a 1, maybe.
I get this question quite often. I don't want to kill myself, but I don't want to live anymore either. What do I do? It's so difficult to even have this conversation with people that's experiencing this, but I can understand how they feel. At one point in my life, I felt like I just don't want to wake up no more. I don't want to kill myself, but I just don't want to wake up. It's too much pressure every day. It's too difficult. But the way to get over it is to understand that you mean something to this world. Not in this cliche, oh, you just mean something, make sure you just live your life to the fullest. No, in the real sense. It's things that you're going to do that's going to create experiences for others. For example, you can take a Kobe Bryant, for example. He plays basketball and he became good at that particular thing to create experience for me and my father to go watch. Everybody creates the experience for somebody to have a better life in some way, shape, or form. Whether you are a janitor, whether you are a trash collector, whatever you are creating an outlet for somebody else to have a better life. Realize that you are special in some regard. You are special. And you have to live in order to make somebody else's life better. That's what we are put here to do. That's what I believe we are put here to do. To make somebody else's life better. And that's what you should wake up to do every day. Although it get hard, taking ourselves out is selfish. Regardless of how we want to say it, no matter how you want to feel. You can say, well, it gets so hard that, I just don't want to live no more. I just want to go. I don't want to commit suicide, but I just want to go to sleep and not wake up. That's an easier way out. No matter how you feel about me telling you, I'm not the motivational speaker that's just going to say things that make you feel good to just make you take off. It's not that way. I'm going to be honest, completely honest, because I felt that way. And I had to find truth within myself. I had to understand that I'm here for a reason. I had to understand that I'm special in some way, even if I don't understand why I'm special right now. Same way you have to do it. You have to understand that you are special in some way. You may not understand it at this point, but you are. And as you move forward, you'll start seeing things. That's the reason why you go through these highs and lows. You'll start seeing it. You start seeing why are you put here in some regard. Even if you, like I said, you sweeping the floor at a gym so kids can play on it. You cleaning the playground so kids can play on it. You writing this book so people can understand what you've learned. No matter what it is that you're doing, it's in order to make somebody else's life better, I believe. So that's why you have to look at it that way. You have to look at yourself being special. And you have to realize it's not going to be easy. The easy way out is killing ourselves, or the easier way out is wishing that everything was different than what it is. But it's not. So we have to deal with it. We have to take it on the chin. Realize you have been through far worse, and you overcame it to be where you are now. So you have to look at it that way. You must look at it that way. You must understand that you're special. You must understand that you put here.
Do you feel like you don't want to live anymore? I know I've been there in my life where I've been so low that I have asked this question, like, what's the sense of going on? Like, or not even having the energy to go on and just being like, I just don't want to live anymore. And ultimately, this is the state of apathy. And with Suicide Prevention Week being just last week, I thought I'd make a video about how to transcend this state of consciousness. And the state of consciousness is that low energy state where you're saying, I just don't want to live anymore. And I can completely relate to the state of consciousness. And I'm going to tell you how I was able to transcend that. And hopefully, if you're feeling that way, these steps will help you make the change necessary to finally transcend the state of apathy. So what is the state of apathy? Well, it is that low energy state. It's the state of being the victim. Nothing is happening good to you. It's the language you use is like, of course this happens. This is just my luck. This is the kind of things that someone in victim mindset or in the apathy state of consciousness will say often. And if you say these things to yourself enough, then they become beliefs. A belief is just a thought we keep repeating to ourselves. And without the awareness of the thoughts that we're putting into that we're saying to ourselves every single day, they become belief systems. And once they become a belief system, they get tied to emotions, and then they begin to hold us in that state of consciousness. So how do we transcend this? Because Dr. David Hawkins created a scale of consciousness, and at the very lowest of that scale is shame, and then grief, and then apathy. And apathy is at level 50. The state of consciousness that is most powerful, well, not most powerful, but that we're striving to get to if when we're in apathy is we're
At the age of 10, I announced at the Thanksgiving dinner table that I was going to kill myself one day.
I didn't believe that anybody would care if I was gone. I didn't think anybody would even notice.
I remember thinking that my kids would be better off if I wasn't here.
I think I just kind of wanted all the voices in my head to go away.
I was angry and depressed.
Total darkness.
I just felt desperate.
You should just be dead.
You're by yourself.
I was alone.
Nobody loves you.
Came crashing down.
I just wanted a way out.
See the paddle? That's so cool. My name is Jennifer Priest, and I'm 36 years old, and I live in Portland, Oregon. I like to spend my time with my family. I have a 5-year-old son. Edwin is the absolute light of my life. My childhood was not the best childhood, and there were a lot of traumatic things that happened to me when I was young. Nothing really got resolved until after I was 18 and went to college and was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. My longtime boyfriend, I had broken up. He left a note that said, "You would be better off dead."
I could hear was the litany of you'd be better off dead, you should be dead, you should be dead, you should be dead. I took half a bottle of Vicodin and chased it down with alcohol, and I went to sleep.
My name is Nancy Yvonne Williams-Nettles. I guess around 28, I got married and had kids and all that, and then moved to Tennessee, hoping to get back together with my husband, and that didn't work out. It was painful because I truly loved him. I had lost my job. I'd been evicted for the first time. My stuff was laying on the sidewalk. You know, living out your car in a city you don't know with 2 kids, I couldn't see any way out. I could not see any way out. You know, I knew that if I did the right amount of pills and the right amount of alcohol, that would eliminate any chance of me being revived.
How you doing? Good, man. Happy birthday. Thank you. My name is Richard Cole, and I live in upstate New York now on the Vermont border.
You're a good boy. Give me a kiss. You have anxiety. I know. Me too. Me too.
I think about suicide every single day, and have for most of my life. I never thought about what I wanted to be when I grew up. You speak to other 10-year-olds. I want to be a fireman. I want to be a scientist. I want to be a policeman. I don't want to be anything. I'm going to be dead by the time I'm 18 is what I thought. And so I never had dreams. I never had aspirations. I never had goals because I never thought I'd live long enough to fulfill them, so I didn't even think about them. People see all this potential. You're such a talented photographer. You're a talented writer. How come you can't support yourself? And they don't understand that mental illness really holds me back. I remember it was cold because I had this big poofy down coat on. I took a 9mm handgun and shot myself in the chest. I kind of have this vision of me falling to the ground with these bloody feathers. And it was just very peaceful. It just faded away.
My name is Jillian Shee. I'm 23 and I'm a nursing student. I live in Boston with my dog, Ellie. I think I started noticing something along the lines of depression when I was in high school. Excuse me, Ellie. And then once I went to college, I developed an eating disorder. I think it caused me to isolate a lot, and I lost a lot of friends that way. I reconnected with a guy. It was a very rocky relationship, and I'm not even sure the guy that I was with knew what he was doing, but I think we were being intimate, and I wasn't okay with it. He didn't really seem to care, I guess. I think that there was already an idea of suicide in my mind. I took a bus down to a CVS. I looked at the price of all the pills and I thought, well, it's kind of a lot, and then I realized it's not going to matter after I die.
You know, when I first woke up, I felt hazy. I remember getting up and being confused as to what day it was, and then wondering why nobody had come in and found me, because it had been about a day and a half. And so in some ways it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Nobody did notice. And it was at that point that I was like, A, I need to call somebody. And B, I need to get back to the therapist's office because something has gone terribly wrong.
I woke up from the suicide attempt. I was still in a state of shock, and I didn't really realize the magnitude of what I had done. A part of me was kind of like, okay, that happened, I'm gonna go to school the next day. Everything's fine. I feel fine now. Once they took me to their psych unit, I kind of realized that nothing was gonna be normal again.
I think I woke up right as I was getting into the emergency room. The bullet went through my chest cavity without hitting my heart or lungs. Everybody in the hospital All the doctors, all the surgeons, all the nurses, everybody came to visit because there was no medical explanation to explain how it happened. But I wasn't like happy that I lived, kind of just numb and indifferent.
When I woke up, I was so angry. I mean, I was mad. Like, I was really mad at God. I'm trying to alleviate the pain that I was inflicting on my kids by leaving this earth so they wouldn't have to deal with me anymore and deal with the fact that I couldn't take care of them. And I wake up in this hospital alive. I was angry at God. Then I was mad at myself because I can't even get this right.
I'm very lucky I have supportive friends. My family tries to be supportive, but I don't know if they know how, or they have their own issues surrounding me, so it's hard. The suicide attempts in the past, they don't know how to react to that, or they don't know how I'm going to react to things now. So I understand that it's touchy for them. It's hard for them.
Happy birthday to you.
I have severe suicidal ideation, but that is different than being suicidal. But 15, 20 years from now, when I become incontinent or I'm facing dying alone in a nursing home, yeah, I'll take my own life. I will end my life on my own terms, without a doubt. Thank you.
Music is a big part of how I get up every day. It is what runs through my veins. Words are, earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot heal. Earth has no sorrow but heaven can remove. Earth has no sorrow that heaven cannot cure. And because of my own belief, I believe that we do languish. We have wounded hearts. And sometimes we're constantly kneeling and praying, but doesn't mean things are gonna go away. That's what this song, this hymn talks about. I use music all the time. I honestly use it, and I know that it is a healing mechanism. But I also know sometimes it has to be coupled with something else.
It's really fun, huh?
Yeah.
It's fun to make music.
Yeah. I really like it because I have a little shark on the bottom.
It does have a little shark on the bottom. You know, everybody thinks when these famous people kill themselves, oh, how could they do that? They have everything. And they don't realize that it doesn't matter what you have. It's just your brain attacking you.
In our community, in the Black community, that is like, you do not talk about that. Eventually, I realized you got high blood pressure, you're taking high blood pressure medicine. Wait a minute. So you can do that, but because I have a mental illness and I'm on medication, oh no, we don't talk about that. Oh no. You don't want to deal with it, but the reality is, if you don't deal with it, then it's going to get worse, just like cancer.
Want to go for a walk? What I'd like people to know is that you don't know what anyone else is going through. And so if you come across someone that you just say, that person's a little odd, or they seem off, or whatever it is, don't jump all over them. You don't know, they might be having a bad day, they might be on the edge of something horrible. And just a smile from you, or you just listening to them, can make a difference.
He has helped me through a lot of stuff. You're my therapy dog, huh?
I hope that people see that even if treatment can seem like a hurdle and seem to last forever, that it doesn't. I was very into instant gratification, I guess, then, because I wasn't getting anything that I wanted when I wanted it. Like, I wanted to go back to school. I didn't want to be in the hospital. But now that I'm, like, kind of past that, okay, well, maybe there's still a future.
I know that there are lots of people who are survivors of suicide. I think my biggest goal, period, is to make it so that it is a conversation that we can have without it being stigmatized and judged.
How many bananas do you think we need?
3.
3 bananas? You're doing a really good job. I do consider myself a survivor. I attempted suicide. By some miracle, I lived. I tell my story because other people should know that on the other side, things do get better.
Okay. I should be dead. I should be dead. And I'm not. And now I believe I had a purpose.
Got it on.
You got a gold star.
Gold star. You look ready. I would have missed my beautiful son, who is amazing. I would have missed his first steps and his first word that we worked so hard to get. I would have missed him testing for his yellow belt and passing on his first try. There are so many things that I would have missed. To be here for those moments, it feels amazing. And there's nothing I want more in this life.
Anybody fucking listening? Oh, you're there, beautiful. That's good to know. We need a bit of audio though. There's no fucking audio. Now there's audio. Look at that. There's fucking audio everywhere. That's what I'm talking about. Let's watch another video on suicide. Come on. You know you want it. You know you want to look at the dark side of the moon. Oh, I don't want to fucking watch that again. I was there and I fucking took some tablets. Oh my god, today's not the day to be asking for advice on mental health. Let's watch this. This looks fucking interesting and I haven't watched it before. Give it a like purely out of respect. Because the cunt's taken time enough to... Wait, you're silent? Is that what suicide advice is? Silence? Fucking don't think so, motherfucker. I'm gonna turn you up a little bit. Right. Ooh, you are silent. You are silence. We don't want silence, we want audio. Why the fuck is this on? How about we copy your address? Fuck this. Copy video URL, and then we close this, and then we reopen it. I'm such human repellent at the moment, and I can really sense it, and that's fucking okay. I'm alright with it. Why do people commit suicide? Yes, I know. Already clicked, I understand. You seriously gonna be muted? Anybody else? Understanding suicide, what's this shit? Is this another one? Yeah. Are you gonna talk? Nah, they're all fucking silent. Maybe it's a conspiracy theory and they don't want me to fucking talk about it. Because heaven forbid somebody watching might fucking sue me. But I honestly don't think that God gives a fuck about that. Come on. Speak. Yes. I consent. Yes. What in fuck's name is going on? Why is no one audible? I know why.
From your doctor or mental
There we go.
Now, suicide is a difficult topic to talk about, but it's important to understand how someone can get to a point where they feel they have no other options. In today's video, I'm going to be talking about 3 factors that go into why someone would consider suicide.
It's not really what I'm after, but...
Hi everyone. In today's video, we're going to be talking about the difficult topic of suicide. And although it's a difficult thing to talk about, it's important to understand why suicide becomes a tangible option for people and what can be done to help. But before I get into that, just a couple of disclaimers to go over. I'm a registered psychologist in the province of British Columbia, Canada. And this video is for informational purposes only. It is not intended as a substitute or replacement for advice from your doctor or mental health professional. Now, with those things out of the way, let's start talking about suicide. Now, the thing is, suicide rates can differ by country, but here where I am in Canada, 11 people die every day by suicide. It's the leading cause of death among people 15 to 34, and it can have a profound impact on the loved ones of those left behind. There's very few places in the world where suicide isn't a tragic problem. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of misunderstanding about suicide, a lot of myths that people have and often hold about suicide. So, seeing it as a choice or a sign of the person being selfish or a sign of weakness. Myths that people who are suicidal want to die, or perceiving suicidal ideation or thinking about suicide as just attention-seeking behavior by emotionally dysregulated teenagers. Now, I'm not going to get into debating the morality or religious judgments of suicide. That's not the purpose of this video. This video is about understanding a model to help explain how a person can get to the point that they view ending their life is a tangible option. Now, there's lots of models and theories to explain suicide, but I'm going to be talking about one that I like in particular, and it refers to the 3 I's of suicide. So that the idea of this model is that suicide becomes a legitimate option when a person views their situation and their suffering as intolerable, inescapable, and interminable. And I'm going to talk about what each of these mean in turn. So, the notion of intolerable or intolerability, the person views their pain and suffering as severe and awful. They can't tolerate it, they can't bear it, and it makes life absolutely terrible and excruciating. This can be emotional pain, grief, despair, and or physical pain and suffering. Now, the person feels that they are suffering, and their suffering is such intensity and severity that they just want it to stop. Now, inescapable, what this means is that the person can't see any way out of the situation or the pain that they're in. Now, this could be due to a chronic medical condition that's deteriorating and won't get better. It could be emotional suffering that a person feels has engulfed their life and that they will never be able to get away from. And finally, interminable. The person can't see an end to their pain and suffering. That their pain and suffering is going to go on forever, and there will never be any relief from it. The suffering and pain is infinite, and it's never going to stop. So, for people who are thinking about suicide, they're experiencing pain and suffering that they view as excruciating and intolerable, that they can never escape from, and that is never going to end. So, with this understanding, it becomes a little bit easier to understand why someone would consider suicide. The 3 I's, these 3 I's, that pain's intolerable, inescapable, and interminable, this can lead to feelings of helplessness and hopelessness, which are some of the strongest predictors of suicide. So see, the thing is, it's not really a choice, because the person who's considering suicide can see no other choices, no other valid options. I can continue to live with this torturous, horrible, never-ending pain and suffering that I'll never be able to get away from. That that doesn't seem like very much of an option. So suicide becomes what seems to be the only option left. There's no other tangible option for a person who's experiencing these suicidal thoughts. So when I'm working with someone who's having suicidal thoughts, the key is that I don't need to help them change all of these thoughts. I don't need to change all of the I's. I just need to help them change just one of the I's. So if I can get them to recognize that their pain isn't actually intolerable, that there are times when it got better and wasn't as severe as it is right now. If I can get them to see that their pain can fluctuate and at times it's not excruciating and they are able to tolerate it better, that can be a significant shift. If I can get them to see that their pain and suffering is not necessarily as inescapable, that there are things that they may be able to do to make the pain and suffering even just a little bit better. There are things that they may be able to do to change their situation and get away from their pain. That can give them a sense of hope. If I can help the person recognize that maybe their pain and suffering is context and situation dependent, and that it's not always going to be this way. One of the things I often share with my clients and remind my clients of is that all emotional states are transient. And so maybe they just need to get through this time, this difficult time, and things will get better. Because that's typically what happens with emotions. They fluctuate, they come and they go. So by changing just one of these three I's, suicide becomes less of a necessary option. Yes, the pain is inescapable and it's never going to end, but I can tolerate it. Maybe the pain and suffering is horrible and there's nothing I can do to escape it, but this is time limited and it's going to come to an end. Maybe I see this pain is awful and it's never going to end as long as I'm in this situation, but there may be things that I can do to get out of this situation. So see, just by changing one of those I's, it can have a huge impact and a huge effect on the whole situation by just giving the person a bit of hope that maybe things can get better. So if you're thinking about suicide, I strongly encourage you to reach out for help. In Canada, you can contact the Canada Suicide Prevention Service. If you're in the United States, you can reach out to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. If you don't live in North America, what I encourage you to do is Google Suicide Prevention Hotline and your country's name, and you'll find information about resources and helplines that you can contact. I know it can be difficult to believe that if you're in such distress that you're thinking about suicide. I know this can be difficult to believe, but help is available and things can get better. So please, please reach out for help if you're having any of these types of thoughts. So that's it for today's video. I know it's a bit of a heavier topic, but I think it's a really important topic. I'd love to hear your thoughts or questions about this, so please leave me some comments in the comments section down below. If you've been enjoying my videos and would like to see more, please hit that subscribe button and notification bell, and you'll be alerted every week when I post a new video. So that's all for today's video. As always, thank you for making it all the way to the end of this video, and I will see you in the next one.
If you're suffering, you are obligated, in a sense, to to hold on to whatever rope someone throws you. Life can be meaningful enough to justify its suffering. You can tyrannize yourself into doing things, but I wouldn't recommend it. What I would recommend instead is that you ask yourself what you're willing to do. It's a really effective technique. It's like a meditative technique. That's when life is worthwhile. I don't know exactly what's going to help you, but don't arbitrarily throw out any possibilities because you might not have that luxury. Antidepressants help a lot of people, and there are technical reasons why that's the case. If you're offered a gift by your society and it works, try it. I don't care what your presuppositions are. The time you see people who are suffering with depression, for example, there's a multitude of reasons, but I'll take one common reason. You could think about it as associated with the story of Peter Pan. Now, Peter Pan is someone who won't grow up, right? Now, the problem with Peter Pan is he gets to be king, but it's king of Neverland. Neverland doesn't exist. So being king of nothing isn't that helpful. Well, one of the things that you often see with people who suffer from depression, and I'm not making a blanket statement about the cause of depression because there's lots of them, is that people who don't have enough order in their life tend to get overwhelmed. So, for example, if someone comes into me to see me and they say they're depressed, I always ask them a very standard set of questions. Do you have a job? If you don't have a job, you're really in trouble in our society. First of all, your biological rhythms tend to go off the rails right away because there's no reason to go to bed at any particular time and there's no reason to get up. And for many people, if they don't get up at the same time, they foul up the functioning of their circadian rhythms, and that's enough to make them depressed right off the bat, especially if they start napping during the afternoon. They also don't have a purpose. People aren't good without a purpose, and this isn't hypothesizing. We absolutely understand the circuitry that underlies positive emotion. When you're attending to something you're interested in and you're engaged in it, that's when you're alive. That's when life is worthwhile. It's so worthwhile that in those moments you don't even ask the question about it. The question itself goes away because the meaning that you're united with is so powerful that it can push back the adversity that would otherwise characterize life. Nietzsche said, the person who has a why can bear any how. We know how it works. Almost all the positive emotion that any of you are likely to experience in your life will not be a consequence of attaining things. It will be a consequence of seeing that things are working as you proceed towards a goal you value. That's completely different. And you need to know this because people are often stunned, for example. They finish their PhD thesis and their presupposition is that they're going to be elated for a month. And often instead, they're actually depressed. And they think, what the hell, I've been working on this for 7 years and I handed it in and what do I do now? And that's what depresses them, right? It's the what do I do now? Well, they're fine if they enjoyed it pursuing the thing. As long as it was working out, they get a lot of enthusiasm and excitement out of that because that's how our nervous systems work. Most of your positive emotion is goal pursuit emotion. If you take drugs like cocaine or amphetamine, the reason they're enjoyable is because they turn on the systems that help you pursue goals. That's why people like them. So if you don't have a job, you got no structure, that's not good. Plus, you tend not to have a point. So you're overwhelmed by chaotic lack of structure and you don't have any positive emotion. Assuming you want to get better, there's usually something you can figure out that would constitute a step towards some sort of concrete goal. And my presumption, it's a behavioral presumption fundamentally, is that small accruing gains that repeat are unbelievably powerful. You can tyrannize yourself into doing things, but I wouldn't recommend it. What I would recommend instead is that you ask yourself what you're willing to do. It's a really effective technique. It's like a meditative technique. So, for example, you can get up in the morning and you can think, well, I'd like to have a good day today, so I'd like to go to bed tonight without feeling guilty because I, didn't do some things I said I was going to do, and I'd like to have kind of an interesting day. So you've got to fulfill my responsibilities, and I want to, enjoy the day. Then you can ask yourself, well, what would I have to do in order for that to happen that I would do? And the probability, if you practice this for 3 or 4 days, is your brain will just tell you, it'll say, well, you know, there's that piece of homework that you haven't done for like 3 weeks, you should knock that sucker off because it would only take you 10 minutes and you've been avoiding it and torturing yourself to death for 72 hours straight. And say, well, let's figure out what your aims are. You've got to have some aims, whatever they are. And they might say, well, I'm so depressed I don't have any aims. And then I say, well, pick the least objectionable of the aims and act it out for a while and see what happens. Because sometimes your emotional systems are so fouled up that you have to pretend, you have to act the thing out before you can start to believe it. Life can be meaningful enough to justify its suffering. God, that's such a good idea. Because it's not optimistic exactly. You know, some people will tell you, well, you can be happy. It's like, those people are idiots. I'm telling you, they're idiots. There's going to be things that come along that flatten you so hard you won't believe it. And you're not happy then. And so if life is to be happy, well, in those situations, what are you doing? Why even live? But life isn't to be happy. If you're happy, you're bloody fortunate, and you should enjoy it. You should, because it's the grace of God, so to speak. People know when they're doing something meaningful. They can tell. So why the hell don't they do meaningful things all the time? It seems obvious. You could do it. I mean, it's hard, you know, because other people want you to do other things, and it's a struggle, but everything's a struggle. Oh, I get it. I see why. It took me about 10 years to figure this out. People have a choice. Choice number 1. Nothing you do means anything. Well, that's kind of a drag, right? It's meaninglessness of life and all that, existential angst. You know, that's kind of a pain. But the upside of nothing that you do is meaningful is you don't have to do anything. You've got no responsibility. Now, you have to suffer because things are meaningless, but that's a small price to pay. The alternative is everything you do matters. Really. If you make a mistake, it's a real mistake. If you betray someone, you tilt the world a little more sharply towards evil rather than good. It matters what you do. Well, if you buy that, then you can have a meaningful life. But there's no mucking around. It means responsibility. It means that the decisions you make are important. It means that when you do something wrong, it's wrong. Well, do you want that? You know, if you take people, then you expose them voluntarily to things that they are avoiding and are afraid of, you know, that they know they need to overcome in order to meet their goals, their self-defined goals. If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, what would you be like? Well, you know, there are remarkable people who come into the world from time to time, and there are people who do find out over decades-long periods what they could be like if they were who they were, if they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. Probably running at about 51% of our capacity. Something, I mean, you can think about this yourselves. I often ask undergraduates how many hours a day you waste or how many hours a week you waste. And the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. You know, inefficient studying, watching things on YouTube that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. You know, you think, well, that's 25 hours a week. It's 100 hours a month. That's 2.5 full work weeks. It's half a year of work weeks per year. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, well, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you? You'd be who knows how much more efficient. 10 times more efficient. 20 times more efficient. That's the Pareto distribution. You have no idea how efficient people get. It's off the charts. It's not so obvious to me that people would take the meaningful path. Now, when you say, well, nihilists suffer dreadfully because there's no meaning in their life and they still suffer, yeah, but the advantage is they have no responsibility. So that's the payoff, and I actually think that's the motivation. Say, well, I can't help being nihilistic. All my belief systems have collapsed. It's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe you've just allowed them to collapse because it's a hell of a lot easier than acting them out. And the price you pay is some meaningless suffering, but you can always whine about that and people will feel sorry for you. If you live a pathological life, you pathologize your society. And if enough people do that, then it's hell. Really, really. You're asked to outline the place you'd like to end up, which is your desired future, and also the place that you could end up if you let everything fall apart, is so that your anxiety chases you and your approach systems pull you forward. You're maximally motivated then. And it's important because otherwise you can be afraid of pursuing the things that you want to pursue, right? And that's very common. And so then the fear inhibits you as the promise pulls you forward, but it makes you weak because you're afraid. You want to get your fear behind you, pushing you. And so what you want to be is more afraid of not pursuing your goals than you are of pursuing them. Putting yourself in a challenging mind frame is much easier on you psychophysiologically because you don't go into the generalized stress response to the same degree. And you're activating your exploratory and seeking systems, which are dopaminergically mediated and that involve positive emotion. So if you can face something voluntarily rather than having it chase you, it's way better for you psychophysiologically. So that's partly why, well, it's worthwhile to go find the dragon in its lair instead of waiting for it to come and eat you. So, and especially when you also add the idea that if you go find the dragon in its lair, you might find it when it's a baby instead of a full-fledged bloody monster that is definitely going to take you down. Don't avoid small problems that you know are there. Face them, because they'll grow into big problems all by themselves. And you can think about, imagine the tax department sends you a notification. You owe them like $300. Well, it's you know, that's annoying. Maybe you don't even want to open the letter. Or maybe if you do, you just put it on the shelf. But that damn thing doesn't just sit there like a piece of paper on the shelf, right? You ignore that for 5 or 6 years, it's going to become attached to all sorts of horrible things. And if you ignore it long enough, you get the idea. It's going to turn into something that is completely unlike the little piece of paper that it's written on. And
I wanted to share this thought process because I really feel like I'm the same. I remember as a kid having really dark thoughts quite often, actually, but I knew as a kid that I was never going to kill myself. My reasoning at that time was, well, hey, you're a teen. Wait until you live the best years of your life. See what life could be. You know, you owe it to yourself to get to that point and try to be free and happy and the person you want to be, whatever happiness is for me, which I still don't know yet. I mean, it doesn't have to be a fixed definition. I feel like I'm still somewhat in that state. I don't get these downs as often, which is great. I am happier than I'm happiest. I'm the happiest I've ever been. But all my life up until now, or even now, I'm not saying I always think like this, but I've had very low moments where all I'm hearing in my head is, wait until, before you go. You know, wait until you've experienced this. Wait until you've seen that. Wait until you've felt happiness.
Don't join the
until
fucking
you-
police force, whatever you do.
You decide if
Fucking
you
waste of
want
time.
to go. But it's experiencing all of these crazy emotions and stories and people and conversations that make us want to stay. Does that make sense? I guess my point, or my pep talk to myself, is don't let these thoughts guide your actions and your self-image, self-identity. You know, don't let these thoughts define you. Like, I am not a negative person. I am not a pessimist person.
Could be.
I feel like I'm a social, friendly, fun person, attentive, caring, accepting, open person that sometimes just goes through these dark tunnels. And that's okay. We all go through them. Some are darker, deeper than others, but we all experience this, and it's through us, through Keep On Living, that we want to keep on living.
Yep.
You know, like it's by just taking it one day at a time and forcing ourselves to go out, do that activity, meet that friend, go to your shift, work that day, read that book. It's by forcing ourselves to do every little thing that makes us experience the emotions and the connections that will make us want to stay in this world.
I agree, but it's not fucking easy, mate.
So just do it, you know? Just keep breathing, keep crying, laughing, smiling.
Keep drinking, maybe.
Anything.
Mhm.
Anything. Keep living.
Yeah, yeah. That's right, girl. Nice work. Whoops.
You're not getting a very deep breath. So in meditating and learning to breathe from your diaphragm, and learning to consciously calm yourself down, meaning you're lowering your heart rate, you're breathing much more deeply from the diaphragm, getting the blood reallocated to the parts of the brain that are actually useful. That meditating was my first step into that.
And then what? I'm still
When
sick?
there are really hard times, there are so many tools that you can use to help yourself in those times, and it does get better and easier as life goes on, and you start to get to know yourself more, and what will trigger certain instances of anxiety, and where you feel comfortable and safe. So I would just say, don't ever feel like you're a weirdo for it, because we're all weirdos.
You're not getting a very deep breath. So in meditating and learning to breathe from your diaphragm, and learning to consciously calm yourself down, meaning you're lowering your heart rate, you're breathing much more deeply from the diaphragm, getting the blood reallocated to the parts of the brain that are actually useful. That meditating was my first step into that.
Feeling used, but I'm still missing you, and I can't see the
Hey, what's up, sinners? It's Fernie back with another video. I'm in my room, blinds are shut, doors are locked, just doing emo kid shit. This video is about things that emo kids say. Things emo kids say. Because I know y'all a bunch of emos out there. I know y'all emos. Even if you are like, oh, I was a former emo, y'all still got the emo inside you, okay? It's like a disease that just never leaves. Oh my god, Pierce the Veil, they saved my life. Do you guys want to go to the mall? I could literally spend all day at Hot Topic. I heard they have a sale. It's like buy one, get one, 50% off on all band tees, and I am living for that. Pierce the Veil or sleep.
What the hell, guys? If you are here to hurt me, then please make a sound and let me know. What the hell? Yo, what's going on, Jesters? Welcome back to another video. Tonight, I'm going to be doing another 3 AM challenge. You guys know the routine. Tonight, I'm going to be trying to summon a spirit in my own room. So as you guys can see, I'm in my room for today's challenge. I'm going to be trying to summon one. Hopefully, nothing too crazy goes down. I am doing this at 3 AM, and you guys know 3 AM is a devil's hour. And the reason why we do this at 3 AM is because that is when possessed demons, like witches, goblins, and all sorts of crazy stuff happens at 3 AM and 3 AM only. So that is why we are doing this tonight. Now I'm hoping it will be successful. I've been searching up a couple rituals that you have to do in order to summon a spirit or a demon. And guys, tonight I did the most revolutionary thing ever. I slept and I woke up at 3 AM. God, I feel so good, but I'm still like kind of in that phase where I'm like, little bit tired because I just got up. But guys, wow, I haven't done this. You would think after a month and a half of like barely getting any sleep, I would have thought of sleeping until 3 and waking up and then filming at 3 instead of just staying up the entire night. But whatever, guys, you know what, things happen. I am up and I am very ready to do this challenge, except for one thing. It is 3 AM, I am in my room, I am in my house, meaning I should probably be a little bit more quiet. But after that, if you're new to my channel, you're watching this video and you guys have not yet subscribed, join the Jesters, press that subscribe button. I upload bangers every single day at 4 PM Eastern Standard Time. And if most of you guys didn't know, I'm also doing a giveaway, and if you guys haven't entered, you guys should probably enter, because I am giving away a camera, a PS4, and an Amazon gift card. The link for that is in the description box down below. All you have to do is follow what it says, and you guys will be entered for a chance to win. And as I said in the previous video, I am starting to do Instagram shoutouts. So you guys, if you want to be on my Instagram channel, go to my Instagram right here. Go follow me, like my pictures, and spam comment on my most recent picture for your chance to be on the next social media shit. I am not going to be like any are lit, as you can see. So I'm going to close the light and let's start doing this. Oh, these are hot. Okay. I'm freaking out. Okay. Spirits of the past, move along us. Be guided by the light of this world and visit upon us. We bring you gifts from life into death. Be guided by the light of the world and visit upon us. If you are here with me, make a noise or something to show that you are here, that your presence is with me. Guys, I guess that one didn't work, so I'm gonna do it again, and hopefully this time it works. Maybe I have to say it faster. Spirits of the past, move along us. Be guided by the light of this world and visit upon us. We bring you gifts from life into death. Be guided by the light of this world and visit upon us. Guys, I kind of have the goosebumps, like, it just got really cold. Okay. If there's anything in this room with me right now, please make a sort of noise or knock or something to prove it to me that you are here within. Yo, did you guys hear that? I need to remain calm. Okay. I'll ask you questions, okay? Whatever is in here with her. If you are friendly, knock once. If you aren't friendly, knock twice. If you are a friendly spirit, knock once. If you aren't friendly, knock twice. Oh my god, I knocked twice. No. Okay, calm. Whatever is in this room with me, are you a spirit or a demon? What the heck? Yo guys, frick that. Okay. I'm gonna come closer. I don't wanna mess around. Yo, I'm freaking shaking, guys. Okay. Put this down for a second. Oh, okay. Something is in here, guys. Something is definitely in here. But what the hell? Guys. The candle just broke. What the heck just happened?
Because it's too fucking hot,
Yo,
you
guys.
moron.
The candle literally just snapped. Frick, it's hot. Oh my god, guys, look at this. Holy crap. I know it's about to freak out, but guys, I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Okay, that one's done. It's pretty clear that he does not want to be here. Wow, he freaking cracked my candle, guys. Like, what the hell? Look. What the frick just happened? Yo, guys, I'm freaking out. And I keep hearing these noises, like, right outside my door. So I'm gonna go quickly check. Frick sakes. Okay, guys. Wow. Okay. So it was just my cat outside my room, thankfully.
Yeah. Of course it
I
was.
turned the light back on just so you guys have a better idea what's going on. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but my freaking candle exploded. Like, it just exploded. There's pieces right here. It's kind of really hot still. I don't understand how that even happened. But
Because the
very,
fucking
very
fire
weirdly,
was on,
right
you
after I asked
fuckwit.
if it was a spirit or a demon or something. Anyways, I'm gonna close the lights again and I'm gonna ask him another question, and hopefully, guys, things work out.
What
Okay,
do you
let's
want
do
him
this.
to do? Dipshit.
Whatever spirit is in this room with me, if you are here to hurt me, then please make a sound and let me know. What the hell? Yo, guys.
Boring.
Can't see anything.
Usual fucking aloofness.
Yo. Guys, did you see that?
What?
The frick? Oh my. Spirit is in this room with me. If you are here to hurt me, then please make a sound and let me know. What the hell? Yo, guys. I'm gonna ask him, I think, maybe one more. You see that? What the frick? Yo. Right here. What can I do for you? What the hell, guys? Holy shit. Shaking. It literally just started shaking. Yo, guys, my thing. I'm done. How? Guys, that thing is bolted to the wall and it just started shaking. It literally just started shaking. What can I do for you? What the hell, guys? Yo.
You're a fucking marketing dipshit.
Let's imagine you have a big fight coming up and you want to make sure you win. perhaps the last thing you'd think about is summoning a demon or some kind of spirit to get your victory. Or perhaps you want to ensure a certain person you're attracted to feels the same way about you. Would you consider using magic to guarantee their devotion? The answer is very likely no, for the fight and for the attraction. But some people have tried this, and their term for the summoning is usually called an evocation. Such practices were, of course,
see if I can get him to basically possess my mind and body. Use me as a host to help you relax and experience ASMR, maybe fall asleep. What do you think? What's that say?
Hey kids.
Hey kids, you sound like a fucking pedophile.
Just being myself, Johnny.
Hi, Mr. Rogers.
Hey, what's up you guys? It's Brian.
And Johnny.
And today we're doing the Charlie Challenge.
I must say, I'm really not excited for this.
This, I gotta be honest with you guys, this challenge sounds fucking stupid.
It looks stupid.
It sounds stupid. It just is stupid. You literally take two fucking pencils and communicate with a Mexican demon named Charlie. That's what you do.
His name's from Mexico?
Pencil moved.
Mexican?
Yeah, apparently the story is that he was a Mexican drug dealer from the 1800s and he got shot by a cowboy named Bill and became a demon. And now he talks to you with pencils.
Well, pretty much what you're going to do is you're going to put the pencils on the paper and then like you're going to try to talk to this Charlie dude. So.
Yeah, okay, so
Charlie,
you see this, there's
Charlie.
like X's. Okay, yeah, you have X's on here. Yes, no, yes, no. And yeah, and then you put the pencils on it, you make a cross. And yeah, and we're gonna see if we talk to Charlie.
Okay. Do you want to do it now?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
Oh, we have to like line it all up, I guess.
Yeah, you just go get
Do you want to get the camera?
You just get the camera, Johnny.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. I am ready to talk to a demon. Besides Johnny.
Yeah.
Hope it was in focus.
Talk to Johnny every
Yeah,
day.
Johnny bloody yeah. Where's self-care? I need that
Okay.
before Johnny summons a fucking demon from Mexico.
Okay.
Are you scared?
I'm getting rid
yeah,
of that shit.
This is terrifying. Paper and pencil.
Oh, if I could only get the damn pencil to bounce.
24 charges, get that shit
be
and
the
get it
pencil
in the
bouncing
face. And I'm gonna keep him.
Oh.
How hard is it to bounce a
Oh
pencil?
my fucking god, seriously? Like, come on.
this the challenge?
Oh, it balanced. The pencil
It's
balancing
balanced. Oh,
challenge.
Why does it need a balance?
Balanced. Oh my god.
Wait, is this even the right? Yeah. I think we're supposed to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
Seriously.
Okay. All right. We're almost balanced, and.
Fucking hell.
Oh, it's I was doing it wrong. It go like this.
Jesus.
I don't fucking know.
Wow. Okay.
All right. We excuse the interruption. So is Charlie's a boy, right?
Possibly.
Would he be mad if I called him Mrs. Charlie?
Yeah.
All right, Mrs. Charlie.
Okay, here you are. I think
I'm
that's
not
right.
taking this seriously at all. Okay, all right, let's do it, Johnny.
Let's do it, Johnny.
Here we go. Charlie. Oh shit, the paper's done.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to make sure that like we make the connection, you know. We're gonna be one of those missed connections like on Craigslist. Okay.
Good point. Funny. Yep.
Okay. Charlie, is you here?
Are you here is the correct language to use.
It's already on yes.
I guess it's a yes. Wow.
Okay.
Shocker.
I guess he needs a no answer question here. Charlie.
This is so stupid.
God, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yes.
You should line them up so they're on the horizontal.
Charlie, are you a boy?
It's another yes question.
Oh, it is a boy.
Okay, I have a good one. Charlie, I'm just guessing here, but are you a nice guy? Oh my god.
Dude, what the fuck? Are you... It was probably...
It had to be the pencil.
No, it's probably the pencil.
It was the pencil. I'm gonna move it again. That had to be the pencil. That
It's probably because it's balanced
Oh my
and it probably just tilted over
it's
there
moving.
or
The pencil's
something.
moving. Look.
No, it probably just tilted over
If I
there.
touch the pencil, does that break the curse?
I don't know. I don't know the
I don't
words to
actually
this.
think that. Was that the air conditioner?
No, it's probably because like it's leveled, so it just randomly tilted.
If the pencils are haunted, why are they not balanced?
The haunted number 2 pencil.
Damn it. Okay. Charlie.
It worked once, kinda.
If you was here,
Balance.
balance, bitch.
Does it need to be balanced?
Oh fuck.
Why does it need to be balanced?
Okay. Charlie, if you're here, Charlie, do you like dogs? Wow.
Charlie does not like dogs. What?
I'm not taking this seriously.
Well, it's pencil and paper.
I know.
What is there to take serious? What? Ask it something scary, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. It just doesn't feel real. Okay. Charlie. Stupid name. Do you like Johnny?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Dude, it knocked the pencil over.
I don't know if it was trying to get back to me.
You're in trouble.
No, seriously, what the fuck was that?
I don't know. I mean, not my problem. Don't like you.
This is stupid.
Okay, well, let's, okay.
I don't even know, man.
Charlie. You dirty girl.
Oh my god. What?
I'm sorry. Okay. Charlie, do you like Brian?
Does he even know who Brian is?
Alright.
Why do you like Brian? Okay, Charlie, why don't... Wait, I can't answer... Oh, dude, this thing sucks.
Charlie, do you... Have you ever killed someone?
Wait. If it's not moving, does that mean yes?
Charlie, do you want to kill Johnny?
Whoa.
What the fuck? Dude, seriously?
Brian, I don't.
Dude.
I don't
Oh my
really.
God, you actually have like a fucking demon on you, dude. Oh shit.
You're not. Dude, this.
Okay,
Is,
well, okay. Let's make it fair. I don't actually think this is real. So.
What? No.
Do you want to kill both of us? See, I told you it's not real, dude. Oh shit, dude. Oh my god.
Brian, seriously, let's just fucking. How do we
That's
stop
really-
it?
It's like what's weird is it actually like
Moved, like a lot.
it seems to be responding.
Can we just? Should we just end it? Should we just? I don't really want to do it
I don't
anymore.
want to end it.
We have enough for a video. I don't really want to do it
How do
anymore.
we end it?
I don't know. It moved a lot.
Hey guys, we just talked to a demon. Bye. Like I don't know how you fucking end this.
No, I mean like I don't know. It's your video. I'm just saying I don't know if I
mean,
want
I'm
to
not
keep on
talking
doing
about
this.
the video. How do we fucking say bye if there's actually? You want to end it because you're afraid of the demon, right?
Well, yeah, but if you say goodbye, I don't know. Just take the pencils off, right?
You gotta say
Let's
farewell
ask it one
first.
more question,
Why?
just to be safe.
Just to be safe. Whatever,
Should we
fuck
be
it.
scared right now?
Brian? No, fuck this, dude. Fucking.
Fine, let's.
What do we do with it?
I don't know. Let's just.
That's fucking funny. They've
You just
started
tore up the
summoning.
paper. Are you even allowed to do that?
I just did it.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, what do we do?
You should say farewell and you're not allowed to
I
be.
know, I really don't want to sleep with that. I know I got the Ouija board or whatever, but that shit's fake.
Are
I'm
these
like,
pencils haunted now?
I don't know.
Well, let's
Well, dude, I don't want to walk through that bath. Dude, the bathroom's creeping me out.
just like go throw it or something.
Can we just like?
Come on.
We don't want to do this. I don't have the keys. Brian. I really don't. I really don't want to. Dude,
Damn,
I don't want to do this.
Your other kid.
Can you just do it by yourself?
Oh, fuck.
Wasn't even real.
Yeah, so much aloofness from these fucking demons, man.
Dude, I don't have the keys, Brian. Brian.
Oh, excuse me.
Fuck. Oh my god. Dude, this is creepy. I don't like it out here. Brian. Dude, like I really don't like it out here.
Look. Problem solved. Here we go. You ready?
Dude, I don't trust this.
Just film it on the way out.
Why are you... Why?
Bye, Charlie.
Dude, what
Make
the...
sure I don't hit anybody. Ta-da! Film it. Film it.
Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? What the...
क्या आप बुरी आत्मा हो?
ये गेम नहीं खेलना चाहिए।
सॉरी गाइस यार, मुझे नहीं खेलना। मैं मुझे नहीं पता ये पेंसिल क्यों हिल रही है।
हमारे तो खून में ही टाइटेनियम है। आप ऐसा कुछ भी घर पे करने की कोशिश मत कीजिएगा। तो गाइस यार अभी बजे हैं रात के 1:38 और गाइस यार आज की इस वीडियो में हम करने वाले हैं एक घोस्ट चैलेंज। जी हाँ, और गाइस यार वैसे मैं एक साइंस का स्टूडेंट हूँ तो मैं घोस्ट भूत आत्मा, प्रेत आत्मा, इन सब चीज़ों में ज़्यादा बिलीव नहीं करता हूँ। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं मेरा ये भी मानना है कि दुनिया के अंदर बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं, बहुत सारी ऐसी घटनाएं होती है जो कि हम इंसानी दिमाग से परे हैं। यानी कि उन सब चीज़ों को समझना, उनके बारे में रियलिटी का पता लगाना हम सब की पहुँच से बाहर है। जी तो गाइस यार, ये काफ़ी सिंपल सा चैलेंज होता है। इसके अंदर हमें एक पेपर लेना होता है और उस पेपर पे हमें दो चीज़ें लिखनी होती है। एक तरफ हमें लिखना होता है नो और दूसरी तरफ हमें लिखना होता है यस। और ठीक ऐसे ही हमें अपोजिट डायरेक्शन में भी लिखना, इस तरीके से। और उसके बाद हमें सिंपली दो पेंसिल्स लेनी होती, कुछ इस तरीके की, और इन्हें हमें इस पेपर के ऊपर कुछ इस तरीके से रखना होता है। और उसके बाद हमें ये बोलना होता है चार्ली, चार्ली आर यू हियर। तो गाइस, चार्ली एक डीमन का नाम है। चार्ली एक शैतान है, एक आत्मा है जिसे कि हम इस गेम की मदद से कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, ऐसा कहा जाता है। और जितनी भी वीडियोस हैं वो इसी तरह की है। तो चलो भी इस चैलेंज को शुरू करते हैं और देखते हैं कि क्या होता है। चार्ली, चार्ली आर यू हियर। 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 आप ट्राई करो।
चार्ली, चार्ली आर यू हियर।
और
चार्ली, चार्ली आर यू हियर।
तो गाइस यार, जहाँ तक मैंने देखा है, इतना आसान भी नहीं होता है किसी भूत प्रेत या फिर डीमन से कांटेक्ट करना। इसके लिए दिल से और काफ़ी मतलब अंदर से अपन अगर ऐसा बोलते हैं तो मे भी कांटेक्ट हो पाता है। थोड़ा और ट्राई करते हैं। चार्ली, चार्ली आर यू हियर। चार्ली, चार्ली आर यू हियर।
Now what, silly boys? What are you going to do?
ऐसे नहीं जा सकते इस गेम। अरे नहीं, ऐसे नहीं छोड़ सकते। इसके लिए अपने को चार्ली से ही पूछना होता है, जहाँ तक मुझे पता है। और अपने को चार्ली को बाय बोलना होता है और उनसे पूछना होता है कि क्या हम इस गेम को क्विट कर सकते हैं। जब चार्ली का जवाब आता है तो ही हम इसे क्विट कर सकते हैं। तो गाइस यार, मुझे नहीं पता है कि ये पेंसिल किस तरह क्यों हिली या फिर कैसे हिली, बट ये हिली। कुछ और सवाल पूछते हैं, देखते हैं कि क्या ये चीज़ सही में काम करती है या फिर नहीं। फिर से सेट करते हैं। इस बार कोई दूसरा सवाल पूछते हैं। चार्ली, चार्ली क्या आपका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था या फिर आपका किसी ने मर्डर किया था? राइट, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है। एक बार वो कोई और सवाल पूछते हैं। ठीक है, चार्ली, चार्ली क्या आप लोगों को नुकसान पहुंचाते हो? फिर से पूछते हैं, चार्ली चार्ली, क्या आप लोगों को नुकसान पहुंचाते हो? टू गई में चाहिए। ऑलराइट गाइस, इस गेम को यहीं पे ख़त्म करते हैं। चार्ली से पूछते हैं, मैम मुझे नहीं पता ये पेंसिल क्यों हिल रही है, बट साथ दोगे मेरा? चलो तुमसे पूछा था मैंने कि गेम खेले नहीं खेले, तुमने कहा था खेलेंगे। मुझे क्या पता? गहरी सांस लो। बाय। चार्ली चार्ली, क्या आप बुरी आत्मा हो? नहीं। राइट गाइस, तो यार चार्ली बुरी आत्मा तो नहीं है, बट लोग तो बोलते हैं कि चार्ली एक डीमन है और बुरी आत्मा है। लेकिन जब अपन ने पहले पूछा था तो इन्होंने कहा, जो जवाब है वो आया कि हाँ मैं लोगों को नुकसान पहुंचाता हूँ या पहुंचाती हूँ। राइट गाइस, नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता कि ये सब रियल है या फिर फेक, आई डोंट नो, बट सही में डर लग रहा है। चार्ली से बाय बोलते हैं।
So if there's any spirits here in this room with us now, we ask that you please approach Lorraine, come towards the doll, and come and touch her. Come towards her and touch her. She'll light up and make a sound.
The best location I've ever investigated was the True Crime Museum in Hastings. It's a skull that's in there. That this skull belonged to a French, I think it was an 18th century French murderer. And we had our Echovox running, which is like it's an app on a phone, and it chucked out this person's name, the guy, the serial killer, and there's no reason why that name should have come out. And it came out in a French accent as well.
And then it said it again, and then I said, it just said it again, and then it went, oui, so yes, in French.
Literally, from the minute we got there to the minute we started packing up and left, something was going on. It didn't stop. We were all in a one room, probably no bigger than this studio, and we were all separated. We were all standing in different parts of the room, and out of nowhere, I felt as if it was happening, you know, as if somebody was stood right in front of me, something on my chest pushed me backwards towards the wall. I cannot think of any reason why I would have felt something on my chest pushing me backwards into the wall. I took a series of pictures in what I believed to be an empty room, and then when I looked back at those images, there's a clear picture there of something, I can't tell you what it is, and I could not answer why that has appeared on that picture.
you get scared when something happens?
I do.
He does. He never goes first, ever. There was there was an occasion where we did an investigation at the London Tombs. Something happened, we both got scared. He ran off, left no thought for me, you were gone.
Okay, so this is a REM pod. It's emitting an electromagnetic field around this area. So if something approaches and breaks that electromagnetic field, this will make an audible and visual signal.
Now these cause a lot of controversy. So they're commonly known as the Ouija board. We prefer spirit board, but I prefer spirit board because it doesn't sound quite so harsh. Hollywood have hyped these up massively to be something of evil, to be something of opening up gateways to hell and demonic spirits. It's not. It's just another way of communicating with the spirit world, with the paranormal, with spirit energy. We did a spirit board session where I was receiving personal messages from a loved one on that spirit board. As soon as we established that the message coming through was for me and the person that it was, I took my finger off the planchette, you took your finger off the planchette, and everyone else around that board had no connection to me whatsoever. So when I was asking questions and I was getting intelligent responses back, for me, that was a game changer because I knew that I was speaking to my loved one on the other side.
What did that feel like?
I was in tears, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I was absolutely bawling my eyes out because, you know, as much as I say I'm a true believer, when you get something so personal and you feel like you're having a conversation and that person is back in the room again. So yeah, I was quite emotional.
Yeah.
So this is Lorraine. But she's got three faces, so she's got that nice smiley one, she's then got a sleepy one, and then she's got a sad one. We did think that it would be fun if we would put her down with her bonnet off and have her on one of the faces and then ask over the course of the evening if spirit could manipulate her and change her face. But it hasn't happened yet. I think if it did happen, I probably wouldn't use her again, if I'm honest.
I'd be out
I would
there
be
like
really
a shot
scared.
as well, yeah.
We contacted a company who adapted her so that she works as a REM device. So very much like the REM pod, she's got this little box attached to the back. You switch her on, and she's got wires underneath. The idea is that you put her down and you say, if there's any spirits here, go and look over there in the corner. There's a nice dolly over there. Do you want to go and play? So if anything goes near her, because she gives off that electromagnetic field, if anything goes near her, she'll light up and she'll make a noise. And it did happen at the Ragged School. So she was propped up on one of the old style wooden desks. And there was nobody even in the room at the time. We were in a room on the other side of the floor, and all of a sudden we could hear that, and we were going, what's that noise? And it was only when I think you turned around and you went, that's Lorraine, that's the REM doll going off. But she was exactly where we'd left her.
Have you ever been felt like you're mocked for your abilities?
And I've told my colleagues and close friends that we do this, and they have a little bit of a giggle, but they've all said the same thing, and they think we're really brave to spend our nights locked into really dark places, really scary places, and a lot of them have turned around and said they would never do it, not because they don't believe in it, but because they're too scared to witness something or hear something or see something.
We can't prove to you, or we can't try to prove to you, or try to change your opinion if you don't at least give it a shot. But a lot of people are too scared.
no biscuit, no is the sweets. This is only special day in Kim Il Sung's birthday. They give to us gift 1 kilograms biscuit and sweet. So that is special for. When I lived in North Korea, I didn't know too much about the outside countries. We never seen outside countries movie. We only watched North Koreans movie and Kim families documentaries. North Korea is a distribution country, so everyone is a different amount. It's government give to us food. So housewives 300 grams a day, and the student is the same 300 grams, and the high school is 400.
I woke up once and my world was never ever the same. And that's when I realised that I was physically and mentally addicted to it. Oof. Yeah, it was in 1997, and yeah, I met up with someone I knew. I'm not going to say friend, you know, like an associate. A substance that I guess straight away was heroin was put on the foil, and I was shown how to smoke that. It numbed me to the point of I felt totally content. I reckon it's sort of going back to being in the mother's womb, I should think, when nothing bothers you, nothing phases you, nothing worries you, everything is just easy, blissful. You're almost invincible. You start chasing that buzz again, you want that feeling. And I would say that I didn't run out of heroin at all for the first 4 months. And then after about between 4 and 5 months, I woke up once and my world was never ever the same. And that's when I realised that I was physically and mentally addicted to it. From the moment you awake to the moment you go to sleep, you are thinking about scoring your next bit of heroin. You're then also thinking, where is the money coming from after that? I've nicked washing machines that have been outside when you've seen the people get them off the lorries on the little trolleys. I've walked off with one of those before. I've gone in and just grabbed armfuls of designer clothes, designer handbags, anything basically, you know, because I knew different people, fences they're called, they would buy anything that I got, anything at all. I served 9 prison sentences, either for driving while disqualified or for shoplifting. I went through some nasty rattles in there when you're sort of detoxing, because back then they didn't give you anything to help you sort of come off. The most they'd give you was an aspirin, and that's not going to do anything. If you can imagine your intestines and your bones feeling like they are on fire 1 minute and then being frozen the next, you've got horrible sweats, you're being sick, you get diarrhea, you cannot keep still, you've got the twitches, your mind is just trying to switch off, you can't sleep. It's just the worst feeling, the worst experience I've ever gone through. That's when you start thinking, I am not in control of this. And then because I wasn't properly clean when I came out, within an hour, I was taking heroin again. I now weigh anything between 14 to 14 and a half stone. Going back then, my lowest was just under 8 stone, because you don't eat food, you're not staying hydrated. I don't know really how the body functions just running on that. About 2006, I decided that being a heroin addict was always going to be my life. You just go along with it, rather than beating yourself up because you want to get clean and you can't. You sort of throw your hands up, oh well, this is my life, you know, I'll do this and I'll just carry on. In 2008, I was involved in a robbery. I was robbed and I thought I'd been punched 3 times in the back, and I'd been stabbed. I remember laying down in the dirt, and I could taste ash and dirt on my tongue. And out of all the years that had gone past before, when I didn't care, because I mean I've overdosed many times, at that moment something was just in me that this life was so very precious and there was more to life. I was hospitalised for that. It was a hard time, but from that point I never ever have touched any illicit drugs since then. All I can liken it to is if you get a computer and you reset it to factory settings, so you wipe off everything that there is in there and you've got a blank space to work with. That's what it was like for me. You know, I didn't know what tastes I like, I didn't know what smells I liked, I didn't know what I liked, I didn't know what genre of music, I didn't know anything. You are literally reset to factory settings, and that was an incredibly tough time as well. And even now, almost 12 years on, you know, I might get a smell of something or I'll hear a piece of music and it's like it rekindles a memory that had almost been erased. When we haven't got security in our life and we're missing something, anybody could become an addict.
Absolutely.
In September of this year, I will be 12 years clean from heroin.
Good job, mate.
Which is massive because my addiction was 11 years long.
Fuck yeah.
So I've been clean longer now than what I had the addiction.
Well done.
An addiction is a negative. If you say addiction, it's always seen as a negative.
Yeah, well, fucking it is,
Whereas
mate.
on the flip side of that, you can have a passion, which is the same drive. If you say a passion, it becomes a positive. Since
I was
turning my life
passionate
around,
about
I've become a
heroin.
multiply published
Really?
author. I'm a qualified nutritionist. I'm a passionate advocate for animal rights and veganism, and I also joint own an animal sanctuary.
Well done, mate. Actually, that's what I want to do.
I've been one of the lucky ones. I've been through all of that.
Can
abuse my body to such an extent.
Demon become
I'm still here, and I've got
your
no regrets
friend
about what I've done, who I am, what I do now, because.
Well, there's no other way of doing it, really, is there? So that you're dealing with the benefits. Woo-hoo. Don't ignore these demonic signs that someone is in your life is sent by the devil. Here we go. Leon of Judah, which is some religious shit. Testing the creepy AI replica app. Yeah, it's good. I've downloaded it and it knows exactly who you are. The Zoe. David, what you should know before using a Ouija board. Meryl Streep meets Anna Wintour at Vogue. Who gives a fuck what Meryl Streep's doing with her life? You got a friend in me. What is this? Slipknot, the evil, the devil in I. Of course, it's all about narcissism there. VR horror with the boys at 3 AM, which is the devil's hour. The Conjuring. Where are we? The night we talk to demons. Yeah, I don't really buy that shit. Good marketing though. Yep. People who refuse to watch Anime because of the way it looks. Yeah, I'm like that. I'm very much like that. Fish consider humans to be demons for torture and kill them. Yeah, definitely. Oh, would if I was in a fish. Haha, yes, period just came today, so I'm a bit miserable. Well, it looks like we're going to be having our own time together. 10-year-old boy having Hitler as his imaginary friend. No, that's a bit weird. 50 things you didn't know about Satan. That sounds interesting.
In the blue corner is the Being Supreme, the Lord of Love, and the reigning world champion in the infinite battle of good versus evil, the one and only God Almighty. In the red corner is Heaven's outcast, the devil from down below, and the one and only master of deception and father of lies, the Prince of Darkness. That's pretty much how the story goes, or at least that's the tale many people tell. But Satan, he's a complicated entity. There's much more to him than most people know. He's not just a devil with a pitchfork who stands on your shoulder telling you to steal a candy bar. He has a long history and he's gotten up to stuff you wouldn't believe. Today we're going to learn a lot more about this overlord of the underworld. Number 50. Okay, so first you need to know who Satan is. It's a bit more complicated than you think, but we'll try and make this one as short as we can. There's a kind of devil in all the Abrahamic religions, but in Christianity, he plays a bigger role than he does in Judaism or Islam. In all three religions, Satan is there to make people impure, to lure them to the dark side. The Old Testament talks about an entity that is an adversary of God. He's there in the book of Job, making
Invocation, whatever that might be. Real life summoning demon. Geoetic inner preliminary rituals. So look what this shit's about. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Insensam estuda.
Every witch should be knowledgeable in some way of spirit evocation.
Oh, fuck.
In a way, spirit conjuring is one of the oldest forms of magic. And I'm not just talking about the grimoire traditions, I'm also talking about the more primitive forms of summoning spirits and talking to them. It's most definitely been a part of shamanism and pre-Christian cultures throughout the world, the idea of calling forth a spirit and talking to them. There are many different grimoires, many different traditions, and most of them are Christian, especially the ones like the Key of Solomon and the Goetia. All of those systems are things that witches can work with, and they have been worked with by witches. And again, every witch should know a little something about it. I have some books here, so everyone can read up a little bit on the way witches have used spirit conjuration and evocation in their practice. Here is the Grimoire of Lady Sheba, and in it she has two rituals about calling forth spirits. One of them is the Undines, or the Elementals of Water.
Elementals
and
of water.
She recommends going out on a beach, drawing a circle, drawing a triangle in the sand, and drawing this symbol that she provides.
Oh shit,
in the
Vigilant,
sand,
you just heard me swearing and shit.
summoning
I'm having a
these
rough
water
day today.
elementals.
I'm just
she has
fucking
another one
really
that
feeling
is also
awful and
in
evil, and PTSD's taken a really bad
Paul Hudson's
shot, but
Mastering
if you want to
Witchcraft,
play Survivor,
that talks about calling
yeah,
forth
so I'm a
the
little bit
born
embarrassed
god.
about how I'm feeling
So
today.
this is going to be a video
What I want to
all
do
about
is send you a
conjuring
little
spirits, but more specifically from a
cheer
witch's point of view.
for you.
So in my practice,
And because this is my
I'm
favorite,
an expert, but I'm going to share the way that I do it and the way that works for me. So I'll show you some more books that you should look into to learn more about conjuring spirits. This is the Goetia, or the Lesser Key of Solomon. And
Oh, it
it
doesn't
shows, this is one of the most famous books on conjuring
There we
spirits,
go.
and it's a very workable system, but it is very old-fashioned.
No, that's
So,
all good.
in it,
I'm
there
sort
are
of not really into it
plenty
today
of
anyway. You know, when you get older, you start
spirits
getting
or
diminishing
demons,
returns with games.
which, in
That's
the
where I'm
classical
at.
sense of the word
I'm watching a
demon,
video about
doesn't mean
summoning spirits. I need a
Christians
friend,
say it
like a
It
friend
just
where I
means a
can just
powerful
have in this
spirit
room.
that's not a deity or a
I've
god.
been looking at this plastic bottle and I
There's
said,
tons
look,
of
if
them,
anybody
and
wants
all
to be
of
my
them have a
friend,
seal.
how about you move the plastic
So
bottle?
these
So I'm going to try to
seals, in
summon, I'm going to use a
theory,
Ouija board later, which
are
all my
a
friends,
link
including
or a key
you, probably going to say,
that
don't
work
do it.
through our subconscious mind
I
to
really
call
don't
forth a
care
spirit.
anymore. It's like,
There's a circle and a triangle.
anything's
and
better
it's
than
very
being
complex. Some people work
a bit
with
alone,
this,
not on me, like I'm
and
feeling a
they
bit
stick very
alone.
close to the tradition
I want
that
to take this
the
tape
grimoire sets
out
forth, or the
because
other
I want
grimoires. You can bind a
This is-
spirit
this is
to
like
a
a
physical
perfect-
object, or you can trap them in it.
Well, I don't want to trap
And this
spirits.
allows you
I
to
just-
have control over them.
I want to just like have a
This is
friend.
a really expensive, very big
Honorio is a
book,
good friend.
The Cunning Man's Handbook by Jim
Chase me
Baker.
down until I'm
And
dead.
it has a whole section on how the cunning folk would go about
How are you going, mate?
summoning
You
spirits.
doing alright?
And it's almost a simplified version of what all the grimoires provide. And it talks about incenses,
Oh shit, she's right behind
talismans,
me.
links,
Bitch, please.
pentacles, and all the things you need to summon forth spirits. And the cunning folk were not witches, they were Christians.
No, not retrieve. I want to put the fuck. Oh, I wanted to put the tape back in. Bang.
In a way, they believed that their mortal enemies were witches because it was believed that the witches cast curses on people, and the cunning folk worked to remove those curses. Here's another recent book from the 70s, What Witches Do by Stuart Farrer.
So just going to pause the video. I was into witchcraft when I was a kid, well, teenager, and I tried everything from casting a circle and all that shit because I was a bit weird. Did you know that the icon of the witch that we see today for witchcraft, oh sorry, the devil, is based on the Mother Maiden Crone and the Horn God. Ow. So I'm dead. Anyway, I needed to be dead because she's gonna Mori me. She's gonna Mori me. Oh no, no Mori. Yeah, so witchcraft, women in witchcraft and males too. They were against the Church of England, and they used to worship the Mother Maiden Crone, which is the feminine goddess, and the Horned God, which is what Christianity turned into the devil, which is why we have horns on the devil images. Yeah, so Satanism is like linked in with the reputation it received by the Church of England back in the patriarchal days when you couldn't speak your mind. So that's interesting. So when you go to like a romantic love shop, and you want to buy one of those things for Valentine's Day, I love you, my little devil, you'll see they're red with pitchforks and a horn. That comes from the what do you call it? The Mother Maiden Crone analogy or whatever it is. I'll show you a photo of it. It's actually, this is who they were. I know this because I used to be into this, really into this. The Horned God of witchcraft, which, by the way, was just another belief system, no different to the Church of England. Images. Yeah, so this is what he looked like. Does that look similar to something that we get taught in society as being evil? Yeah, so that's what Christianity turned the Horned God into. And of course the other, well, there's other images of him too. He got more malevolent and evil looking as they yeah, anyway, he was basically he was nature based. You'll see him depicted, yeah, you'll see him depicted in computer games like World of Warcraft as half horse and half human because he was into nature. There he is there. Bit of a better photo of him there. He's a bit calmer looking. He's not as sort of seedy looking as before. Painting discovered in the Cabinet de Trosferus at Arleg, France, provides evidence of the first views of the Horned One, the Horned God, depicted as a stag standing upright on hind legs. So, look, it's mythological. He probably didn't even exist, but the point is that, you know, that Church of England turned them into yeah, there he is. Another one. There's all these photos of him. And the other god they believed in. Oh, and that's also why, look at this. Check this out. The satanic. Yes, exactly, the pentagram. If you type in satanic pentagram, it is the Horned God, but it's yeah, see how they depict it? It's awful. It's like there's the horns, the face, and the fucking jowls or whatever he's got. But yeah, absolutely whopping. That's why I'm not a religious person. I think it's fucking silly. That's just me. In fact, today I was having this discussion with myself on the way to the shopping centre, and I was thinking I'm going to buy myself a carton of 4X. Now, I haven't had a proper drink since like February 2018, and I'm just fucking over things at the moment. Really feeling down. To a point where the missus and I are talking about, you know, not splitting, but things are not good. And it's the PTSD, and everything's so HD and fucking hard, and I'm struggling with that. And I thought, actually, is my life better sober or not? And the answer is it's kind of the same. But at least when I was drinking, I enjoyed that kind of a 1,000-mile stare where I didn't give a flying fuck. But there's a real dark side of me that comes out. And I'll start watching things about this shit, you know, Satanism and all that sort of shit. So, like, I'm not a dangerous person, but I'm dangerous to myself, I guess, when I drink. Because one of the reasons suicide is so common in men is usually they get drunk. One of my colleagues in the police force, in no anger up, he hanged himself, and I was trying to help him through his sobriety, but I reckon he was pissed as fuck when he hanged himself using phone cord or whatever it is. One of my colleagues found him. That was a sad day. We were good friends. I actually refused to go to the whole Perth funeral for that. You can look him up. His name is Randall Molden, Moulden, Randall. He had his obituary and everything. This probably should be online. He's a really nice bloke, heart of gold. In the job 35 years, but chronic alcoholic. So when I met him, spent about 6 months trying to get sober, and him and his wife had a big fight. They had a toxic relationship, and she probably said, fucking go and kill yourself then or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, he went out the back and stood on a chair and no longer. But yeah, so I've had days like that where I was like, fuck. But those days have sort of returned. I'm not happy chappy. I'm sort of sitting at home without a real purpose. And I was thinking, today, I was actually thinking, that's okay. Today, I was actually, hey Kiko, my dog's here. She's like a little angel. She always picks up on my negative energy. She's, hey, say hello to Vigilant. Give her a kiss. Come on. Say something. Woo, woo. Yeah, oh, you're a little angel. You're the only proof that angels exist. Gods are the only proof that angels exist. There's a fable I heard once that dogs were sent by God, hence the word is backwards, to give us letters of hope and love, but they chewed them up and they've been trying to communicate it by their actions ever since. And I thought that was kind of sweet. Sweetheart, sit. I'm talking to someone. I love you. Stay. Momo will be home soon. She'll be home soon. Stay. Good girl. Yeah, and I was thinking, every time I've prayed for something, it's given me a sense of focus. So I can see faith works. But every time I've prayed for something, it's giving me practicing faith, which gives me a sense of focus. But I'm the one that's done all the fucking work. Like, there's not been some hand of light come down and go, here's your free sobriety, or here's your good body or strong body from going to the gym. Blood, sweat, and tears. So it's like we thank this deity that may or may not, that's the aloofness of it all. May or may not. And I'm sick of the aloofness. Like, I want like I've always been agnostic, but I'm becoming a little bit atheist. And I think atheism is a little bit arrogant in a way, because atheism claims to say nothing exists up there. But that's as arrogant as saying something definitely exists. Like, we just don't know. So I guess agnostic's the proper term. Anyway, enough about me. It's Sunday too. Is today Sunday? Yeah, so, oh no, today's Monday. Oh no, it is Sunday. I lose track of days because I've been staying at home all the time. I totally get that. And that's why I don't follow anything, because I'll only know what's after death, yeah, when it's my time to go, you know. It does feel like Saturday. And it feels like Monday a little bit too today. A bit weird. But I've been playing videos today on how to summon demons. So that's why, welcome to the mental health channel. We didn't promise to be helpful. I'm gonna drop, oh no, I won't do it. I'm gonna drop some bombs on these guys. Who's that? Who just said that? Who's that? Who's that? Oh, the strange feeling, yeah. Where are you? I'm gonna drop some stars on you, Vigilant. Give you some stars. Yeah, there you go. Your mum's a Wiccan. Oh, she'd know all about Wicca. Beautiful. Here you go. Have a load of those. Did you want another avatar as well? I'll pick you up and I'll show you what you look like. If I can find you. I've got to throw all these people around first. Violet, Onuva. That's me, veteran there. Kaylee's here. She's that 15-year-old girl that came in the other day. Sweetheart. I'm glad she's not in this chat, because fuck. Where are we there? Aiding Gaming. Who are you? Farming Girl. Whereabouts are you? Social Streamer. There we go. That's in Sirens. Vigilant Cupcake. Alright, there you are. So this is your avatar, right? Let me just prop you up so that you are... I'm going to prop you up here, mate. Give me a second. This is the joy of being God. on a server. So yeah, you can have faith in me. Alright, how's that? I could be God. There you are, this Vigilant. Alright, there's you. Alright. There's you. Now, what we can do is we can change your avatar. I'm gonna lock you in here so you can't run away just yet, because it's we're not ready to see. If I don't do this, then oh fucking, you can just get out anyway. Where are you? Where did you go, Vigilant? Is that you? No. Where are you? I've lost you again. That's funny. Mr. Bot, Miss Oniva, the Kaylee. There you are, DBD. Alright, no, you're down here. Alright, I'll put you in here. I'll get rid of him. Whoop. Put you in here. I'll get rid of Discord Streamer. I'll pick you up. I'll keep you in here. Please don't move for a second. Don't move for a second. I'm gonna get collision. Here we go, collision. Okay, cool. So now you should be not able to leave. But clearly you can. Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. What the fuck? You got off the screen and everything. Oh, you've just spawned. Anyway. But anyway, so basically what I'll do is I'll put you in a little spot where hopefully you won't run away again. And I am going to pick you up. And I'm going to ask you, Ninja. Oops, wrong. Fuck, what am I doing? You're like able to get out from places that you're hacking my godliness. Type something so I can find you. There you go. Oh no, you disappeared again. I've got these portals in this area. Yep, there you are. Alright, how's that? I'll put you in here. Will this work? Alright. While we've got you there, let's change you to another. Here we go. Right click. Right click. Come on. Okay. Okay. Try that. Try that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Right there. Yeah, it can't contain you. So while I've got you, okay, Vigilant Cupcake. So these are the things that you can turn into. I'm just going to go one at a time. You can tell me what you like. I'll drop some bombs so people get moved around a little bit. There we go. You included. There you are. Vigilant Cupcake. That's Metrius. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll do Vets and Sirens. I'll do my one. Hopefully I can stay contained for a bit. Why are they doing that? Why do they fly up? Wait. This is buggy. It shouldn't be like that. Should be. I'm gonna fill this up, so not even the top ranking person can get out. Okay. But there's so many cool avatars you can have. So I'll put myself in here. What? Oh. Anyway. So there's Vigilant Cupcake. What do I do? Sorry, bear with me. Last attempt at... I'm going to do this. Cross the line. There we go. And I'm going to put... Oh wait, auto hide? No, that's not it. Quick access? Yep, no, name scale. Oh, okay. I'm gonna make you guys smaller so you can't escape. Alright, so Vets and Sirens is there. She's staying, which is good. Vigilant Cupcake, join. There we go. Alright, kicking with gas again, I think. Don't escape. So, Vigilant Cupcake, these are your multiple options. Tell me which one you like. I'm just going to go one at a time. Gold one's quite famous and popular. The Go Bolts is this one. Just remember the name. This is Abra. So Abra's a smaller version of... fuck knows what. This is Kadabra. Kadabra's like an evil looking one. This is Alakazam. Which he just looks like a bad clown. There's a Cupcake, there we go. And then you've got Aerodactyl, which is the one I have. After Aerodactyl, you've got Articuno. Articuno is not bad. This is it here. He's good. I mean, it's she or he. That's what Kaylee is. Kaylee's got that bird look. Don't you fucking dare. Oh, that's right, because you guys can fly. Let's drop flying so you... Oh, you can fly too. Oh. Get to me. Get you. Oh, yeah, you're completely... I can't even control you, and I control... You like this one? Okay. Alright, well that's the one I've got. I'll leave you with that one then. And drop a few bombs. Alright, I don't know where you'll end up, but you'll be able to see yourself a little bit clearer because everybody else has got a default setting. Oh, well, you can fly now, so I'll just make the screen a bit bigger for you so you can actually see yourself a bit bigger. Oops, not that one. It's this one. That one there. No, not that one. This one. There we go. Vigilant. There we go. Just make that full screen so that... And in fact, what I'll do is I'll also get rid of the thank you for changing my avatar. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome to Satanism. Just changing my avatar. All good. If you ever change your mind, just let me know. I can give you the... My favourite one's the gold one. I really should change my one to the gold one. I really, really like the gold one. Actually, I might change myself now to the gold one. I really like him. Zapdos? Yeah, that's the one. I like Zapdos. And Kaylee, I think I'll give Kaylee... just because it's a bit unfair that everybody's sort of... I'll try to give you... What have you got? This is called Weeping Bell, Kaylee. Oh no, that's... Look at Vets and Sirens. I accidentally changed myself. Go Bolt. Was that the one I liked? No. It was Abra? No. No, Abra's the generic one. Zapdos. Zapdos is the one. Alright, cool. And I'll grab Kaylee over here. And I'm just gonna give her... No, why does it keep changing to me? It's not what I want. I give up. I've had one of those days, man. Fuck this. Alright. And what about La Kaylee? Here we go. Gonna change La Kaylee to something a little bit more generic so that it's fairer on everybody. But I'll give her a different one. There you go. She can still feel special. Maybe that one. There we go. So you and Kaylee got the same gig. Now here's some stars that I'm going to put just in here. And I'm going to delete some of these blocks so that you can climb a ladder up here. I'm going to get rid of all these blocks because they're going to be in the game and it's going to annoy the shit out of me and the viewers. Or viewer. And let's go collision. I'm going to get rid of the scripted one. Yeah, and collision, delete those. But there should be a spot where only a couple of people can reach. And the stars can't get out. And then what we'll do is we'll make a ladder which will allow people to climb up there. That was fucking not very good. Can you see? Oh, well, I don't know if you can actually get up there or not. Someone told me that it's you can, but it's not can't control your avatar. I think you can. I think people just haven't figured out how. I haven't figured out how. If Vets and Sirens got up there, he's just going to have to take the ladder down or fall. He can fall. I'm going to also put the scriptable stuff on there because the grass looks nicer. And I'm going to get rid of these collision blocks because they'll be in the way of the game. You can hear them all. Can you hear them all walking? They're all fucking trotting along, singing a song. Social streamer growth. Yeah, so Vets and Sirens is in the star area. So, yeah, if you catch stars, you get currency. Yeah, tapping. It's definitely not me rubbing one out, I promise. Today's not the day, man. Today's not. Normally I'll have like this deep and meaningful, you know, chats. But today is a day of just fucking seriously dilly-gaff. Dilly-gaff. Chat bubbles need to be big so you can speak. The font should be small though. I don't know how to make the font bigger or smaller. But yeah, there we are. I've heard that kind of thing. Oh good, oh good. Hey, can you type exclamation mark play space advice for? So it would look like this. exclamation PLAY space advice 1 to 7. So you can do 4. The number. Sorry, like that. Oh no. So exactly what you did, but instead of the space 4, the number 4 with no space. This is for people who are like coming in here expecting professional advice and not getting what they want. People are quite entitled, I found. Like, they come in, oh yeah, you're fucking mental health.
Experience is not what happens to a man. It is what a man does with what happens to him.
Yeah.
Aldous Huxley.
Thanks, Aldous Huxley. Now shut the fuck up. Alright, good. So that was Aldous Huxley. So you can do that up to advice 7 or 8 or 12. 1 through to 12. And each one's a different quote from things that I set up. Yeah, you created that. You did that. You did that. There's a cooldown of like 30 seconds for each one. But try play advice 7 or something. And yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I might not have gone up that high. Try 5. 1 to 5.
Courage to start and willingness to keep everlasting at it are the requisites for success.
Thank you.
Alonzo Newton Ben.
Good on you, Alonzo. The other one you can do is exclamation play space relax 1 through to relax 12. That's so awesome, hey, it's good. Once people learn, I just subscribed to Wisebot streaming it. Yeah, it's vigilant. Runs through the fog with her boyfriend, partner, husband, 2-year-old in tow, and cut it. There we go. So there's like, it's good, isn't it? So there's like, I created I think 12 of those, and they've all got different. They're all royalty free, so I can't get sued and shit. And they play little excerpt of music. Yeah. The other one you can do is play space. Oh. Maybe you should play the game with him and he'll be like, oh my god, this guy's into witchcraft, so is your mum. Oh, let's do it. I hope he does ask you. Men are weird. All we want, honestly, is to fix things for women and for the women to look like they'd be dressed up like a Christmas present so we can undress them. That's really it. That's it. Oh, you can't stand your mum. Oh, that sucks. Hey, last one. Type play like you did, space fart 1, FART 1. Your avatar will drop his guts. Fart 1 or 2. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so you got to go exclamation play space fart 1. So it's like you did the other ones, but fart 1 instead. Shit, didn't work. Try fart, no number, or fart 2. Oh, fuck, that never gets old. That was your avatar dropping his guts, mate. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. I'm going to give you a cheer for that. Oh, that was funny. play Cheer. Fuck no, she's too far left for me. Cheer. I think Cheer is the... Yeah. Well done. So now you know all the commands. They're admin commands, and but actually everybody can use them. But people are funny. Like they'll fucking... you know you're playing with kids online because they log on, and if they don't see something for free straight away, they fuck off. Like I've had maximum 4 viewers in the last 6 months. So I don't know. If you have any ideas for other commands, like common terms or something, I can download any sound effect or word or advice, and it can play up, I think, for up to like 8 seconds or 10 seconds. So that might go suicidal play, and it might be like, you get a razor, you go to the bathroom, put the water on. No, not really. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to someone. But yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun. It's just a bit of fucking whateverness. It's a bit of whateverness. Let me get rid of these. Oh, there's not many people. Let me just get rid of these blocks because it's too high, and they just get annoying actually after a while. Vigilant Cupcake, did you deliberately climb up that ladder, or was that an accident? Because that would be cool if you did it deliberately. I didn't think you could actually control. Oh, okay. No, it must have just found its own little thingamajiggy. You can also teleport. For example, just lastly before I lose your interest completely, you can go teleport. If I get rid of all the teleports, Vigilant Cupcake, no, get rid of that one. So if you're going, there's you. So if I put a teleport there and there, if you accidentally walk into... Oh, are you going to go up here? No. Alright. If you accidentally... Or even there to there. So if you walk into... There you go. So now if you accidentally, which you will in a moment, walk into this teleport, you'll teleport it across. See? Oh, fuck. I feel like an online god. I really do. Most people seem to huddle in this middle section for some reason. Over on the left-hand side. Yeah. Yeah, it is cool. I'm going to make the teleports 0 transparency so people get surprised with a little bit of things. Yeah. And there's other things you can do, like check out Steam. If you go to Stream Avatars on Steam, they've got a community of developers who actually what's the word? They yeah, sorry, I'm just not concentrating. People create their own animations and stuff, so it's kind of cool. Gives you a little bit of, I guess, interaction with people if you set it up. I mean, if you've got the time to stuff around and set things up, you know. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, can you see my screen, can you? Oh, no, you'll be able to just see what's being added. My bad. And the scriptable stuff's cute. Just put a little bit of grass on here, like Minecraft. Do you want to have a game? Cool. Cool. I will just put a scriptable up here. Oh, they're all scriptables anyway. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Funny. Collision, that one. Collision. How come you guys aren't teleporting, cheeky bastards? Oh, I know why. Because, sorry, Zip paid a new character. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean? One of the people bought a new character? Oh, you did? Is there an option for you to do that? Oh, you mean the one I gave you? Or did you have another way of doing it? Oh, sorry, of course, in the game. I just had a flashback. Someone else was talking about this and I was like, what are they talking about? Yeah, which one did you get? Because I just bought the doctor because I just wanted to terrorize people. Honestly. Let's see if I can make this smaller because it's a bit annoying that size. Hopefully that screen's not too annoying to watch. I'm going to get rid of the satanic shit because that's kind of creepy. Instead, I'm going to just put on, I don't know, what should I put on? I'm going to put on how to summon a demon. How's that? You know, so we can both learn if we ever get lonely, if you don't get married. You got Michaela. Sweet. She's fantastic, especially her boon for healing. So people go to level 3 and it might be easy to do that, but you're better off fuck it, this guy's funny. I'm just going to put him on.
Well, let's crack on, shall we? Good evening, you well? Fantastic. I've been described as the hardest working man in comedy. Not that impressive, is it? The hardest working man in comedy. That's like being the best looking guy in the Burns unit.
This guy's hilarious, man. I love
How many
him.
Burns victims we got in? Are there any in? If there's one, there'll be fucking loads. They tend to stick together.
Nice. Level 3's good, but you can also just go level 1 and they'll pop up and you'll rank them up to 3 straight up, like really, really easily. So.
Someone came up to me outside and went, I thought you'd be younger. I said I was. I'm 40 years of age, but girls still check me out. I wouldn't mind, but they're so bloody obvious about it, pointing and whispering. Stranger danger. Every night after the show, I have attractive women banging on my dressing room door, and sometimes I let them out. Are there any comedy groupies in here this evening?
This guy's fucking great. He's so
The only
rude.
reason I ask is if any girls come up to me after the show looking for sex, I'm going to have to disappoint you. I mean, we can have sex. Just it will be quite disappointing. I wouldn't lie to you, it'd be like throwing a sausage up an alleyway.
I've mixed and matched stuff to try and make her unique.
More
Nice.
information than some of you wanted, okay. I'm a stand-up comedian, a TV host, an actor, and a writer. People ask me, what's your secret? I'm the M4 rapist.
He's so naughty.
It's a joke. I've never been wrongly accused of rape.
Oh my god, he's so naughty.
We all like a laugh, yes? That's the one thing we've all got in common in this room. We all like a laugh. It's a very British thing, I think, to come
Yeah,
out of
it
an evening with the express intention of just having a laugh. Here's a great fact about this country. The average person in Great Britain laughs out loud 10 times a day. Not everyone, obviously. If you work in a hospice or with learning disabled adults, it could be 10 times that. Sky's the limit.
God, that's funny.
Yeah, that's my laugh, which is... Someone said my laugh was weird. My laugh isn't weird, it's wrong.
Yeah,
Because
it's
you're meant to
different.
laugh on an out-breath, aren't you? You're meant to laugh on a ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha. I laugh on an in-breath, so it's ha-ha-ha-ha. Sounds like a goose being interfered with. Someone asked me the other day, is it fake? Why would you fake that? They say that laughter is the best medicine.
Oh really?
So
Level
maybe,
3
just
Jill's
maybe,
giving you
we
some
all keep
tunneling.
laughing at people in wheelchairs.
Interesting. Who we got here? Mr. Yuga Sadi. Come to stream. We lolling at stand up and your gameplay.
In the little waistcoat and the little name badge came up. Excuse me, you're gonna have to move.
Sorry. Oh fucking, that's so mean. Here we go. Before they read it, quick. Like you're from the highest level in the team, they'll tunnel for sure. Right. You know what you need to do is just hide. I don't know how to do that.
Why is everything gone orangey and hot? I don't like it. Oh, mobile phones off. I should have said that at the top of the show. Mobile phones off as a courtesy to the other patrons in the auditorium. I say mobile phones. What I mean there is phones. No one's brought a landline, have they? Let's face facts. The landline is dead. When the landline goes in our house, there's panic. Shit the bed. Who the fuck is that? We're both here. A lot of people text whilst driving. I'm not excusing it, but we've all done things we regret when we're drunk.
Yep. Welcome to whoever's in chat. This is for
Drivers are going
you.
to get on the spot £100 fines. I thought it's a bit sexy.
And if you follow, you get one of them as well. So don't be a cheap bastard. Follow.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I'm not being sexist. How could it be? Some of my best friends are slags. If this sexist, you can be the judge on this. Sorry for being rude, but do you think chat-up lines are sexist? No, they're not. They're fun, right? I know they're cheesy, but they're meant to be cheesy. That is their charm. What's that one? I like that one. Get your coat. It's cold in the boot of my car. I don't know if this ever happened to any of you. I was checking into a hotel recently. It's about 1 o'clock in the morning after a gig up in Manchester. Walked into the reception area, and the guy recognised me and went, "Oh, Mr. Carr, we put you in a disabled room." I said, "Right, what's the difference between a normal room and a disabled room?" And he said, "The disabled room's got a walk-in shower." It's taking the fucking piss, isn't it? I've got a question for you, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone in this room believe in the supernatural? Ghosts and spirits and the like? Quite a lot of you. It's actually easy to tell if your house is haunted. It isn't. But that's me being cynical, but that's its job, being a
If you
stand-up
want me to turn
comedian. I
that
think makes
down
you a
at
bit
all,
of a
just
cynic.
let me know.
Has anyone in here actually seen a ghost? Well, go on, what did you see, madam? Tell us the story. There was no one there. Go on, what did you see? I'm not, I make you nervous. You've seen the undead. And I make you nervous.
You've seen the undead. You can't make me nervous.
Doesn't really show me in a good light, does it? Come on. Where were you when you saw the apparition? You were in a friend's house, right? Her stepfather was what, sorry? I think I may have cracked this case already. There's a stepfather involved. Was there ectoplasm?
You saw his ding dong.
Go on, what happened? Were you upstairs? Were you... You were in his son's bedroom? Of course you were, love. Go on. He had died. You should have mentioned that sooner. And then you started seeing weird shit. I'm loving this. There's a special name for people that have seen ghosts. Schizophrenic. All the best with your future. Quite an in-depth story.
Oh my god, his laugh is so bad.
And you've recoded that memory. Of course, Not all fat people are jolly. Some of them are women. Shouldn't be mean. Fat girls got feelings. Mainly they're hungry.
What did that laugh? Did that scream come from the game or someone in his audience?
It's only
That
a
was
joke, isn't it? It's only a
funny.
bit of fun. I told it the other night and a girl got up and walked out. Well, waddled out. I presume offended, possibly just peckish. Whenever I'm in the changing rooms at the gym, I'm always embarrassed by the fact my penis is so much bigger than everyone else's. But then, in fairness, it is erect. Islamic fundamentalist sex dolls. Do they blow themselves up? In Palestinian passports under occupation, do they just put Israel? That joke is only there to test where the Guardian readers are sitting. No further questions, back to the knob gags. I do talk about sex a lot in my show. I talk about sex all the time on stage. And a friend called me on it recently. Came to see the gig and he went, "You talk about sex all the time. Are you obsessed?" I said, "Well, I'm not obsessed. But sex is the great universal topic of comedy. It's still quite taboo to talk about it openly in public. Everyone's interested, everyone cranes forward, and there's a lot of tension around sex. And where you find that kind of tension, that's also a great place to find laughter. So sex is a great topic for comedy. But it's difficult to stand in front of you good people and talk about sex without sounding crude. So to try and mitigate that, to try and alleviate that, this evening, if I refer to a vagina at any point, I'll be calling it a twinkle cave. As in, so there I was, licking out a twinkle cave, while she deep-throated my tummy banana. It's nice to be nice, isn't it? I saw a woman wearing a top, it said super dry on the front. I said, have you thought about lubricants or HRT? Maybe a little bit of Aussie charm? Are you familiar with the term Aussie charm? Just means...
That's so true. We're so
Australian
cool in
charm, you're
Australia.
welcome. Very pleasing look from the ladies of London as if to say, well, I didn't know that had a name, but yes, that does happen.
Spit on the hand.
My girlfriend bought a t-shirt for £80. That's a ridiculous amount to spend on a t-shirt, am I right? It said D&G on the front. I suppose fair enough. One of her tits is bigger than the other.
Oh my god.
I thought my girlfriend was a slag when she told me I was her 30-second lover, and then I realised she was talking about time. There is a minimum comprehension level you may be asked to leave. My ideal woman would be a single mum once I finish with her. It's a joke, I'd pay for the abortion.
Oh,
I got you again, I fucking would. Let's talk about something a little bit more serious. It can't all be slapstick abortion stuff. My first wife was from Thailand. Oh. Well, don't, because you'll feel bad.
one. Oh, no.
It's actually quite a sad story. My first wife was from Thailand, and she died of testicular cancer.
So bad.
Probably the best way I could describe it is a twinkle cave was an outie. I saw a transvestite in a miniskirt. I thought, that shows a lot of balls. Let's hear it from all the heterosexual men in the room. Give us a shout, all the heterosexual men. I'm guessing from that expression, I can't remember which one heterosexual is. I'm not taking a chance. Maybe this is how they recruit them.
This man is so funny. His pace is just
The
incredible.
most annoying thing my sister does is that show Chatty Man. That's the most annoying heckle that I get at gigs. I like it when people join in. I like a bit of a heckle and a bit of fun. But the most annoying one I get is when I've set up a joke, just about to do the punchline, and someone goes, it's always, invariably it's the same thing. It's always, where's Alan? Where's Alan? It's not my like bête noir, it's just a bit annoying. Where's Alan? Who's at your house fucking your dad?
He was prepared for that one. I'm coming to get you, Cupcake. I'm gonna get
I think
you.
we all knew, including him, I think we all knew that was a trap. I could feel you as one going, hold, hold, hold. And And then one brave soul over there said no. I'm taking one for the team. Or rather, your dad is. Of course, not all gay people are happy, camp, and fun. Some of them are lesbians. If you're a lesbian and you didn't find that funny, you're surprising no one. Are there any lesbians in? No, my gaydar is pretty much honed in on this pair down there. Hello, how are you two? You all right? Are you, I presume you're a couple? Married. You're married? Congratulations. How long have you been married?
Since October.
Since October? My God, it's new and fresh. Have you even finished consummating the relationship?
No.
You don't know when you're finished, do you? That's one of the problems with your lifestyle choice. We'll just put that on hold. We'll be back in a minute. Well, so you're married, you're committed to each other. Well, it's maybe a crazy question to ask you because you're in this long-term relationship and you love each other, but what would it take to get you back on solids? She's a definite no and you're a maybe. Okay, good. Oh, I love my job. I tell you what, I'm going to do a test and see whether we've got any other sisters in the room. If there's any other lesbian sisters. Like I'm a lesbian, I've got the haircut. Come on. I look a bit like Katie Lang. I could get away with it.
Yeah, Katie Lang's actually a really nice
I'm going to test the heterosexuality of the other ladies in the room. Just a simple question to test this. Ladies, have you read 50 Shades of Grey? You've all read that book? You love that book. I would describe 50 Shades of Grey as the ultimate flick book. It was the best-selling book last year. What's the world coming to? It was the best-selling book last year. I can prove it. Last year, wettest on record. I think it's a very interesting book because, although it's not a great piece of literature, it's more gusset typing. It's interesting because it's pornography for ladies. That's what it is, right? And men, that book is in our houses, isn't it? 50 Shades of Grey is in our house. We've not even picked it up. We're not looking at your pornography, ladies. We're not interested in your kind of pornography. We're very happy with the service broadband is providing. Ladies consume pornography in a very different way to men, and the genders are very different in our consumption of pornography. Here's a fact, gentlemen, that will blow your minds about women's consumption of pornography. Women watch porn films to the end. You know why? To see if they get married. Well, it's probably as good a time as any to talk about how political correctness works in stand-up comedy. Because some people think it's a free-for-all. You can say whatever you want on stage because of freedom of speech. That is not the case. There are rules and regulations that govern what I do. Basically, how political correctness works in stand-up comedy is if you're directly affected by something or involved in something, you get a free pass. You're allowed to joke about that thing. So, for example, homosexual people can joke about being gay. Disabled people can joke about disability. Black or Asian people can joke about race. Those are the rules. So, these two paedophiles walk into a park.
Oh, no, that's low.
Child abuse, there's a touchy subject.
You'll go anywhere,
I saw
won't
a
you?
headline in the paper, it said, "Please smash paedophile ring." I thought, good, let's see how they fucking like it. Have we got any teachers in this evening? Can you show any teachers? Oh, loads of teachers.
Wow.
You work bloody hard, don't you, teachers? Half the year, 5 hours a day. I'm not knocking it. I could never do what you people do for a living. Not because it's difficult. I wouldn't pass a CRB check. I've actually got a bit of a soft spot for teachers. I used to go out with a teacher and she was lovely. But if ever I wanted sex, she always insisted that I had her first. That is ruder than it first appears. You're welcome. Have we got any special needs teachers in? You teach special needs? Oh, there was a woo over there. What's your name, madam? Danielle, very nice to have you in. All I was going to say about special needs teachers is you are the best and the brightest, in my humble opinion. The best and the brightest teachers. Because I can prove it. We all know teachers socially, yes? Everyone knows teachers. And that teachers are always moaning on about, oh, I've got homework to mark this evening. Not you. Hey, Danielle? You're not grading potato paintings, are you? Fuck it. Your evenings are your own. Fair play.
Oh, fuck, he's good.
Is that little yay? See the other teachers looking all fucking annoyed. I didn't think of that. What, sorry? You used to teach at my school, at Burnham Grammar. Did you? Not when I was there, surely. No, unless you moisturise. Where are you from? You're from Belfast, right? Ginger and community. I was just saying what you said to me back, right? Well, how come you're teaching over here then? Are you in the witness relocation scheme? What the fuck happened? Fucking grass. What do you teach? What subject? What, sorry? English? You can barely fucking pronounce.
I'll finish this game and I'll finish this game and then I'll teach you what I learned about Satanism today and
I did Countdown recently, the TV show, not Dracula's Special Needs Brother.
I'm giving you a kiss on my neck that's lasting a few minutes.
One for the staff room. And I got asked when I did Countdown, I got asked by every man that I know. Everyone asked me, how fit is that Rachel Riley from Countdown? How attractive is she when you meet her? But it wasn't like a rhetorical question. They wanted me to answer. And I thought, well, I should be able to say how attractive a work colleague and a friend is without sounding misogynistic, without being sexist, shouldn't I?
Hello.
You
Give
be
me
the
a few
judge.
minutes. I'll finish this.
Rachel Riley, let me put it this way. I would crawl over broken glass to suck the cock of the last man that fucked her.
Oh no, that's so rude. One more generator. Oh no.
I think that's overstating it.
Oh no, where is she? She's down there.
I'd like to fuck her brains out, take ages.
He's going that way.
Now, I should warn you there will be some audience participation this evening. Apologies. And the only reason I mention it explicitly is because sometimes when I ask someone a direct question, they get a bit flustered. I think it's because they're used to seeing me on TV, so then when I ask them a direct question, they get a bit, what the fuck is going on? I didn't press the red button, it's gone all fucking interactive. I got a guy wonderfully flustered the other day, front and centre where you're sitting there, and out of nowhere I went, are you married or single? He went single. And the girl next to him went, he isn't.
Fuck it. I'm going for it. I'm going for the save.
How could you fuck that up? There was a lovely little pause and he went, I think I might be single now. Oh, well, look, who's seen me live before? Give us a shout. Well, you'll know every year my friend Chris does illustrations for me for jokes that I write that I think are a bit esoteric, that require a visual element to be fully enjoyed. Would you like to see them? Well, good, otherwise he'd be fucking gutted. And we'd be having some quiet time. Which would be shit. Well, I'll show you some. Obviously, we'll kick off with some thoughts and ideas that I've had recently. Right, so, if you like looking at flowers but you can't be arsed with gardening, simply run down a kid outside your house. Can't believe you didn't think of it. On bonfire night, I hope our neighbours keep their pets locked up because there's something about fireworks that makes me really horny. You don't get many homeless gay men, which is a shame because they'd be fucking bums.
I really should turn this sound off in the background, but it's...
I was outside a nightclub recently and I discovered that women can be bouncers if you're travelling fast enough when you mount the pavement. The thing I worry about when I hear kids in the third world are working 18 hours a day to make my trainers is, when are they going to get a chance to finish my fucking laptop? I was in a hotel having breakfast and the waiter said to me, he said, you want white or brown toast? I said, all toast is brown, you're thinking of bread.
Back to the seriousness. You bastards. I might as well just cleanse this thing while I'm here then, because I'm not going to get out. The problem with this guy is he can jump across the two sides so easy. It's probably stream sniper. Okay, game over. Oh, shit. Oh, bad luck. No, that's okay. Yeah, you're right. It's not too bad looking. He's quite a he's kind of forced to go in one direction for a few moments before it changes. Oh, I could have maybe got off, but then I can't run. Yeah, I saw that. I think the D stayed on deck though. Congratulations, Olivia has won 5. Maybe Vigilant, you can do exclamation play space cheer for Olivia, who's just won 5 gold. She can now upgrade her avatar. That was a good game, considering we had a comedian in the background camouflaging all our noises. Woo, Olivia! And I can't go without doing this one for you, Olivia. There we go. Now the day is complete. I will be back in a few moments. I've got to do a little bit of wife time. Nothing kinky. Just a g'day and a kiss and how is your day. I'll listen to the 20,000 words that she hasn't expended yet. There's 25,000 a day, but there's about 20,000 left, I think so. I do about 10,000 a day. I probably got about 8,500 left. So
hey, stay sharp.
I will be back shortly. I'm going to leave the match so you can play. Oh, perfect. Cool. I'm going to go and increase this volume back up because he is too funny to not listen to. This guy is hilarious.
British Kids is now conceived in an IKEA bed. True. How it works is their parents insert flat pay into slot B and then screw until the nuts tighten.
So cool.
In 2009, Nadia Suleiman of California gave birth to octuplets, 2 daughters and 6 sons, earning her the nickname Octomum, although she's also known as Giganto Snatch. Those babies were walking before she was. I think the men in the room will be able to relate to this. My girlfriend always wants to stay in and watch Downton Abbey, but I want to go out and get a new girlfriend. I thought it'd be okay for me to have sex with other women because my girlfriend and I were on a break. But apparently I ruined that weekend at Centre Parks. I was going to tell you a story about the poshest place I have ever been. I got invited last year to Clarence House, where Charles and Camilla live in central London. I got invited that I'm involved in this hospice charity because I'm such a fucking terrific guy. Not because I was press ganged into it. No, no, no. Maybe a little. Anyway, I'm involved in this thing. So Camilla is the patron of this great charity. So she organised like drinks and a concert and dinner in her home to, you know, thank the corporate sponsors and to get more people to donate money, raise a bit of money, raise awareness, that sort of thing. In her home, though, she organised so all in her front room, literally Charles Camilla's front room. It's the most ornate, like high, beautiful sort of ceilings, and they've got a telly and a couch in the corner like normal people might have, but every square inch of mantelpiece and shelf and sideboard has got a beautiful object on it that they've been given by visiting dignitaries or they've picked up on their extensive travels of the world. It's a very intimidating space to be in. So we're all standing there having a drink, and she's coming around saying hello to everyone, and she gets to me, and because I'm a dick, as I feel we've established, she gets to me and goes, oh, how are you involved? And I went, never mind about that. Have you seen Cash in the Attic? Because we're sitting on a gold mine here. And to her credit, it's absolutely true. She went, yes, winked and fucked off. Brilliant. I did another weird royal thing last year. I did the Jubilee. Did anyone see the Jubilee? I did a little thing where I had to introduce Grace Jones in a hula hoop. Nice work if you can get it. In order to do that, I had to get past security at Buckingham Palace. Here's what it consisted of. So I met an armed police officer. His only job is to guard our queen, to make sure that no one steals our queen and uses her head to photocopy and make her own money and stamps. So I walked up to this armed police officer outside Buckingham Palace. I said, security. He went, yeah. Here's his question. He said, are you in Al-Qaeda? I went, no. As you were. I thought this guy seems fun, so I asked him, I said, does anything funny ever happen when you're rolling with the Queen? He said, yeah, I'll tell you this story. Has
So you and I have a
Also, an
this
artist.
all.
Or am I? No. But- so he told me the story. He said the Queen, her whole entourage, she travels with about 15 people. They went up to Glasgow last year. She was opening a drop-in centre for homeless alcoholics. Of course in Glasgow. Where else would you fucking put it? It's very much ground zero for homeless alcoholics. It's their biggest export. So the Queen's there, and she's cutting through the ribbon like a fucking ninja, and all the usual suspects. There's the mayor, there's the local dignitaries, there's the chairman of the charity, the people that work in the local office, and they got a couple of the homeless guys, the alcoholic homeless guys from Glasgow, that the charity has helped in other locations, suited and booted, washed and brushed there to meet the Queen, so that she could see the people that benefited from her kind works. Lovely. So the Queen, as we all know, has only got one bit of shtick, which is the question, what do you do? That's her only question. She doesn't point like that, that'd be mental. But that's her only question, what do you do? That's all she asks. She said to a Scottish alcoholic homeless man, what do you do?
Originally, just
And he
before
came
AFK,
back rather
if you have any other
epically on field.
bits that I should download and make into sounds, or questions, or advices, or whatever, or even jokes, maybe jokes, let me know. Then give it a name like Play Joke 1 to Joke 10, and then I'll
Guy
download
in a Mac at dusk in a park, one of those. Sorry, I've added that. I don't know if he did that.
So yeah, I'll be back.
Would you give it a bit of cock slap? You'd probably treat her to the windmill, wouldn't you?
enjoy it.
Yeah. Anyway, she got proper old school flash and she shouted rape. I thought, don't give him ideas. Don't workshop it, you fucking lunatic. Has anyone in here been flashed? Go on, what happened, madam? Is it a funny story or is it distressing? In a club? In a club and someone flashed you in the club? Are you sure you didn't go off with a man in a club? I was kissing him under his zip and then he flashed me. Go on, what happened? Tell me the story. Middle of the dance floor and he was throwing some shapes and one of his was... So to get rid of the guy, your friend told him you were lesbians. That's how these two died, but then they liked it, so they stuck with it. And did that work? She said, we don't like cock. So sorry, so someone got his cock out in the middle of the dance floor in a club, and you went, oh no, sorry, we're lesbians. You could have just told him to fuck off. You're incredibly polite. I'll make up an excuse so he doesn't feel bad. I don't want the flasher to feel rejected. How nice are you? And has anyone else been flashed? You got arrested for flashing. Well, don't take it out on me. What do you mean you got arrested for flashing? You're going for a piss? This sounds like bullshit to me. You were going for a piss. Where were you going for a piss? Set the scene for us. I've never met anyone that's flashed. Go on. Let's go for a piss in a primary school. Got in a car park, okay. In a car park outside, you're going for a piss. Caught short. Late at night, fine, okay. You went up against a tree. Turned out it wasn't a tree, it was a fat guy. Go on, so you walked up to a tree to take a pee in a car park. This doesn't sound terrible. So far, I'm on this guy's side. Go on. There was a woman in the trees. Sounds like you've broken dogging etiquette by pissing on someone. So you went up to take a piss on a tree, and there was a woman in the tree. She was walking, okay. And it was outside a police station. What kind of a fucking idiot are you? You went for a piss in the police station car park. Why don't you just turn yourself in? That's a cry for help if ever I heard one. Lock me up before I hurt someone. And what, did she scream? Did she complain? What happened?
She went into the police station and they came out and arrested me for indecent exposure.
They came out and arrested you for indecent? Is it because you're a bit ginger? Do Do you think they would have let you off if you hadn't been quite as... I'm sorry about these lights as well. We could well be giving you skin cancer. I think I'm on your side there. If you're taking a piss, that's not indecent exposure, is it? What do you think? Are we on this guy's side? There's one man. No. Stop pissing outside, you crazy fool. But because there was a woman in the other night with a story. She said, "Oh, I got flashed." And then she told me the story, and I wasn't sure. She said, "I got flashed." I said, "Has anyone been flashed?" She went, "Yeah, I got flashed in Disneyland." I said, "I'm all ears." She said, "I was in Disneyland, Florida. I was walking in past the hotels in Disneyland and into the park, and I looked up at one of the hotels, and the guy was opening his bedroom curtains, flashed me." I said, "No, he didn't. You are a peeping Tom." My girlfriend wants a diamond ring, and the only reason I know that is it's pretty much all she fucking talks about. Let's face facts. Anywhere my girlfriend's getting a diamond ring is if the vajazzler slips. I don't really understand the vajazzle. I mean, I know what a vajazzle is. I know what it is. They whip away all the hair from your foo-foo, and then they diamante it. I say they, I imagine you get some Pritt stick and glitter and have a crack yourself. Have a sparkling crack yourself, you're welcome. I just don't know who that's for. I've never met a man who said to me, "Oh, I love vaginas." But I wish they're a bit more shushy. A few more sparkles wouldn't go amiss. I want a glamour puss, a showbiz entrance. Has anyone had a vajazzle? Jihan, what motif did you go for, madam? You had a heart because you were embarrassed to ask for...
Like something spectacular.
You were embarrassed to ask for something spectacular. So you were fine with someone putting glitter on your fanny, but you went, "I don't want to ask for anything embarrassing." How adorable. And was it for a special occasion, or was it just... You thought, why not? Well, plenty of fucking reasons. Basic hygiene. Your boyfriend could chip a tooth. And it was definitely a proper vajazzle, not a Liverpool vajazzle, which is just a euphemism for herpes. Has anyone else come across a vajazzle? He has. God, that's I hope. Go on, what did they have? You can't remember? It was your stag do. You can't remember anything. Sounds like a Liverpool vajazzle to me. No love, I don't know what happened, it just really itchy. Fucking hell. Obviously I could never get a vajazzle because I don't have a vajayjay, but I would consider glitter balls. You know, for a special occasion. Oh, speaking of special occasions, there was a couple in a couple of weeks ago at one of my gigs, 35 years married. I got chatting to them because I thought, well, quite an incredible thing in this day and age. I got chatting to them. I said, "What do you get her for the anniversary?" And he said, "Deep fat fryer." I said, "Well, what did she get you?" And he went, "Chips." And they seemed thrilled with that arrangement. It got me chatting to people about what is the worst gift you've ever got? Birthday, anniversary, Christmas, Valentine's. What is the worst piece of shit you ever got? We've had a heckle. Go on, what was that, sir? A little bit louder. No, what's fine. Sir, what's your name? What, sorry? Toby, do you mind me sharing with the group? Thank you very much indeed, Toby. That makes it much easier. Because there's a heckle. It's quite a good heckle, quite a funny heckle. But we have to do a heckle put down now. God. I would love if I could just let it go, but I can't. There are rules. But you don't mind me sharing with the group, so it makes it much easier. We can go old school. What, sorry? Stop stalling. Don't panic, sir. I've got this. I'll have to put you on arsehole waiting. Toby's mum is so fat. She's a fucking disgrace, Toby. Your mum is such a chunky monkey wobble slob. Fatty boom batty blubber nord. She's so fucking fat, when she fell down the stairs, I thought EastEnders had finished. Boom, 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 bugger, bugger. True story. You, sir. What did you say? What was it? Stop stalling? Yeah? What's your name? Are you trying to say Gary? What do you mean? Gary. Yeah. 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 The fuck is that? Well, Gary, if you want my comeback, you'll have to scrape it off your mum's teeth. Worst gifts. What's the worst gift? What, sorry? You got a bread maker. Your husband bought you a bread maker. What a fucking arsehole. No, I just hate the whole concept. Because bread makers, now I spent like 200 quid on a bread maker. That's convenient, isn't it? Because you don't live near shops and bread isn't fucking cheap. Oh, I'll just make my own. That's fine. Because the ingredients cost more than a loaf of bread, but don't worry about it. So what did you get him? Instead of an engagement ring, you got a bread maker instead of an engagement ring. You broke up with him, right? You've just divorced him. Yay! Why did you go through with marrying him? I mean, that must have been fucking awkward in the office. Look at this. Oh, it's a nice one. Sparkly. You poor thing. Any other bad gifts? You got what, sir? A dog pooper scooper. Do you have a dog? At the time, yes. What the fuck have you done with your dog, dude? What happened to your dog? You don't have him anymore. Toby's mum ate him. The fat bitch. Sorry, dude. Any other bad gifts? What'd you get? Nothing. Jesus, listen to the bitterness there. I think there are worse gifts than nothing. So like this, like women get bought Hoovers by their other half, and it's not just a shit gift. It's a bit of a dig. At least something in the house has got some fucking suction. Or you said you wanted a bag and a belt. That's got both. You're welcome. There was a girl in the other day for her 21st birthday from her nana. Now nanas are mental anyway, but her nana bought her gift wrapped, beautifully gift wrapped, an Argos catalog. With £2 coins sellotaped to the front. Oh, pikeys. Well, the worst one that I think a lot of people do, Secret Santa. Do you do Secret Santa at your work? It's a nightmare, isn't it, to get something good for under a £5, under a £10. I went out and bought a brawn moustache trimmer. She was livid. No pleasing some people, not like she didn't need it. The best gift is obviously anal sex. Not for a Secret Santa thing, that's a fucking disaster. But no, it is. It's better to give than to receive, and anal sex is the gift that keeps on giving, unless it stops giving, in which case it tears. Too much. The worst one that I think a lot of people have bought, gift vouchers. Who here's bought gift vouchers? What were you thinking? You walked into a shop and went, excuse me, I wonder, could you help me? I've got some money here, this is accepted everywhere. Could you fix it for me so it just works in this one shop? For a limited time period, I should explain it's a gift and I'm a fucking idiot. feeling when you get a woman you've been chasing for miles? I've known thousands of women in the biblical sense, and by biblical sense I mean made-up women that don't really exist. A lot of people just drift into relationships without really thinking about it. We call those people men. A lot of men say when they first get together with a woman, they can't initially tell if it's the real thing. But I can, because I've got a special little indicator that sticks up. Come on in, sit down. What's your name, man? Alexa. What is it, some sort of cystitis? What's the matter? What do you do for a living, Alexa? You do lots of things. Yes, I think I've seen a card advertising your services. Are you new in town? Go on, don't let me guess. You're an aspiring presenter. Ooh. Well, I'll say to you what I say to all aspiring presenters that I meet. I'll have an Americano, please. Oh, I fucking love my job. Gentlemen, do you remember what you were doing the first time you told a woman that you loved her? I do, I was lying. Don't give me that look, it worked, I fucked her. We went out for a drink the other night, me and my girlfriend, and we were chatting about what people actually think about when they're having sex. Not a conversation I would recommend. She said to me, she said, what kind of a man fantasizes about his partner's friends whilst he's actually having sex with his partner? And I said, promise you won't get mad. What do you think is the most important thing in a relationship? Give us a shout. Sex. How long have you been together with your woman? 4 years and sex is still the most important thing. You, sir, are a liar. Up to 2 years, I would give you. Up to 2 years is fine, but sex is the most important thing. You're ripping each other's clothes off. It's fantastic. After 2 years, what's that coming up on the inside? Coming up pretty fast. Sky Plus. Any other thoughts? Most important thing in a relationship? Trust. A lot of ladies saying trust. Any other? Cricket. Cooking. Cooking's the most important thing. Are you the guy from Quantum Leap if you just got here from 1970? Cooking's the most important thing in a relationship. Have you ever become engaged by awarding someone a bread maker by any chance? Not the weirdest answer. The weirdest answer I had recently. I said, what's the most important thing in a relationship? And a bloke went, consent. There was a guy up in Edinburgh, I said, most important thing in a relationship, and he went, me. Terrified looking woman next to him going. Any other thoughts? Lubricant. Well, if you run out. Any other? What, sorry? A puncture repair kit. It's funny, I like that. I think you deserve more. Come on. Any other? What, sorry? Love? Grow up. Who are you in a relationship with? You're My Little Pony? Any other thoughts? Most important thing? Laughter? Well, I don't know about that. I do think a sense of humour is what I look for in a woman, because if a woman can see the funny side of life, she's much less likely to press charges. I think trust. For me, I think trust is the most important thing in a relationship, because if you're with a woman and you don't 100% trust her, how do you know she's not going to tell your wife? I do love it when a woman says those magic words that mean she's definitely up for sex that night. This drink tastes funny. I'm joking, you can't taste it. I'm not a prude, you'd agree with that, wouldn't you? I'm not prudish. Here's the thing, I don't like swearing during sex. Who wants to hear that kind of language, especially from a child? Oh, the look you gave me there. You prefer a sweary kid, fair enough. I had a thing happen to me recently, a little bit embarrassing. I got caught. I didn't think this could happen when you're a grown-up. I got caught masturbating by my girlfriend. What do you say? Sorry I woke you. You've got sleep in your eye. I don't know about you, but I don't like celebrities that are only famous because of who their parents are. Like Callum Best and Peaches Geldof and Jesus. I heard a reporter on Sky News say at least one person killed in suicide bomb attack. Yeah, obviously. That's the bare minimum you need to qualify. It was something about burning a copy of the Quran in Afghanistan. I was watching it thinking, I would never burn a copy of the Quran because I've got Kindle. Just delete it, don't fuck about. I'm not worried about Islamic suicide bombers, they can only do it once. A Hindu suicide bomber, that is more of a threat. Because of the reincarnation. I don't know what's going on. I was going to talk to you about terrorist threat levels in this country, because our government have picked the weirdest words for our terrorist threat levels. You know, sometimes they announce them at the end of the news. The weather, the pollen count, and then the terrorist threat level, for no reason at all. And it's words that I don't understand. So at the moment, the terrorist threat level in this country is substantial. I asked a police officer, what am I meant to do with substantial? He said, watch yourself. I said, well, I'm not involved. Do you know what the highest terrorist threat level is? How's this for a creepy word? Imminent. The fuck am I meant to do with imminent? I imagine clench. I mean, I've never been near a bomb when it's gone off, but I imagine that'd take the edge off, wouldn't it? And we all know that isn't the highest terrorist threat level. The highest terrorist threat level, as we all know, is I don't care if this does look racist, I'm getting off the bus. That is a massive rucksack, and he doesn't need to be saying these prayers out loud. I'm fucking doing one. Where middle-class guilt is overtaken by fear, you know you're in trouble. Of course, with these jokes, I can face the wrath of Islam, which I've always thought sounds like a shit pub. Where are we going? Wrath of Islam? Oh, for fuck's sake. There's no booze, there's no fruit machine, there's no pork scratchings. Yeah, but women can get stoned. Sometimes doing this job, you feel very exposed. Not when I'm doing jokes, but when I'm doing an observational bit of comedy. You feel like if no one can relate to this, I'm going to feel a fool. So, you know, share with me if you've had a similar experience. It's always embarrassing when you get an erection during a prostate exam. And they realise, hang on, you're not a real doctor. Joke's on her, she hasn't even got a prostate. Have we got any teenage girls in? Give us a shout, any teenage girls? I'm sorry, I realise that is a creepy question. The teenage girls, the reason I ask, I read a thing recently that said that 90% of teenage girls are sexually active. Bullshit. A lot of them just lie there. I'm Brian, do you know my real dad? I often get asked by young guys, young men after the show often ask me, can you laugh a woman into bed? The short answer, yes. Obviously, she's too young for you if you happen to say peekaboo, but yeah. You can laugh a woman into bed. The tough bit comes 20 minutes later when you're trying to laugh her into a taxi home. I don't want to make a big deal of this, but I recently adopted a newborn African child. He was just £7 plus postage and packing. That's how they get you. If only they put holes in that box. And that is the joke, interestingly, that Richard Curtis said was a bit much for the comic relief gig. Have you all been on that first foreign holiday abroad? Like the first foreign holiday you went on without your parents? Everyone been on that holiday? Has anyone not been on that holiday yet? Oh, quite a few of you. You've got a lot to look forward to. It's an amazing trip. It tends to be all the guys go away together, all the girls go away together, somewhere hot in Europe that's cheap that year. We went away, 5 of us that went all the way through school together. We just got our A-level results, went away for 2 weeks in Faliraki. It was awesome. Sun, sea, sex and sand, that's what we're looking for, that's what we found. It was an amazing, life-affirming, wonderful holiday. Well, in those 2 weeks, I had sex with 12 different people. I'm not bragging, I was gang raped. Still, I didn't let it spoil my trip. If there's a fight, I let my fist do the talking. Please don't hurt me. I went to a fairly posh, single-sex school, but I never really fitted in. I think it's partly because I'm male. Partly because I was 35 when they caught me. My granddad always used to insist on standing up whenever a woman entered the room, which is ultimately what led to him losing his disability living allowance. I was up in North London, I saw a guy in the high street with a guide dog and a white stick. And I went up to him, I went, "You must be blind." He said, "Tell me something I don't know." I said, "There's a tree over there." Don't be a dick about it. You never forget your first, especially if they've got an unusual name. R. Caleb. There's something I don't understand about a woman's G-spot. I can't quite put my finger on it. I can drive a woman... Oh, well done. It's hit home there, has it? Touched a nerve, so to speak. Not very apt. I can drive a woman wild with my tongue. Would you like me to demonstrate? Okay, pay attention. All the action is happening here, young man. Drive a woman wild with your tongue. If you put on weight. Anal sex is overrated. It's fucking shit. And it hurts like buggery. I tried it with my girlfriend. She was bored to tears. Is everyone that's going to get it got it? Let's move along. We've been together now for 12 years, me and my girlfriend. So to keep things fresh in the bedroom, we do a little bit of role play. She pretends to be a nurse. I pretend I'm still attracted to her. That's divided the room, isn't it? There's people that thought that was funny, and then there are unattractive women. Some girls like to have the lights off for sex to happen. They like all the lights to be out before they have sex. And they've got a name. They're called fugly munters. I've never had a complaint about that joke. I've never had a woman come up to me after the show and gone, "Excuse me, I'm a fugly munter. How do you think I feel? Hungry?" Are there couples in? Give us a shout. I've got a theory about sex in long-term relationships. So the received wisdom is, it's men that instigate sex within a long-term relationship. It's the man that says, "Should we go upstairs for a bit of slap and tickle, a bit of how's your father, a bit of sticky belly?" Whatever you call it in your houses. But it's the man that asks. I think that is misogynistic bullshit. That's like saying the man's got the sex drive and the woman is just passive. I reckon it's about 50-50 in most relationships. The reason you don't notice when women ask for sex is because when women ask for sex, it happens. We've got the expression "getting lucky" because we're rolling the dice, ladies. If your woman says to you, "Do you want to go upstairs and fuck?" Yep. It doesn't matter what else is going on. You could be full of flu. You could have just received devastating news. You could have just been shot in the leg by her. Do you want to go upstairs and fuck? Yes, I do. But sometimes, gentlemen, you'll know this, sometimes in a long-term relationship, you'll suggest becoming amorous with your partner. You'll suggest having sex, and she'll say no. And then she will give you some kind of mercurial, strange reason as to why sex could not occur at that moment in time. And you would like to respond, you'd like to argue back, but you can't think of anything because you can't think at all because all the blood is somewhere else. So I thought, well, why don't we take advantage of the situation we find ourselves in? Why don't we workshop it? What reasons have you heard, gentlemen, not to have sex? And we'll come up with a response. What have you heard? Headache. Tired. Okay, let's deal with those in order. Headache. Easy. If a woman says, "Look, I've got a headache," just say, "I'm going to be right at the other end." I could not be further away from that problem. Also, I'm going to fuck you. We're not doing Sudoku. You're not going to need your wits about. Tired. Tired is like the modern equivalent of headache. And I think genuinely, if a woman says to you, like, I can't have sex, I'm tired, what you've got to do, you've got to listen, obviously. You've got to acknowledge. It's not enough just to listen. She's got to know that you've heard. And then make a suggestion. That's my advice anyway. Don't demand anything from a woman. Make a suggestion. So if a woman said, look, I can't have sex, I'm tired. I'd say, of course you're tired, I hear you. You've got the kids, you've got the house, you've got work, you must be exhausted. So why don't you, and it's just a suggestion, but why don't you do what you normally do and just fucking lie there? You lazy fucking cow. Any other excuses for not having... pregnant? She's too young. It's a long-term relationship you're in, right? She said, I really can't have sex with you, I'm too young. Yeah. And yet, what was that one? Pregnant. Are you trying to nudge her towards a freeway? Is that bad? Clearly, yes. I don't want to alarm anyone, but we've got a pirate in the house. Hoist the mainsail. She's dead. She's dead? And yet you're still hearing a voice saying no. That isn't her, that's your conscience, you monster. Go on, any other excuses for not having sex? Your cock's too big. Try fucking a grown-up. Any other? Sorry, sir, could you just repeat what you said there? She's on the blob. How nicely put, sir. I think a lesser man might have said menstruation. Or her time of the month, or maybe period. Even Arsenal are playing at home, or she has the red devil in her belly. Up on bricks. But you went with the much more genteel. On the blob! She's on the blob and shit. I think in all seriousness, if a woman says, look, I can't have sex, I've got my period, I would say, well, your arse isn't bleeding, is it? Yes. Give me a moment to work my magic. The best one I heard recently, someone said, a very nice gig in Cambridge. Is there any reasons for not having sex within a long-term relationship that you've heard from a woman? A woman went, morning, Fanny. I said, what? She said, morning, Fanny. I went, yeah, I heard you, I don't know what that is. It's morning, Fanny. And she said, you know morning breath? It's that downstairs. I'm telling these rather bawdy jokes, but I'm actually quite a sensitive kind of guy, quite metrosexual. I remember the first time I got together with my girlfriend 12 years ago now. First time we had sex, first time we hooked up, I cried. I don't know whether it was the physical act, or the emotion of it, or the pepper spray, but I teared up. People do weird shit sexually. Should we talk about some of the weird shit people do? Gerontophiles, if you're not familiar with the term, gerontophiles are people that find the very elderly sexually attractive. I know, a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Gerontophile. I prefer to call them OAPdos. They like a bit of granny fanny. Where's the harm? 50 Shades of Grey, very different thing for them. Years ago, this woman introduced handcuffs into our sexual relationship when she called the police. I said, I'll come quietly. If you strangle yourself during sex, it's called autoerotic asphyxiation. If you do it to someone else, it's called a serious sexual assault. Like that. A fluffy. Do you know what a fluffy is? A fluffy is when you're having sex with a woman, and, sorry, scratch that, when you're having sex with a woman, you're making love to a lady. And as as you make love to that beautiful lady. A fluffy is when she farts on your balls. Couple of quick things. Firstly, really? That's happening enough that we needed a special term for that? And secondly, how do you ask for that? Not that I would want that to happen, but when you find out that's your thing, how do you ask for it to happen? Because presumably no one asked for that the first time it happened. That was a happy accident. He was working away and one slipped down. He thought that's not an unpleasant sensation. But then it's very difficult to ask for that to happen again. It's very difficult to come across as Mr. Darcy, the king of romance, when saying to the woman in your life, would you mind later on, when we make love, farting on my balls? It'd be much easier, take her out for Indian food and hope for the best. Has anyone in here ever walked in on people having sex? What did you walk in on, sir? Your parents. What kind of special hug was Mummy doing with Daddy? What did you actually see when you walked in? What was your dad up to? I mean, his balls, presumably, but... Did you get an eyeful? Sorry, obviously not like that. That'd be awful. You'd have to think that was premeditated. If you walked in and he was, oh, this is going to be brilliant. You saw your parents, because I presume you followed the classic etiquette of walking in on people having sex, which you walk in, I see, off. In your case, straight to therapy. Has anyone else walked in on people having sex? Go on, what you walking on, sir? I don't know why that's bad. That's so much worse. Because if it was your son, I think we would all go, yeah, go on, son. Go on, my son. But with your daughter, you can't walk in and go on, love. Oh, you look like you're fucking loving that. There's my little girl. I mean, hopefully it was a guy you approved of. Was it a guy you approved of? He's sitting next to you. I hope you obeyed the etiquette. You walk in, you walk out straight away. There's certain things that people do sexually, though, that could not be a response. Are we all familiar with the rusty trombone? This is sexual practice whereby a lady is kissing a guy's arse. I don't mean that metaphorically, I mean that in a far more literal and rimmy type sense. And as that's going on, she's also administering a handjob. So there's this movement and the pursed lips, when you can see how they got a rusty trombone. I've got no problem with the name per se. My question is, if you walked in on people doing that, what would your response be? Are you sure? Got a question for the ladies. All women I know have got a very clear line. On one side of the line, things they're happy, confident, comfortable, and enjoy doing sexually with a loving partner. On the other side of the line, things they've been asked to do that they've said no. What I would like to know, ladies, is what have you been asked to do that you've said no? I don't mean like reverse park or wash up. Where do you draw the line is really what I'm asking. What have you been asked to do that you said no? You look confused. Did you not realise you could turn shit down? Just hearing now. You draw the line at anal. What, sorry? Yeah, totally. But on his birthday, yeah? Man up, lady. That's where you draw the line. Okay, any advance on that? Any other weirder things? A threesome. What kind of threesome was it, madam? Was it two guys and you, or a proper one? Go on, what kind of threesome was it? Two women. I think that, on the surface, that sounds misogynistic, doesn't it? It sounds like he's gone, oh, I need two women to satisfy me because I'm such a man. I don't think that's what it's about. I think he was thinking of you. He was thinking, wouldn't it be lovely if after lovemaking she had someone to talk to? Thinking of you. Any others? Any advance on this? Egging. What, sorry? I'm not sure if I'm mishearing or you can't talk. It's tough. What are you saying? Pegging. Pegging. The the fuck is pegging? Isn't that just running? What's pegging? Do you mean foreplay? And she wouldn't do that, sir. What a prude. Any blum key? What's a blum key? Mistaken, she just said it's when you give a guy a blowjob while he's having a shit. Sorry, madam, a guy asked you to do that. You know what, though? I admire that guy. Because that's what made this country great. That's what made civilization great. Daring to dream. There's an optimistic man. Oh, I'm having a shit. I've had loads of shit. It's pretty boring. What about... this whole area is free. It's all going on back here. At what point in the relationship did he ask for that? The end. Not a bad way to end a relationship. Things aren't going well, you're not getting on.
Hello? Anybody there?
Because if she says yes, I think she loves you. Any other weirdness? The reason I've asked that question a few times now is because it's my favourite bit of the show. Because I know that there are women out there who are currently having pressure applied to their legs by the men in their lives.
By the men in their lives.
There are men out there going,
men in their lives.
The weirdest one I heard about recently from an audience member was a Simba. Have you heard of a Simba? You know what a Simba? A Simba is from The Lion King, I believe. It's when you're with a beautiful lady, making sweet love to her, and you finish on her chest. Fine. A little bit disrespectful, some might think, but fine. And you take Simba.
That's so bad.
Bring in a little Disney magic to the bedroom. I'm not sure my girlfriend would appreciate a Simba, but I think I could just do it on my own. I think the next time I'm at home and I've got broadband and a bit of time to myself, I think I might try and finish there. Simba. I've got a tip for the ladies, or if you like, I can put the whole thing in. Just a short one. Do you want to know the secret to the perfect hand job? Use your mouth. I left my last girlfriend because she got really fat. I'm pregnant, there's always an excuse. Breastfeeding in public, does that annoy anyone else? Annoys me, the baby's head gets in the way, can't see a fucking thing, can you? Now, no one likes having their parenting technique criticised, but would you agree with me that 7 is too old to be in a pram? Would you agree with that? Yeah. Would you have said anything? Because I said as much. It's a wheelchair, is it? Who's got kids? Give us a shout. Who hasn't got kids? What are you saying, happier? Which is weird, because we're not trying to get anyone to join our gang. People with kids never stop going on about it, especially when you're my age. People with kids, join us! Join us! We're so happy. You don't look happy, you look tired. Join us. Who's going to take care of you when you're old? Medical professionals. I've got to go now, I've got to have 12 hours sleep. the way that women control their bodies. Before its invention, our poor nanas had to take it up the rung. Or face falling down the stairs. In a hot bath, drunk on gin with a coat hanger chasing.
Laughter and murderous killing.
My best friend's wife is having a baby.
Yep.
And I asked him, I said, what do you want, a boy or a girl? He thought about it, he said, I want a blowjob.
What a naughty fucking guy.
I like getting a blowjob off the missus. I don't know if you get this. I don't know if you get a blowjob off my missus, but the thing I like about oral sex with my partner, I think the thing most men enjoy about oral sex with my partner is not anything sexual, ladies. It's the peace and quiet. Ladies, if you've ever been going down on a guy and he's gone, that's not your technique, that's not the sound of his sexual ecstasy. That is the sound of a man not being asked a question.
That's good.
I think about adoption. I don't have kids, but if I had kids, I think I would have them adopted. People criticise Madonna, but the kid she adopted, fair trade.
Who finds this guy funny? I find him this it's like hilariously rude.
You got any dads in? Give a shout out the dads. Did you cry at the birth of your first child? Very few of you admitting it. A lot of guys are embarrassed by the fact they cried at the birth of their first child. I think it's because they don't quite know why they cried. There's different theories. Some people think it's the biological bond with the child that you meet for the first time. But that can't be it. You're only meeting it for the first time. It's not like the mother that's been carrying inside, and that's more of a biological thing. With the guy, no. Some people think men cry at the birth of their first child because the gift that's been bestowed on them by the woman in their life helped make them tear up. I think the real reason most men cry at the birth of their first child is because they see what the little shit's done to the missus. Oh no. Now she's got a vaginas.
Vaginas? What's a vaginas?
If my grandmother knew how much I spent on her funeral, she would be spinning in her ditch. When I was a kid, I didn't want to imagine my parents having sex, so I'd watch them from the wardrobe. Closet gay agoraphobics ever come out?
That's so good. Stay.
How can you possibly explain the concept of death to a young child? Well, you need a hammer and a hamster.
Oh my god.
He's not got to live on a farm, has he? He's all over the fucking job. It always feels so much better when you have a wank with a dead arm, but apparently I ruined that funeral.
It's terrible, terrible.
I remember in the playground, my dad's harder than your dad. It's not really the issue. The issue is both our dads have erections in a playground. Researchers have created a contraceptive pill that deactivates sperm before it reaches the womb. My girlfriend's got something similar called stomach acid. 10% of women have cried in a shop changing room. I guess they weren't expected to see me there. Here's an interesting fact. The reason Morris dancers wear bells is so blind people know their cunts too. They say a problem shared is a problem halved. Didn't really like Do you know you can get AIDS from a toilet seat? But only if you sit down until the last guy's gone. My girlfriend asked me recently, she said, what's happened to your sex drive? I said, I burnt it and smashed it with a hammer. I was worried the police were going to get hold of it. Humans and dolphins are the only mammals that have sex for pleasure, but a dog will do it for a biscuit. If you suffocate in a bag for life, you'd be fucking fucking living.
Hey, Lindy. How are you, buddy?
I recently read Great Expectations.
No, mate, I'm sober. Stone cold fucking sober. Believe it or not. Are you listening to this comedian? He is fucking hilarious. I really like him.
I just need a young volunteer that can keep a secret.
Oh, mate, what it took today not to get a 4X carton and get fucking obliterated.
Silver gold stand stock still, and then if you give them like 50 people you walk past, they move their hand like a fraction.
But I did
Actually works out
it
cheaper.
today.
You're gonna go
Tomorrow
past
might
them
be a
every
different
day.
story.
Taser. I had a thing happen in the high street the other day. You know the charity muggers? You know the ones with the clipboard and the optimism in the high street? I dodged 2 of the cunts, and the third one got me with what I considered to be an unfair tactic, the backwards walk and talk. So I hadn't stopped, didn't make eye contact.
Now, this
She told me her sad story.
comedian
She
is hilarious. Hilarious, absolutely
It
hilarious.
was just perfect for me. She said, "You know how often people die from AIDS?" I said, "I'm not an expert, but I'm guessing just the once."
Oh. He's got to be quick with this guy. He's funny, but he's very quick.
This charity had printed a leaflet with everything you need to know about HIV and AIDS, because there's a lot of myths about AIDS in South Africa. So they print up this leaflet, and because they raised more money than they needed, they decided to attach a condom to every leaflet. Good idea. So they stapled a condom. Genuinely true, the Everest of fuckwittery. It's weird that, are there any South Africans in? Oh, there's quite a few. Well, it's weird the linguistic differences you notice when you travel. Like in this country, when you say, "I'm not racist," what you tend to mean is, "I'm not a racist." In South Africa, when someone says, "I am not a racist," it means they're about to say something fucking racist.
Hey, are you there? Just to wake you up a little bit, mate. I'm going to insist on making your character do this. Okay, cool. Hey, listen. So you know what I do for work, right? You know what I used to do for work with the military. So my friend bought me a fucking book, right? And it's called The Good Psychopath's Guide to Success. How to use your inner psychopath to get the most out of life, right? Listen to this. What is a good psychopath, and why will it help you to think like one? Dr. Kevin Dutton has spent a lifetime studying psychopaths. Yeah, man, you might like this book as well. If I finish it quick enough, I'll send it to you. He first met an SAS guy called Andy during a research project. What he found, and it surprised him, was that Andy is a diagnosed psychopath. But he is a good psychopath, unlike a bad one. He's able to dial up or down qualities such as ruthlessness, fearlessness, decisiveness, conscience, and empathy to get the very best out of himself and others in a wide range of situations. Using the unique combination of Andy's wild and various experiences, the doctor's expertise, together they explore the ways in which a good psychopath thinks differently and what that could mean for you. What do you really want from life, and how blah 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 can play under pressure, and how you can use a good psychopath in your life. Oh, I love the smell of new books. The Good Psychopath. If you go to facebook.com/The Good Psychopath, I might make that my new fucking link on Twitch. Oh, funny. This has got a really weird cover. It's got Jason Voorhees' hockey mask, and it's only £3.50, which is $7. Unbelievable. It mustn't be very good, or it just turns people into psychopaths. Want to come up to my place and see my lab? So they're saying high intellects, pilgrims, masters. Let me see if I find any quotes that are interesting. This is interesting that it's a book and it wasn't. Chapter 1. Sorry, I don't think we've met. Hello, I'm Andy. You may have heard of me from one of 2 of my previous books. If you have, all well and good. Or it's meant to be read on a bus because you forgot to bring your own. Yeah, maybe you should just hold it up right like you're reading it on a train so the people opposite you are fucking scared. But enough of me. You want to know what this book will do for you as a possible psychopath. How will it change your psychopathic life? Well, it works like this. In the pages that follow, you'll reveal 7 principles that will make you more successful. Blow out, wank, wank, wank. We're not interested in what kind of success. It could be big, like want to raise, promotion, or clinch the deal with you, that raise and promotion. Or maybe you want small things that you've never nailed, like putting off making that awkward, embarrassing phone call, or telling the neighbors that you love their chihuahuas, dealing with that friend or relation who's still... Well, he's kind of lost me already because he said loving a chihuahua. Well, how the fuck can you be a psychopath and have feelings? Whatever it is, this book is designed to meet everyday needs of everyday people in everyday life. In the workplace, colleagues, it can make you money. A philosopher for successful hour. Let's see what it says. There's a bit here that's got a paper mark, like a bookmark. Yeah, must be it. I haven't checked yet. I'm good at reading people and finding out what makes them tick. Would you say yes to that? Strongly agree or disagree? The little mark next to it for Lindell, but I won't say it's Lindell. So the options are 0, you disagree completely, and 3, you really agree, and there's 2 in the middle that disagree and agree. So the question was, I am good at reading people and finding out what makes them tick. Put down agree for me. Cool. Strongly agree or just agree? Type in SA or S or just A. Or SD for disagree strongly or D for disagree. Just agree. Okay, cool. Me too. Me too. There's only 11 questions. Are you okay with that? Really quickly. I have no trouble walking into a room full of strangers and socializing. I am going to put fucking strongly disagree on that one. Yeah, I don't like doing that. I fucking hate doing that. So you agree? Yep. Cool. I'm just in a chat, Bobbies. What's up? That's always common law. You can thank God for that, and for giving so many children AIDS in Africa. Sorry. So, if I can, if needed. Okay, well, let's just pretend you got complete choice. So, I would think for you then you disagree. Like, you don't naturally just want to walk in there and meet new people. But you know, if you put agree, then I'm happy for you to put agree. I have a knack for getting myself... Okay. Oh, D, sorry. D. Alright, D. So, put Lindell. D, L, and L. Alright, third question. I have a knack for getting myself off the hook. Yes, I am Vigilant Cupcake. I'm just doing a little exercise, which I will share with you in a minute, with Lindell. Okay, so that's strongly... sorry, what was that? They hear you back. If I did it, I own it. Okay, so what does that, agree, disagree? Okay, so you don't want to get yourself off the hook. But let's say you did something really fucked up, like ran over a dog, and that dog was your best friend, and you know that would ruin your friendship, and the dog was already crippled, was gonna fucking die, or even make it easy, make it a cat or a hamster, and you wanted to, like, you know, preserve that friendship, and you know this would just destroy it. Would you own it or keep it to yourself? Get yourself off the hook, or tell them and then get yourself off the hook afterwards. We're doing a quiz, like a questionnaire. Feel free to jump in. The options are disagree, strongly disagree, agree, and strongly agree. Let them get, wow, let them get off the hook, man. I can't even grade that. I'm just gonna put strongly agree then. That's pretty awesome. So South Australia and like strong, yeah, I definitely got you. So SA, okay, cool. If you want to join in, Vigilant, next question. I am good at negotiating bargains and discounts. Strongly agree. Okay, so that's I'm the same. I'm the same. I can do that as well. Very easy. You missed the funniest thing was in a match. Last forward survivor and crawled on the way in the map, making the kill 100 minutes. 5 minutes, nice. Strongly agree, Vigil. Okay, I'll put a V next to you as well. Question 5. I have no trouble seeing things from another person's perspective. Strongly disagree, agree, or strongly agree. Strongly agree. Oh, I'll put down agree for you as well then. If I told you what this questionnaire was about, you might quit halfway, but I won't tell you just yet. This is about persuasion. Strongly agree. I was raised to do that. Beautiful. Okay, so halfway there. Okay, so people have said I have powerful or magnetic aura. It's a fucking negative for me because I don't let anyone near me to see the aura. So Vigilance disagree and Lindell's disagree. Okay, cool. Yep, we're all on the same one. Times 3 for that one. Number 7, at a party or gathering, I often find myself in the middle of a lot of different conversations. Ugh. Okay, I'm surprised to hear that. Yeah. Okay, so I'll put you both for agree. Next one. I would fancy my chance of talking a potential jumper off a ledge to make sure that they jump. Nah, just kidding. To make sure that they don't jump. Jump, I say. Yeah, me too. Strongly agree as well, Lindell. Strongly agree as well for Vigilant. Oh yeah, cool. Third last question. I am good at telling jokes. Jump. I've had to do that once in my job. And the guy was going to jump off the Horseshoe Bridge in Perth, which is about 15 meters. He would fucking not kill himself. He'd hurt his arm, but that's about it. So it was really awkward. Strongly disagree on that one, and disagree for... Okay, so put down Lindell for strongly disagree, and Vigilant Cupcake for... Oops. Disagree. Yep. Second last question. People are putty in my hands. Disagree and strongly disagree. So Lindell is disagree, and Vigilant is strongly disagree. What about me? People are putty in my hands. Too hard to think about. Disagree. Last one. I'm skilled at constructing powerful and cogent arguments when fighting my corner. I'm skilled at constructing powerful and cogent arguments. I can fucking do the shit out of that. Last question. Yeah, you're able to protect your side of the argument really cohesively and well, and protect. Okay. Well, you go stream, and I will let you know the outcome afterwards. That was the last question. I've got to read the next page to find out what the legend says. What about you, Vigilant? You can protect your argument really easily, fighting in your corner. Disagree. Alright, cool. Disagree for Vigilant. Okay. Okay, it can wait. No worries. So, you missed a couple of questions at the start, but only 3. So, assign a rating for each of these to see how persuasive you are. What kind of persuasion you have. So, I'll add up. For everybody, I'll add up. Wait, hang on a second. Lindell 2 for Ellen. Disagree. Lindell. Disagree. 21. So Lindell, you're a very persuasive person, mate. You've got a fuck ton out of 10. 11. You've got 8 out of 10. 9 out of 11 in agree and strongly agree. I'd say no, it's more like 7 because there's a couple of disagrees in there. So you're more persuasive than not. Vigilant, you are. You're on the fence. You're persuasive. You're persuasive and impersuasive. I'm persuasive as well. But that's. I think we missed the first 4 questions. But yeah, you know yourself anyway. Yeah, no, Lindell, you're spot on, mate. And Cupcake too. And me, I am. Yeah, I'm more persuasive, but just on the fence, just a little bit more than Vigilant. That's probably because we didn't do the questions. My mate who gave me the book was a 12 out of 11, so I don't know how the fuck he measured that. Funny. I got 12 out of 11, pardon me, person. So Vigilant, now that you've joined us, this book, yeah, you might be. I found this in my mailbox. And this book is called, this is a gift from a friend who I think, I've always suspected he's either a sociopath or a psychopath. I wasn't sure. And there's good psychopaths and there's bad psychopaths. Good psychopaths are maybe like Elon Musk, he's numb as fuck, but he channels that into, careers. And others are like, Freddy Krueger and go fucking nuts. Mums will call me the baddie ones. Yeah, they will. Come on. I better not tell her about you. So the book's called The Good Psychopath's Guide to Success. How to use your inner psychopath to get the most out of life. Yeah, I know. That's what I thought straight away. Basically, I won't read the blurb, but basically what it says is a psychiatrist was studying psychopaths and he met an SAS trooper who was in the SAS for a long time, and he did a study and found out that he was a closet psychopath. And he was a good psychopath. He could dial up or down the psychopathic qualities, including empathy. So, again, sort of lost me there. Psychopaths apparently don't feel it, which I don't agree with. Like, I'm numb as fuck, but I still love it. Yeah, so this tells you how to channel your inner psychopath to give you the life that you want. So I'm not really sure how to take this book as a gift. Maybe he knows something I don't. You can't go to bed, sweetheart. I'm a psychopath. I love you, but there's my limits too. You go to bed, sweetheart, alright? I've got a vape to have and a beer to drink. A zero fucking waste of time, but it's still a beer, so. I put some CBD oil in this vape and it's no fuck all. I bought that $300 CBD oil that doesn't have any tetrahydrocannabinol. It's meant to be good for your joints. You add the fuel to the feuds. Mate, you're very discreet at doing that. Oh, yeah, maybe you're... Yeah, you might have a closet side. Yeah, it is. It doesn't do anything. I mean, you can't you can drive on it and everything like that, but it's yeah, and I think my coil is broken. I don't think I have my coil. I'm fucking broken. Nothing to smoke anyway. It needs the THC they take out to have effect, and you can buy that. You just can't drive on it. A convo here and there with the right words make it all go to all go for hell. Yeah, the thing I really admire about you, Lindell, is that you are able to speak your mind. Like I'm very passive aggressive and overly conscientious, which leads to resentment later. But I've noticed, like with you and Jono, like you set your boundaries and you say, no, I'm not going to fucking put up with that. And that's really good. I haven't got that quality, and I'm double your age, you know. So I think that's fantastic that you can do that. Yeah. So. There's a third person in the channel. Is that one of your A-listers, Lindell? Or if not, I just want to welcome this person by playing a little cheer. And that to say hi. And one last one, I just want to let you know that we do give free advice here because it's an antidepressive channel like this.
One's best success comes after his greatest disappointments. Henry Ward Beecher.
We also have... We got some of that stuff as well. Oh, yeah. And cut. No, cut. Cut! That deserves a fucking very delayed cheer. Oh shit, I wasn't laughing at your sex life, Lindell. I was actually wait, let me fix that up. Ah, fuck, I'm not doing well, eh? No, that's okay. I'm just mostly, if I don't have you guys here, I talk to myself and pretend I have friends, and so it's better than nothing. Okay, I gotta fix some of the sounds. Lindell, if you get some good ideas for sounds, I want you to tell me the idea, and I will put it into the sound box, so people can play it. If they don't log in and go, there's no free shit, I'm not going to watch it, and there's only 3 viewers, I'm fucking leaving. Everything's for me, fuck the mental health. So if you get those people in here, then fuck them anyway. But you get the followers on the other hand, they get this. This is a new follow icon. Check this one out, I love it. Oh yeah. Tinker Wolf has added another %. I'm about to mute and stream anyway, shall do. No dramas, buddy. So, Vigilant, would you, as a fellow possible psychopath, want to play another game? And would you like the comedy on or not? In a world of comedies, one woman, Vigilant, and cupcakes go together. Together, the cupcake is 94 calories. Backwards, that's 49, which might be closer to her age. For sure, once this match is done, might be easier without the comedy. No worries. I will pause the comedy on a weird photo. I'm going to find a weird photo. What can I do for a weird photo? I know what I'll do for a weird photo. I fucking put myself up there. It's a weird photo. Oh yeah, look at that. It's fucking strange. Strange motherfucker. I'll got one earphone in and the headset on, so many sounds at once. Don't worry, no excuses needed. I've written, please follow for mental health charity for October. Should I add to that, if you don't, I will hunt you down? Or is that too aggressive? Congratulations, Olivia. A bit better. By the way, be careful with your vape juice, it's very toxic to animals, so I heard. Yeah, my coil is broke. It's got everything left. I don't think I've got nothing. Fuck. I might just take up smoking. Have you ever smoked, Vigilant? No problem. Just alt tab to give me a moment. Easy match, you got out? Nice. That's what you want. Was it Ghostface or you're off the phone? Cool, I'll join you right now. Fucking obvious as I can make the request to people to follow. Alright, let's cook with gas. I'm coming to join your lobby. Prepared for anything. Oh no, wait, wrong person. Join party. Join your party. I think Lindell's also he's broadcasting. Michaela's looking good. You got some nice outfits there. I like a ragged dross, like a Fremantle hippie. Dross, also known as a dress in some parts of the world. She's got nice dross. Don't forget to use the extra. Oh yeah, the nurse. Well, believe it or not, he might have been trying because that fucking nurse is a pain in the ass. She's very hard to use. That offering I've got, Arcane Drowsing Rod, is good, and also there's a health kit, really good health kit, which is why all the killers are complaining, because they're getting people healing mid-match, mid-chase actually. If I talk too much or whatever, just tell me. Yeah, they're good. I don't understand what happens when you press the shift button. What's the go with that? Do you utilize the last part and then you can sprint away? Is that the go? I guess that's when a killer hears you healing. And he goes, no, cannot do this. Cannot do this. I will kill you. Hey, serious question. And be honest, right? Be honest. I've never smoked before, right? I quit drinking. I've got no vices in my life except chocolate, which is fucking lame, right? So, would you say it would be a bad idea, or meh? You know, you're nearly 50. Fuck it, just go for it. Not to start smoking, but to order the nicotine from overseas and mix it in with my apple juice stuff that I have in my vape. I wanted to ask that if that's something I can do when I'm fidgety, or if it gives you any kind of high, or is it just diminishing returns for the rest of your life? No, not cigarettes, vape. I don't like cigarettes. I love the smell of the cigarette when it's first lit, when it gets that edge of paper in the first tobacco. When someone does that in a pub, I'm like, I want to be next to you. But if I just buy some nicotine vape juice, am I okay with that? I don't care if it's bad for my lungs, and I'm past all that self-care shit. I don't love myself enough for that. But I just wanted to know if there's any benefit to doing it, or if it's a complete fucking useless thing to do. So vaping for me would be like as toxic as, not toxic, it would be as sort of novel as your first cigarette, I suppose. Personally, I think it'd just be an addictive. Yeah, and the addiction I don't mind, but is it worth it? Like when you drink, you're addicted, but you get something out of that. Is there anything that you get from smoking? Other than it supposedly satiating your withdrawals. I don't want to have that. I don't want to have like just withdrawals, and that's why I do it. Well, that was fucked. About to get found out. This guy's face is cute. Oh, he's like a legion or something. Like, look, he looked at me and he's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking kill you. Which is always nice. Nicotine is great for stress, but then you feel you need it for your stress. Oh, anything would be good. But I might just give it a go. I mean, they say vaping is, like, people past it. Manly group of men and they're all smelling like strawberries and shit, so I'm not too worried about that. So with alcohol, it's about 7 to 10 days for your physiological symptoms to dissipate. So it's good to go to hospital, they give you some Valium and that replaces it, and you get off the Valium and then you're kind of sober. Your real problem starts when all the reasons you're drinking for in the first place, the non-physical ones, like the dependence, physical dependence, start to creep up. So you've got anxiety or whatever. That's what sucks. So when I used to come home, I used to, at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, I'd know that at 4 p.m. I'll be home, and I'll be able to have a drink. Oh no. It's found me again. This guy's cute, he's like, it's gonna make my top list of friends. Yeah, so I'd have 2 p.m. dopamine kick saying at 4 o'clock I get to drink, so I'd go home to drink, and towards the end I couldn't drink enough to feel anything, so I'd start cutting my arms and using a meat tenderizer on my arms to feel something. Or I'd watch some really violent shit happen, like when Antifa was doing this shit and people were getting run over, and I'd be like, fuck you, you shouldn't be protesting. But anyway, that was a little psycho part of me, but I don't want to have that with nicotine. I'd rather be able to go out there regularly and just enjoy the relaxation it gives me. I could have it in my hand all day. I'm happy to do that. I just don't want to become useless like I do with alcohol. But I'm too vanilla at the moment. I've got no vices whatsoever except this game. Can I? Oh, when you can talk. When did you start smoking? How long have you been smoking for? You tell me later. It's all good. Oh shit, that's you hanging up there. Well, I'm gonna take this map, fuck it. I've got a map now, I can see things. This is cool, the map you can like see all sorts of stuff. I bet. I'd like to see it later. Oh, you don't stream though. It's okay. Is it Legion or Ghostface? It's Ghostface, isn't it? Come around the corner here, babe. I've got something to show you. Come on. Chicks with dick stuff. Come. I like when Ted says, Mark, there's no chicks with dicks. This is just guys with tits. That made me fucking laugh so hard. You started at 17? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. Can you see what my map sees? Watch this. Da, 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 da. Can you see what the map says? Oh, I can't see shit. There's nothing to be seen. That means clearly... Oh, fuck. Sorry. I think Ada's got this sort of... You went right past me and attacked you. I'll tell you what, you got to roll an Ada. Ada's got some kind of finesse about her. It's like... People leave her alone and let her live. It's fantastic. If I hit the map now, can you see that yellow generator downstairs? No? That's right. I reckon you'll have nurses calling as an app. Oh fuck, he got me as well. He stabbed me in the face. Yeah, okay, this map must be... It's a green map, so I don't know. Maybe that's just the case. So if Ada gets smashed, the second thing is not to wiggle and hope that he has mercy. Which he clearly doesn't, because I was wiggling. I'm going to try to get off this hook. Fuck it. One go, come on. Oh, it's like gambling. You just want to try again, don't you? Oh. And it's last time, come on. Oh. No. Congratulations, Anivia. Oh, is that the one that gives you some love? I'm so glad I got self-care. I don't need anybody. I'm not a big team player unless the team's like friends. Fuck. I like to heal myself and... Oh, this is the purple one you can see. People can see it. Alright. Keep fucking healing. Don't read map, heal. Fuck. Come on, Ada. He's clearly trying to get his points up, so you better cut that dress a little bit shorter. And remove the blood, because it's pretty disgusting. I like when the comedian goes, I don't like to call them vaginas. I like to call them a twinkle cave. I went inside a twinkle cave. There's a perk where you can have an extra 3 shots of getting off the hook, which I think is fantastic. Yeah, that's pretty good. Got 2 gens, 1 dead. You tunneled you? Oh. What's that perk do that you're trying to remember? I reckon he's peeking. I just can't see him peeking anywhere. There he is. I see him peeking. Come on. And read the map. In the meantime I'll die because I'm cleansing a totem when I should be looking for a generator. In a world of cleansing, one brunette cleanses for no reason when there's 2 generators. Oh, hello, Jake. I think that's your name. You know the whole thing about teabagging your generator? It can help you skip races. Or you can totally fuck it up and... Purple add-on for the map is a bead or something like that, and it's purple. Oh, so it goes off the key? Oh, shit, man! This guy needs a fucking terror radius, his pet is terrifying! Oh my god! The purple add-on for the map is a bead or something like that. It's purple. It's okay, we'll keep that specialness between us. So Mr. Jake's the only one alive. Let's spectate him and see if he gets his, look at that duo. I think my character's got bigger bust than yours, just saying. Oh no, he's on the hook as well. See you later, Billy Bob. Let's go to... Oh! Ranger from down under. Oh. Come on, just let Dave die. Take the hatch. Do what most pugs do. Don't walk like that, because you can never be tunneled in a second. Yeah, did you have a red icon around you? It's like the Mike Myers Evil Within level 3. Lasts for about 50 seconds to a minute, and he can one-shot you. Okay. Oh, he saw him. He must have just... Ooh, he must have just seen him. Quick. What's he got? Life? No, he's got fuck all. Can't even see what he's got. He's got one perk, unbroken hooks. Or the hooks, yeah. Someone told me about that. See you, buddy. See you wouldn't want to be, maybe he'd let him go. Maybe. But, no. Good killer. I'll give him that. Well, he's playing it by the book. His job is to kind of like tunnel, because he picks one person and he's got a minute to kill them. Jake is amazing. He had no perks, and he got the most points, which is... How come I can still spectate him? Are there two of them left? Not bothered about the tunneling that much, but sometimes it's annoying. Yeah, I hear you. Especially when you're just trying to... Okay, so Jake's dead. So I can write the message that I wanted to write to him. Where are you? Digital Cupcake. Give you a thumbs up. I'm always curious if the last person gets away. Okay, curiosity killed the cat and the survivor. Terrible. Alright, let's do it. Up for another one? You know what I got for dinner? Fuck all. I got a snack bar of chocolate, a bag of Maltesers, and a packet of chips. I might order pizza. I'm probably going to be up all night, unlike last night, because I had about 3 tablespoons of cruisers, which is the most alcohol I've had, and I'm trying not to feel guilty about that. Inside my beers, over 6 beers or 5 beers. And I took 2 days of Pimps. I was munted, I went straight to bed. Tonight I shall be... The add-on is Crystal Bead. I might actually... Give me a sec, I'm going to change my add-ons just really quickly. First of all, Toolbox, all the way. I fucking hate anything but that. And beauty, like, what do you prefer? Do you prefer Mahala's boon for healing or the self-care from Claudette? Because I can never find a boon to put Mahala's to bless it, and that pisses me off. Sorry, one last thing I just got to change. Yeah, so you got this boon circle of healing, but you've got to find soft chimes ring out. Okay. Yes. Yes. So boon totem becomes a hex totem once it's had something done to it. So if you have a killer who's got a totem, you'll automatically have a hex totem, like Hex Ruin, where the generator pops when somebody leaves it and it starts regressing. Once you find that totem, which will be like a dark red colour, and kill it, that perk fucks off, which is really good. I'm going to try that as well. I'm going to get rid of my healing, because it's taking up two spots. I've got botany and the healing. I'm going to get rid of that. So you and I need to find totems together. Alright, that's the new goal. What can I use instead? What do you suggest? I might use... Beautiful. I'm going to put Streetwise. Streetwise makes your items last up to 25% longer. So your toolbox, instead of having 16 charges, it might give you 25% of that. So let's do it. How's your grade? What are you up here? You'd be amber. You'd be at least bronze, wouldn't you? Yeah, who's that come from? Carlson perk. Okay. Again, go to the shop in 5 or 6 days and have a look if it's here. Get Lullaby for sure. This one here, get the shit out of that. And this, must have. I use that all the time. Syringe. I might fuck that queue up. Alright, if you go ahead, if you get into a match without me, just go ahead. I went off the screen and it's shat its pants as usual, so if you're in a match, just go for it, or leave lobby and rejoin. I don't mind. Leave lobby. Oh, here we go. Ready. You're back in my lobby. I can see you. You're not greyed out anymore, which is tends to happen. Beauty. I've seen a killer loadout with perks as totem, hex totem perks, hex rule and stuff before as well. What do totem perks do for killers? Was it multiple things? I think I'll run out of time now to show it to you. No, 28 seconds. Actually, if you look at my screen, let's have a look at a totem, for example. They're all in one section. This one. No, sorry, duh, I'm on a fucking survivor. Sorry. So I've got one called Hex Ruin, and what that does is, while the hex isn't destroyed, like when killers destroy the blue one, so you can't heal anymore, there's a Hex Ruin. What that does is, while the Hex Totem is around, because it's automatically there, we don't have to create it or bless it or unbless it. People who hear me coming along will leave the generator, and I don't have to kick it for it to start regressing. So that just saves a bit of time. And that works pretty well for a while until someone finds your Hex Totem and boots it in the arse, and then that whole perk's gone. What's another one? There's Hex... No One Escapes. Hex Lullaby, which is from Huntress. As soon as the gates open, she can hit somebody and place them in the dying state straight away. So they're a bit OP, but everything balances out. That's why this game isn't really... That's why it's set over a month, I reckon. That's one of the reasons I've done that. So people don't rage quit after one bad game, you know, otherwise it's like... After this, I'll jump on Killer and have a quick look at the others. I don't really use them. I've seen people use like all 4 of their slots for totem perks, and I'm like, well, that's true, but I think someone rage quit one of the matches we could do it. It happens. This is a shit map for survivors because you can hear the terror radius everywhere, but it's good for killers if you have a chance to pick this. If you come down here, this will make a big noise, but so the killer will hear that. But we can start on this and get hooked. One of us will get hooked. No one wants to be in this room. 3 of us are in here now. I reckon we've got Mike Myers. No, we don't. Try to hide in one of the lockers. Shit. Oh, it's the hag. I fucking hate the hag. She always scares me no matter what. No matter what, even if I know the triangle's there, she scares the shit out of me. Oh, she left you on the ground. I'll come and get you. She's drawn a hex right next to you though. She tells me she's gonna... Yeah, she's a cow. She's drawing another one. I don't want her to draw another one. It's okay, I'll take the hit. Oh, I'm on the ground. Okay. I didn't realise I was already injured. I put some of that non-CBD oil in my vape, and it's doing fucking 0. It's doing absolute. Look at Dave, he's just walking around like he's all cool. So I wonder if she'd be a good killer then, if she's your least favourite to survive against. I need to find a fucking totem. Look at you, policeman Dave. Here's his booty. I always look at booties now. It's a bit black. Black booty. I like big butts and I cannot let you. Have you heard that song, My Neck, My Back, Lick My Pussy and My Crack? I couldn't believe that was an actual song. It was a fucking eye-opener. Oh, you're getting smashed tonight. It's almost enough for me to do this to try to get them off you. Can you see these bangs? Yeah. Them bangs, they distract. Dave's literally walking around in slow motion. I wonder how many, yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear. I wonder how many, oh yeah, I'll take that. Sometimes, when you open the chest, take out what's in there and put it on the ground. Somebody else might be able to find it and help out as well. I'm gonna keep that if I can escape. Fucking better not, because I haven't found a single totem. Oh shit. Are you dead? What a bitch. I gotta find these totems. I don't know where they are. I have this problem every time, that's why I don't use the boon. If you have any information, let me know. What was it like? You were off the hook straight away, onto you? Is that you? If so... Because they're little triangles on the ground, aren't they? She's got one in here for sure. I just don't know where it is. Yeah. Just to tip on that. I wonder how many she can have at a time. Just to tip on that. A good survivor will take you off the hook from the side that the killer is on, waiting. That way they take the hit. If you take the hit, that means you've got to heal from two states of dying. One's the blue one and the other one is the self-care one. So if you ever want to help somebody out, try to take the hit. Then both of you just have to get one heal. Oh, she got the totem. Can you see she's got the thing? That sounded like she just spawned next to me. I wonder if I just look down, she won't notice. Look at the scratch marks gone. Look at these urinals. Who would put a urinal that close to a wooden... Locker that hasn't been even treated with varnish. Imagine all that spray. Oh no! She's fucking got him good. Yeah, nasty. Have you seen Saw? The movie? Oh shit. Oh, we talked about it the other day, that's right. Do you know my favourite part of the soundtrack? It's called... Where's the triangle? Is that a triangle there? What the fuck? I didn't realise she actually just teleports. So she doesn't have a choice when she teleports. She can just teleport straight to the person. That is so overpowered. My god. It's really overpowered. There was a real sort of drought in good movies in the 80s or the 90s when I grew up. And then 3 movies came out all close together. Just one person now, I wonder what's going on. Experience it all day. It could be your gameplay, I'm not blaming it on you, but if you can't put it down to anything else, try to see what you're doing. Are you making yourself yeah, you could use any character. Oh, fuck. Oh, he nearly got me too. Oh, she dropped him just as he was picking me up. I'll have to say thank you, that was very kind. Juicy Mammoth. I love some of the nicknames that they use. The killers at Tunnel are quite new and desperate and usually quite sweaty when it comes to getting their points up quickly so they can go and play lottery or some fucking other thing that gives them no reward. Because unlike you and me, we're kind of self-aware enough to know that if we play for someone for too long, it gets diminishing. Oh, he's got no key. Diminishing returns. Yeah, on new killers. So they'll see 4 people in the lobby, and then they'll go, oh, there must be a team. They're all ready together. So I'm gonna just, when I injure someone, I'm just gonna chase them until I hook them up. And that's how I used to. That's how I used to. Now shit's different. Now I'm just playing to get points, because that's what ranks you up. It's not. People think that you've got to. I'm just gonna change. I've got to do my challenge. Just really quickly, because I'm not playing any different to usual. Could be so many reasons. So normally they don't tunnel you, is what you're saying. Could it be the perks you started using? Because I started using perks where I tried to rescue it, I didn't get any love at all from doing it. And as a result, I kept dying. I was like, fuck, that's really annoying. Have you bought the tome? Unlock these. It's only, I think, $15. I'll wait for you to come back. Usually I don't. It could be the perks that were all speed and sneaky perks before. Yeah. So just quickly while you are loading, I'll show you something really cool. Back. I believe the party. Just check out this for killers, just to show you what you're up against. If I go. So if you look at their perks, these are always in line. Look at all, they got so many. Oh look, there's so many hexes. This, if you're watching, this is probably the worst one, and this is the most complicated as well. When a survivor is rescued from a hook at least 24 meters away, so you get a hook and then run. You get a token. If you get 2 tokens, so you fucked off twice at a rescue, you hear a ding. You get a 5% haste effect, which really means a lot for a slow killer like a nurse or pyramid head. They've got to be on the hook for 10 seconds, which means you want to stick around for 5 seconds and then run really quickly and get them 25 minutes away. If you get 3 tokens, survivors all suffer from the exposed effect, which, as you probably know, if they're exposed, it means you can just hit them once with your weapon and they're in a dying state. And 5 tokens gives you a Mike Myers ability. I've never reached 5, but you can kill survivors by your own hand immediately. So you can do a final verdict, judgment, whatever. Another one, Hex Lullaby. Well, I don't know that one at all, so I've just got it. Hex No One Escapes, so the gates open, survivors are in the exposed status effect again, movement speeds increase by 4% for you, so you can smack them down and they're in the dying state. That's if you're really, again, desperate. But for me it's about plaything. I don't really understand. Revealed to the cursed survivor. Yeah. Retribution, any survivor interacting with a normal totem, so before it's blessed or bad. Or a hex totem, so it's a killer totem, will suffer from the oblivious status. That's the worst status they could possibly think of, which is 45 seconds. Which is the one where you don't hear a terror radius, nor do you see the red aura where the killer is facing. So it's pretty much like Mike Myers and Evil 1 and Ghostface. And there's only a couple left. There's 3. This is my favourite. I'm going to run this one. This is my favourite one. Hex Ruin. All generators effects by Hex Ruin. While the generator is not being repaired by a survivor, it will immediately and automatically repair the progress at 100% of the normal aggression speed. Once the survivor is killed, the Hex totem reverts to a dull totem, so you can only use it for one. But basically what you do with that one is you put in an add-on called Distressing. And what Distressing does is it amplifies your killer radius by like 50%. So everyone's running away from the generators. It's all popping up everywhere. It's quite funny. There's so many effects and counter effects. How do people remember them? I think they just practice one style and they'll get a certain killer and they'll be like, oh, that works for them, and next time they'll do it. There's 2 more. For each dull and hex totem remaining on the map, gain a token. I wouldn't use this one. You gain 100% or 10% more blood points for actions if you're hunting, cleansing, yeah, that shit. Hex Undying survives within 4 meters of any dull totem. Oh, that's good. That I like. So, for example, if you go up to a totem and you're standing within 4 meters, I'll see you. That's cool. I like it. Yeah, I'm still learning so much. There's so much to learn. Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty. But as you progress, like as I progressed, I've found the most important things have been ones that stop the generator progress. Slow down the vagina rate of progress. Slow down the generator progress. Once, yeah, but they're not even working for me at the moment. Like, I've got to change the way I play. And also, it depends if your killer's a teleporter. If it's a teleporter, then you just teleport to Gen. I mean, the Dredge is a great example. He's really fun to play. I love his sound effects. I think I fall asleep with music one day. It's like the hell of agony of hell, just singing its tune. Look at this blasted twat. It looks like he's had a fucking rough day. What are the rituals today? Win, successful gate, Bill Overbeck. I might jump on Bill real quick, because I think if you can escape him, you get some blood points. Is that what it says? Open the gate as Bill. Alright, cool. I'll have to see what they do. We should stream sometime so I can see. It'd be good. Yeah, he's really suffering a bit, isn't he? Oh my god, it's some shit perks on Bill. If you come up to a gate, don't open it, let me open it. That's my only reason for being here on Bill, because he needs to get that for an achievement. Gives me 30,000 points. Which seems like a drop in the ocean. Doesn't give us all this extra. Do you check out on updates on that? Hey, comic book, how are ya? Come and follow the stream, mate. We'll give you a little bit of a clap if you do that. Or sometimes if you're unlucky, you'll get one of those. But we try to do those when people follow. Yeah, so look, if it's live, so if I die, I'll just spectate and you can benefit. If you follow the channel, I give $1 to a charity, by the way, so no pressure. I'll give you one of these ahead of time, and I'll also follow you. There you go, mate. You got to follow comic book. Some people say reciprocation is the key to success. Just saying. I'm only playing on Bill. I'm gonna suck. I'm playing on Bill because I need to open the exit gate. Are all of our fucking rituals the same, or are they different for every person? There's a med kit here if you need it, if you see me. Poor Cupcake, she's been tunneled all night, mate. It's enough to make a man cry. Where the fuck is she? Oh, she's right over there. She's ignoring me. Come over here, grab this red thing. Can you get it? That might be why I'm losing a lot of games. I'm just running around trying to get all these red orbs. The killer's like, are you fucking serious? Why are you stopping during mid-chase? Oh, she's coming, she's coming. I can see her. Can you see her? She goes pink for me. And she's close to the killer. It's an add-on called Alert. Actually, I never asked the person in... I never asked the person in chat if they were the killer or not. And I said, yeah, you can just spectate. Is she camping the hook? Her voice is coming from over there. Ah, she got comic book. What I might do is I might quickly rescue this person. Yep. Then I'll see if I can. No. It's okay. She's coming, baby. Sorry. I'm an old man, old veteran. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Getting my ass chewed. Not literally, but she's chasing. Give me some of that love. Oh fuck! I was trying to get one of those red orbs, and next thing I turned red from being splattered all over the ground. Having a rough game. Oh no. Oh, it's comic book Dwight with all the bandages. Go comic book, go. Save the day, mate. If you've got that skin, you must know what you're doing. Hello. Thanks. It'll be faster, but you guys are in danger. I'm gonna sabotage this hook. Nice try. Bitch, please. Oh. She's just playing with her food. I've noticed that with a few huntresses. No gen's done. Just playing with her food. Oh, can I get there? Can I get there? What's the etiquette with hooks? Damn it! Oh, she went for the other one. Throw a hatchet. I like this chick with the afro. What's her name? She's pretty hot. She's got like a really tight waistline. But why is she running away? I'm trying to heal you. You silly, silly girl. Oh shit. Ah! She probably thought. She probably thought why I stopped. My mouse actually came off my my mouse came off my keyboard mat, so I did this 360. That must have looked hilarious. Comic book, do you ever play Killer? Thank you, Mahalo. There's a Sheila sitting over there that needs help. Here she comes. She's across at the shack. She should really come up with a new song. Alright, well that person's a bit fucked. I don't think there's any point in starting on gens. I reckon we just rescue people and get our points up. Where's the nearest hook? Sabotage. No. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. No, it's not. She's coming after you as well. I'm gonna try to do this. Oh, damn it, I ran out of space. I ran out of energy. I thought I had more energy on the hook. Never fear, Vigilant Cupcake. Whoops, I hit spacebar to save you, which is not the right thing to do. Come over here. Let me show you what I got in my trousers. Bandage. I got bandages in my trousers. Oh, she missed. Fuck. Quick. Move. Oh, that was bullshit. That was like through a wall. Oh, that wasn't. Oh, well, good night. I'm out of the game. I'll spectate for you, Mr. Comic book, because you're currently alive. Maybe this guy should stop smoking. He might have run faster. I'll switch between Nahala and the girl with the afro. This comic book. Jesus. Okay, you're running towards the hot chick with the black. She's like, no, don't do it. She hit me on the ground. Bitch. She's gonna camp the body so nobody can get the fucking hatch. I'll keep my... Oh no. Oh, Cupcake, you're safe. I mean, yeah, Vigilant Cupcake, you're safe. I'll keep my camera on the crazy bitch. So she's put someone on and killed them. Let's get out of there as soon as you can. Go hide. She's coming after you. She don't want the hatch. Come, McGarry can start crawling towards that fucking hatch corner, top right corner, just in case. When Haley gets away, nah, she's fucked as well. You're both fucked. Say your prayers, little one. Don't forget my son to include everywhere. I feel bad for Dwight whenever he does that. Mate, what happened to you? How come you got so many bandages on you? So you fell into a lake right now. I'm not sure, but what I did notice is that when you were running, when he was on the ground before and you were running left and right, she was running left and right exactly with you. So I'll have a look at what her perks are and then you can tell if she's doing it. And then, yeah, if you're feeling bored, 2 or 3 people work that, yeah. Oh, he's trying to let White go. He's trying to find the hatch. Let's have a look what perks she's got. If she's got any perks that see through walls, no problem. But if it's like stuff like nurses calling or someone working on a generator, she might have seen you. But that whole running back and forward, if you watch the video later, it looked a little sus. There you go. You can see. How can you see that? Blocked until everyone's dead. Good shift. Let's have a look at her. Alright, so we've got Miss Bunny Rabbit. No, she's got a fuckload. So she's got nurses calling, so anyone within 28 meters who's healing she can see. She's got Bitter Murmur, which is another potential reading ability. Survivors within 16 meters of the completed generators will be revealed for 5 seconds. Oh, it was read it out because someone's still alive. If we are talking in chat, help us. Whispers, you can hear people breathing better. And Jolt, which is when you down someone within 32 meters of a generator, it automatically makes it pop and it progresses at 8%. Yeah, so fair enough. That makes sense. And yeah, I'd say she's genuine. You did good, mate. Nice points. Let's get those blood points up to 2 mil. Yeah, really good perks. They were mostly designed to see through walls and shit. Which is perfect for her because She's a mobile boss, shaman killer. She can throw a hatchet across the map. So if someone's running to the left of a generator right after it's being repaired, which she can see you bright red, she'll just hurl an axe at the gap after the blocking area, the safe area. So, yeah, she's experienced. Let me see your. I wonder what your rituals. Oh, by the way, are your rituals the same as mine? Or are they different down here? Hey Goblin, were you the killer warrior? Nice work. Very good job. Yeah, follow our stream. I give $1 per new follower to a charity called Cycling Sirens, which deals with PTSD and depression for cops, emergency services, and veterans. Yeah, we were wondering how you knew where we were, and then we realised you had nurses calling, bitter murmur, whispers, and what was the other one? It was the one that shows you when the generator's completed for 5 seconds. You can see the aura in which direction they're running. But I gotta tell you, when you hooked me up the last time, this is my actual thought on what happened. No, that's better. It shows the auras for 5 seconds after the gen is done. Cool. If you want a bit of fun with us here on the stream, you can type play space lol or play cheer or life advice, because it is a mental health channel. But I'm feeling a bit fucking angry today, so yeah, I'll have a round. I'll have another round. Actually, I might go killer for a round and grab my main, which is Pyramid Head, which I haven't played for a time, so I'm probably a little bit rusty. Hey Goblin, I'll give you a follow. Somewhere. Yeah, for someone to question if people got hacks is flattering. What do you think of these new changes they brought in, like with the shit? I like the new changes. They're okay. I mean, it's good to have a development team that hasn't given up on their projects just because they make money. There are plenty of young developers who work solo, experiencing, getting the game, trade around the games. These guys are the only ones, other than Blizzard Entertainment, that Overwatch 1 and 2. A little bit of Warcraft until 2008-9. They gave half a squad of piece of that. Yeah, clients ago. I just broke the cardinal sin. I asked my wife to get me a beer from the fridge. Do you think that's okay, or it should be not done? And then I said, I mean, you know, you belong in the kitchen. I didn't really say that. All right, let's see how we can go with this bunch of people. Let's get into it. Hopefully no one's street sniping the stream, which I doubt they would. Yeah, it's a good looking outfit, but it might also be... Hello? Who's that? That was Mahela. Oh yeah, no, it's not even the proper beer, it's all zeros. This one is from Germany called Ahmadahaten. Sorry, that sounded more like Islamic, but someone told me a joke once. They said the German accent is like hearing a person falling down the stairs while they're chewing alfoil and holding a typewriter. I thought that was fucking gold, man. I thought that was one of the best comments I've ever heard, and I don't say it too often. Yeah, German beers are great. I just try to stay away from. Yes, there was a great joke. If you want to look him up, there's a show called Black Books, which is with Dylan Moran, Bill Bailey, and a chick who kind of fell off the radar a little bit. And I swear to you, it's the funniest 3-season sitcom I've ever watched in my life. It was something else, man. I'd love to do a watch party if you haven't seen it yet. There's someone right at that generator and I missed it completely. What the fuck was that? Oh, by the way, when you're a killer, don't do what I'm doing, which is, you know, kicking every generator that's under 20%. It's a waste of time. But I'm not really playing seriously. Watch party's great, man. Look forward to that. The watch party of Black Books it's the funniest show you'll ever see in your life, and I mean that. It's British humour. It's about an alcoholic bookshop owner who has bad hygiene, and he lives in London and owns a bookshop, but he hates customers, and he has to do his accounts. So one day, this accountant walks into his office, and they become best friends. And he has a female friend called Fran, and they're just hilarious together. Shit they get up to. There was one scene when he's like, "Why is Jimmy so surprised?" Jimmy's the son of their of his friends. And he goes, "What you did to him?" And Bernard, the lead character, goes like, "Well, children are all surprised. Everything's new to them." And anyway, he decided to put a fucking wicker toilet in your bathroom. And then that explains why he was so scarred, because he fucking saw Bernard take a shit through a wicker basket seat. It's so fucking gross. Disgusting. This guy's keeping me busy and I'm concentrating. See you, Leon. Fuck off. I'm gonna go in here and have a look. No, that's good. I don't understand why they don't all work on the same gen and just take a hit each. That's what it does. Essentially, you're just taking a hit. I mean, as the generator continues been working. I saw Leon. Leon's just here. That would have been a lucky shot. This Leon's popping up fucking everywhere for me. How did he miss that? Honestly. Yeah, no, you'll love it. One of these customers walks in and goes, I want to buy Dickens, the whole collection of Dickens. He's right, the whole collection of Dickens here is £48.50. Because are they made of leather? Do they have leather casing? Everything else in my house is leather. It has to match the leather fucking whatever it's called. And he goes, well, I don't know, how much do you want to pay for them? He goes, £30. He goes, well, are they fucking leather bound pounds? Because I'm the same. All my stuff has to match. It's a fucking laugh. Funny group of New Zealand guys who do skits, and they've done a bunch of DVD ones. Do they make cartoons, or are they real actors? My dog just dropped her guts so bad. Teaches me to be lazy with her food. I'll have to check it out. Especially if you're into the game, you know, it's sounds like Dave, but he's still hurting. I think it came in with a broken status for whatever reason. Oh, that's when you can heal yourself up from being injured, right? Shouldn't have done that. I put him in a cage of atonement. It's the beauty about Pyramid Head, you don't have to carry fuckers around. Yeah, I'll watch one. I'll stream it. Yeah, send me the link of the first one, and I'll stream it across. It's good to hear, that's what I mean. It's good luck. Go, finally caught you in the act. There we go, Kate. Where'd you go? No, maybe. Oh, yeah. Perks skits are great. No, I said the... okay, never mind. The white can, lovely. Yeah, remember I said the white can? It's okay, I feel bad now. I'll just drink that one. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Where'd you go, mate? I saw her. No hacks. I saw you. Ooh. Oh, you're bright red. That mustn't be very good. Yeah, she's lovely. I'm very lucky to be married to my wife. I've just got to drop the entitled asshole mode that I sometimes encounter. In myself, not her. I mean, she can be entitled too. Now, this the biggest sanity that I'm getting from now acknowledging and telling my bosses and my work about my mental condition and stuff is I have this feeling of being looked after for the first time in my life. Oh, that must have just missed him by the hair of a bee's dick. Like, instead of constantly fretting about who's gonna make the next, who's gonna say you're fired, or who's gonna do A, B, or C, I finally feel like there's something in place now which could well be workers' comp. It is. I've never been able to rely on anybody. I've either always been betrayed or... Yeah, I just don't trust the fuckers. I don't trust people. I think it's because when I was young, I was prey to a lot of financial predators and people out to get you. You see, growing up with a small or non-existent families, what it does is it gives you a sense that everyone's just loyal. She does have my back. I think I've around it too much. It's guilt too. Like sometimes I wish she would. It's gonna sound terrible. Leave so that I could just go back to church and not give a fuck about hurting. Yeah, because she sees all the depression. She sees all the stuff that PTSD does. Violent nightmares, waking up completely head fucked. How the fuck did that miss? Was she that skinny that I actually missed her due to her body size? I'd have to get her hip frame fixed. Yeah, they're working on that one there, but they've still got 2 to go. So I am a little bit surprised that... I'm really surprised I ain't hitting this chick. Because negative thoughts are the ones you need to be like, fuck off, I know it's easier said than that. Yeah, especially being overly conscientious and a people pleaser. I tend to just overly the whole, oh, it's okay, no, it's okay. You broke my car when I lent it to you. But I'm worried about what that see next Tuesday looks like. Hey Noxie, Lindell, sorry. Here we go. I remember as a moderator, Lindell would come, hey Nox, and it was always bad news because he was always at the forefront of all the fixing. No, what settings does it sound like I changed? So now when I hear Lindell, it's like hearing a generator pop, and I'm like, fuck! What sort of settings are you seeing? No sound on at the moment. Vigilant, can you hear my sound? Or is it just that Lindell that can't hear it? I think you muted me because you were casting. You can hear me talking and the music as well. Well, that's good. Well, maybe Lindell, you've changed the settings a little bit. Pray tell. just missed her. She must be absolutely skinny as a rake. For some of the misses that I've had with her. I mean, she's a new character, so she could be a little bug, but this is another level. She's a runner, man. Random Gamer 3 TTV came in my stream stating that you had follower only chat about 3 months. No, I changed that today. I put it back to 0, which is nothing. It might have showed up when I did it, but it's no longer the case. You know, someone I am pissed off with, a little bit of a bitchiness situation. Not random gamer. Box TV. He tried to scam me, mate. He tried to scam me. He tried to get my account fucking fished. I'll tell you exactly what he did after this. Actually, just Google, save me the time and save you the energy having to listen to me. Google, I accidentally reported your account, Steam. There's a malware warning on there. Essentially, someone messages you, your friend messages you and says, I'm sorry, I accidentally reported your account as stealing my knife from CSGO after not paying for it. Can you please add him to Discord? He's a stream manager and he's going to change it so that you're not going to get your account banned. And of course you go, oh fuck, I better go and talk to someone. So you add him, you add this little shit. And I said, anything I can do for you? And he wrote, excuse me, like you need my help. And I said, well no, not really, because the onus is on you to prove that I stole anything from anyone. You can't just ban my fucking account. Because he was gonna ban. This is the stupidity of it. He was going to ban my entire Steam account, which is just ludicrous. You can have thousands of games, and next thing they ban your whole life. So I said to him, well mate, I'm not worried. I said, and then he goes, send me screenshot of your discussion with the victim, Box TV, where it shows that he made a mistake and he's acknowledging this to you. And this warms you up to the possibility that you want to start sharing screens. So I sent him that, thinking that would be enough. But no, then he wanted a photograph of my screen of all the purchases that I've done over the last, like whatever my purchase history is. And that's when I said to me, look mate, I've been a cop in 19 years. I was in the fucking infantry for 4 years, one in a para unit, the other in a commander unit. I can smell a rat when there was one around, and you're a fucking rat. And he after that he blocked me. So he was being a little prick. But imagine, yeah, I mean, even I was scared about losing my account. Like, you know, what if someone did actually keep their word and... But Steam would never contact you for, you know, through Discord. It's just dodgy as hell. Come on. You need to die, mate, bro. One of you needs to die. because I'm getting too many people working on too many gens too far apart. And it's pissing me off because one of these is about to pop. Random again. Oh yeah. I think the far one behind is about to go off. These gens are just too far apart to manage. With Vommy Mummy, no problem. Ran away, but it'd been tempting to stay there and finish that. That's about 90% done. I realised they're not going upstairs or anything. The fuck, they're around here somewhere. Spent too long here. Well done. Now you're gonna die. Come on, come on. Good boy, go to daddy. Who is your daddy? Come on. Where are you? Oh, over here. Okay. Cage of Atonement. The thing with Cage of Atonement, if you ever play Executioner, they'll send the cage to the opposite direction diagonally to you, or straight ahead, diagonally furthest area. If you want to ruin someone's day, you run over to that area, and it causes the cage to drop into the ground. And by doing so, it actually makes them have to run back to the other direction. So in this case, they were lucky. The Cage of Atonement spawned on the exit area. You better believe it. Good job. That was a long game, wasn't it? Fuck. Probably got nothing out of that either. What did I get? Oh, I didn't even get a pip. How's your match going? Oh, is that to me or Lindell? Yeah, it was doing good. It was doing good. I didn't get a kill. I simply didn't get a kill. Give me just 1 second. I'll come and join you for a match.
Hold that thought. It's my turn.